do this one. What's up, guys? Good morning. Are you guys ready for what is going to be probably the greatest moment of our lives? While we wait, I'm going to try something for fun. I'm going to try the pit. And the reason why I'm going to try the pit is a lot of people said if you clear level 150, you get some kind of title. But I'm nowhere near this, so let me see how hard 85 is for me. Let me see if I can even... I don't know what the damage level is going to be in here. Dreadnought, Jason... When is the campfire today? That's an excellent question. I actually don't know. I'm guessing in a few hours. Yeah, that was a that was a tough one, guys. I barely did that one. Is today my birthday? Today is not my birthday, but it might possibly be soon. You never know. You never know. Hi, Neela. How are you? I actually can't see the highlighted messages, Remedy. On the merged chat, I can't even see the highlighted messages. Rax, why are you doing the pit? The only reason I'm doing it is I'm just trying to raise my level to 150 because I heard there's a title if you clear it. I don't even know if my sorcerer can do it, but I'm only at 89 or what, 91, so gonna take a moment here to climb. I have no idea how hard it is. I guess we're about to find out. When does it start getting real hard, guys? You're hard stuck on 138 on a very juiced lightning spear. Okay. What's the hard part? I assume it's the boss, right? Is the boss the hard part? Do I have any inside knowledge of today's campfire? Yes, I do. Which is why I am not going to spoil it. The reason why Blizzard trusts me is because I'm trustworthy. I don't go around sharing all their secrets. But the one thing I don't know is when it starts. In a few hours, I think. I know people's secrets because I don't share people's secrets. Have I been playing the alpha or the closed beta for the expansion? I have not. The only time I ever played the expansion is when you saw me play it in Seattle. But I did ask Blizzard to give me a copy of it so I could help them with feedback. So maybe I'll get it, but up to this point I have never played the expansion beyond what you saw me play in Seattle. Yeah, I mean, if you asked me, if you asked me if I had been playing the expansion and the answer was yes, I have, then I wouldn't tell you, no, I haven't. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I will just simply pass on the question. But no, if you guys haven't noticed, anyone who's been around here for multiple years, I don't lie to you. I'm not going to break my NDA, but I'm not going to lie to you. Iced coffee is here, my friends. How's the sorcerer feeling, man? Way better, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, you want to know another interesting thing? I've asked Grinding Gear Games multiple times, and they've never given one to me. I've also never played Path of Exile 2. Never. Not even for 1 second. I've never played it. I keep asking them. Please give me a copy of the game so I can get familiar with it. So I can learn about it, but nope, I've literally never played it before. Yes, they invited me to live events to play it multiple times. Yes. But I told them I don't want to come to a live event. Can I just play it here and have me sign an NDA and I won't share anything with anybody? And they said, no. And I said, okay. Gray Bush, B Squared, Naruto, Dark Shaka. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. 7 months of tacos and the blue hoodie. How does time fly? Thank you, my dude. You wanna? Are you saying you dropped the Talrasha B97? Am I gonna do a Wukong stream soon? I would like to. Probably not, but maybe. Oh yeah, I need to spend my obols. Are we doing pits now? I'm only clawing my way up to 150 just to see if I can get the title. But no, same rules as always. Never do the pit under any circumstances. I guess let me look for some good pants. Rule number 1, never do the pit. Rule number 2, always follow rule number 1. I'm not really gonna push the pit. I'm just leveling up till it starts giving me some sass for now while we're waiting for the campfire. Drop materials for raiment. Man, if only I had the world's greatest raiment ever found. What's the rule on it? I guess I'm not sure what you mean. Cast as many frozen orbs as you possibly can to reset Lightning Spear. So here's level 103. Oh, I can actually die here? Okay, so sometimes you have to actually dodge. Is it just certain bosses that can kill me, or can any boss kill me? Only certain ones can kill you? Okay. Hi, Careless. How are you? What? What? Yeah, I have them in my stash. If you log on, I'll trade them to you if you want. I still have them. Okay, we don't need any of these. Okay, so doing fine so far. Now we go 106. Rax, what's a campfire? Where Blizzard tells us everything. I assume they're going to tell us everything coming in the expansion finally. They're finally actually going to tell us. So today should be super, super massive. Let's see how much Blizzard is willing to reveal. There are definitely things about the expansion that they have not told you yet. I'm excited for you to learn what they are. We'll do the same thing that we always do. I will, for the most part, let them speak about the announcements. And then I will take very, very, very detailed notes. And then at the end, I will summarize it and I'll give you my opinion on everything. If you care to listen. People say that the other ring slot is very, very strong. I currently still use the Tal Rasha with the CDR. The campfire starts at 11 a.m. Pacific. Okay. So it starts in 3 hours, right? 3 hours from now. Okay, we got plenty of time. I actually just don't know these attacks very well. Just don't know what they do, really. Is there a particular boss that we're hoping for, guys? Is one boss easier than all the other bosses, or what? You want to avoid the drowned sea hag. Okay. Anybody else that I need to avoid? Scourge is the best. Ashavan Pal Bronco. Thank you so much for the subs. Joe Breeze. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. And Mags, thanks for the bits, my friend. Did I play D2R at all? My team won the world first race in season 1. First in 99. Maxroll won the world first race. So yes, I have played countless hours of D2R. We are the season 1 champions. We all prepared for the season 1 world race. We won it, and then I never logged back in. Why am I doing pits? I'm just trying to raise my minimum pit level. I'm trying to raise my minimum pit level because we have to do apparently 150 for a title. And I want to see how hard it actually is. That's what she said. All right, I'm just gonna stand here. I'm gonna see if he can kill me. Fuck it. Nope. Risa is here. Guys. Okay, I have a question for you. I think this also impacts YouTube. It impacts both people. I have a question for you. Now, we don't have to do this, but I'm considering something. I'm considering redoing all of my emotes. And the reason why I'm reconsidering it is because, well, we don't have a Samoyed. So my emotes are the little puppy dogs, right? And I know everybody loves the puppy dogs, and that's fine. We can keep them. And that's fine. But I'm thinking of changing them. And I'm thinking of changing them to something like this. It doesn't have to be this, but here's an idea. And it's pretty simple. I just want to know, would you rather me rebrand to this or not? We don't have to. It's really up to you guys. But I'm thinking about rebranding to the blue hoodie, and it would be like this. As an example. What would you rebranding to the blue hoodie? If you guys would prefer this, then I will switch to it. So I'm going to put a straw poll. Just to show you the difference. This is a very small version of it, but here's the current This is going to be a little bit low quality, but here's the current one, very pixelated, but another thing that I've noticed about the internet is if we redo these, I want them to be very, very extreme. Like, people don't like little emotes where, you know, there's one little tear and you're a little sad. People like it when the guy is crying and, you know, making a huge deal out of everything. So we can make the emotes like very, very effing obnoxious. I also think I have the max emote slots, so you will also get new ones. There's also emotes that I have that nobody uses. We can trash all of those and get new ones for whatever you want. But that's the idea. So which would you prefer? The dog emotes or the blue hoodie emotes? Here is the poll. I'm going to spam it in the chat. Vote for whichever one you would prefer. What would you rather have in the channel? The dog or the blue hoodie man? Okay, so this isn't even close. Okay. Okay, so that's not even close. Okay, so all right. Okay, instead of doing the pit, we're going to do something else real quick. Okay, I could use your guys' help. I'm literally going to make whatever you guys want right now. So I'm going to make a document, and I'm going to call it emotes. Give me a second. This is gonna take a minute. So let's see. Let's make the text white. Let me go here. Cry. First of all, let me see how many emotes we can get. It's gonna be at least 60. Let me see what the actual number is. I think it's actually more than 60. The new one won't be readable. It will be readable because Risa sent me what it would look like. This is what it would look like actually in a chat. Kind of hard. I don't know if you can see that very well, but maybe I can make it a little bit bigger. But just to show you, it will look okay. It will look okay smaller. I mean, I can see it on my screen. It's you can see it. Well, right, yes. The less. Okay, so let's see here. Yes, you can send it iced coffee. I will look. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys pick which emotes that you want, but first I need to do something. Let me see. Let's. I'm just gonna let you pick right now. You just pick what you want. So let's just say what we're gonna keep first. How do I? All right, I gotta figure this out. Hold on. No, no, no. Emotes. Okay. Okay. So there's a lot here on the chopping block. Let me read. Let me color these. So I have what do I have? Let's go to the top here. This is what I can use. I can do I have 5 free ones. I have 60 subscriber ones. I have, are you fucking kidding me? I have 60 animated ones? 60? I can't, is that right? Bro, I'm actually gonna go bankrupt. Wait, what? It says I have 60 animated emotes. Is that for fucking real? And then I have 5 T2. I have 5 animated T2. I have 5 T3. And I have 5 animated T3. Oh my god. And then there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 9 bits emotes. And then there's 5 cheer emotes. So 1. So there's 100 and I mean there's like 150 of them. Oh my god, dude. Well. All right. Let's start by, okay. Jesus Christ, man. Let me just quickly, I can type pretty fast. I'm going to type every emote that you guys currently have. Buy guitar, comfy, taco, ads. Scroll down, give me 1 second, sorry. Lol, GG, yikes, win, thank you, RNG, rip, raid, lurk, love, jam, hype, hug, 5 head, evil, derp, cry, think, primal, tomahawk, Peter, blast, poggers, hoodie, Borat, happy, fish, science, lucky, what the fuck, paint, fake, XP, face palm, cute, gamer, key, party, idea, notes, old, pizza, story, wah, Waller, Chipotle, 17, meow, cozy, hi, dog shit like always. Spanglish. Gasm. Farm. Golden Tomahawk. Flex. Gift. Royalty. 10 years. Fun and toys. That's what we have currently. Now some of these must stay. So let's see here. And down here it corrected it incorrectly. Okay, so we don't actually have to get rid of any of them. Instead of, well, I guess it'd be easier to say the ones that I think nobody ever uses. Well, I almost never play the guitar. So that one's on the chopping block. We don't really have to cut much. We don't really have to cut much. I'm looking here, Art. I'm not really sure that I like this one. I'll color that. I want to keep it, but I think we need to change it. Let's color that one orange. And let me show you what I'm looking at here, guys. Here's what I'm looking at here. Maybe it'll be easier if I move this one. If I move this over here like this. All right. Maybe the 5-head one could be better. Let me see. Does this even make sense anymore? I mean, primals aren't in D4. Should we cut primal, guys? Yeah, I'm about to order you guys 1 billion emotes. So if you care, I will literally make you whatever you want. Change it to mythic. Yes. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Duh, of course. Yes, duh. Yeah. And honestly, most of these should be animated, right? Yeah. Wait, what? Fuck. Okay. I think the Poggers one could be redone and it could be better. The hoodie one just needs to completely change and I can just do this one myself, so I'll just do that. I like this and this. People use this all. This is Woody's like favorite emote on the internet. The only emote I ever see Woody use is this Happy Meal one, so we're not getting rid of that. These are all good. I have never seen someone use this ever. I think key just needs to be straight up cut. No, I've never seen anybody use it. Do you guys want to keep Waller? Doesn't have anything to do with you guys want to keep Waller? You could take it or leave it. I don't think it's super important. It's not even, it still pisses me off, but it's not really a problem in D4 as much. We're not getting rid of Chipotle 17 or Meow. Don't think there's any reason to cut any of these. I have never seen someone use this emote, ever. Never seen someone use farm. Do you guys want to keep the tomahawks? Does anybody ever use it? I used to say this all the time in my stream, and now I pretty much never say it anymore. I used to always go, that guy got tomahawked. Your YouTube messages are blocked. Is there a reason? You might have been banned when blood fails. It's a shadow ban. Yeah, I'm not sure that we need this anymore. Tomahawk Tua? Oh my fucking god, that would be such a good idea. Dude, should we make that an emote? Hawk Tua? Okay. Now we're open for new ideas. Is there Tomb Lord? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Callie. Yeah. Tomb Lord. Cringe. Yeah, yes. What else? Can do Butcher, yeah. Should we do Butcher and Goblin? We could do something with Path of Exile, yeah. I mean, we have so many options, guys. There's so many choices. Oh, yeah, a brick to brick tempering, yes. Okay, I have Chipotle. We could get Culver's. We have the blue hoodie. Are you fisting me? Yes. I say that all the time. Could do a very nice from Borat. The paper towel roll. Could do the barbed wire one. Culver's is your favorite? Same. Risa. Kmart. First try could be good, sure. We have Rip. A Giga Chad one could, yeah. We have Spanglish Rooster. We could do speed run where you're like going real fast. Tomb Lord is there. We could have a trash emote, yeah. We have blasting. We could have a deleted where it's like an animated emote pressing delete. We have crying. We have paint. Get 'em, boys. I say that all the time, but I don't know what would that look like as an... Yeah, we could do KO. Flat earthers. Yes. Yes. KO is like one-shotted. Pour. Okay, like holding up, like holding out a cup for coins or something. Something. I don't know. Oh yeah, timeout. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whenever you guys are getting out of hand, I call a timeout. That's a good one. Yeah. We do have that, Darius. We do have T3 emotes, and we do have. Whenever I pick the T3 emotes, I always let the T3 and the T2 subs pick them. So you, Neela, Vince, whoever's T3 sub to my channel just gets to pick them. It's just that simple. Potty. Yeah, I had PoE. We could do a campfire emote. I mean, there's so many emote slots that you guys could name another 40 and we still wouldn't be at the end. We have brick here. What else do you want? We have paint. We have dog shit like always, which is kind of like going potty. Could do marbles. We could get Cookie Monster. We could get treasure. Sure. I could make a Maxroll emote. Yeah, could. Gasm exists already. Goblin is on the list. That's interesting, Gomez. The pit, the roach. We have Borat. Runza. We could have an elixir emote whenever I don't put an elixir on. Could be fine. Could have a banned emote whenever we talk shit to somebody and ban them. Could. Taco is already there. We could have a Lilith wave. Oh yeah, chess. Yeah, we definitely need that. You need a boat to go along with the pirates with the raid. Guys, if we were raiding people, What would be the funniest emotes that we could spam while we were raiding people? Boss, we have Tomb Lord, and we have Lilith. I do have a Rax raid emote. I do have one. It's called Raid. It's a pirate. We do have all the originals will be there, guys. We have Brick. Yeah, let's get Hawk Tua. Let me Google it. Most used emotes, better Twitch TV. We could literally make a Keck W with the hoodie. We could make Sag. It's very commonly used. Instead of Blob Dance, we could make Hoodie Dance. Let's go instead of Blob Dance. Okay. We could have Arrive. We can have Party Parrot, but as a hoodie. Same thing here. Let me think here. Now we have we could do This Is Fine, where the whole thing is burning around you and you have that little smile. We could do Based God. All right. We have Bricked. Oh, yeah, we need a cow for the cow level. Yeah. RN Jesus is there. We could do Emergency, yeah, with the spinning siren. We could have a nerfed emote with like the hoodie guy getting hit with a giant bat. That's a good idea. Could do Divine Orb, but we need to see what the main currency is in PoE2. could make it gold. It's going to be gold, right? Gold coins, but the problem is that might not get used at all. We could do an RMT emote. We have mythic. We have rage. We have one-shotted. It's up here. It's KO. Rage. We have well, this one is rage. Fun is actually a rage emote wherever it is. This. I don't know. Maybe we don't have specifically rage. We have rip. We're making a bricked emote. We have a fake news emote. We have a speedrun emote, which is kind of like going on 9. We have a Cali emote. Could do Hellfire. I just don't know when people would use that emote. Yeah, we could do a side-eye emote where you're going like this. You're going. That's a good one. Could do that. Yeah, pray. 17 damage is already there. Could do Minesweeper. We don't play that super often. We have the cow. We could do Copium. Yes, Copium. Could do Riz. Yes. Streamer server. We could like have a picture of a big server that says streamer on the side of it. That's a pretty good one for all the loot that we get. We've had that idea before, Neela, with lag. It's a good idea. What is the how would you show that in an emote? Right, that's the problem. Backseat with like a megaphone? A backseat gamer, sure. We have a poor people emote. We will definitely make fun of everybody who's poor. That's required. We could have like a timer emote with it about to expire. That's a good one. We do have Lilith here. Carried like a backpack. That would be good. We have Godly. World boss, how would we show that? How long till the campfire? 2.5 hours. We have paint. We could do Kmart. Just not really sure when we would use that. Don't really want to do it. I could do D4 bad, but I don't really want to do that. I don't really want to promote that, you know what I mean? Donation. Could. You want to know what we could make if you guys are interested? We could make one of each of the class emotes. We could make Barb, Sorcerer, Rogue, Druid, Spiritborn. We have Streamer Server. We could have a Math emote. That's a good one. Could do trivia. We could do a poll emote. I love life. I think we should. I think we should make a bald emote with the hoodie back showing that I'm bald and crying. Maybe. Even though I don't even though I'm not bald, which you're gonna find out on October 8th. By the way, there is something that I wanted to ask you guys, which I don't really know what to do here about this. I can't think of a good solution. So I don't want to set the bar to complete the challenge very high. I want you guys to be able to win in the subathon, right? And get everything. So my idea was to put it one sub higher than my highest ever. The problem is even right now, without a subathon, you guys are like nearly halfway there already. And if Blizzard does a mount thing like they did on the launch of the game, I actually think you guys are going to max the whole subathon I think it's possible you guys might max it in an hour, which is awesome. I want you to get everything, but it's also not even a subathon. It's just stupid as hell if it just is ending instantly. But at the same time, I don't want to raise the price. But it's also stupid as hell because it's over instantly. So I don't know what to do. I can't think of a good solution. I think you guys are going to cap it instantly. The highest sub count is like 16,000 some odd subs. But you guys are already at like 5.2 on Twitch right now, and then I don't know how many memberships there are on YouTube, but there's a lot of memberships. And remember, I have to include both. I can't disregard YouTube contributing or donations contributing. So if my total number is 16,000, I think you guys are going to hit it in an hour. And I'm fine with it. I'm fine. Like I said, the whole point is not for me to with an evil burning fire in my eye with a money sign in my eyes extract money from you. But the whole point of a subathon is like be excited, oh, we reached another goal, da 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 da. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna start the Spiritborn, I'm gonna get 20 levels, and the subathon's gonna be over. It's gonna be fucking stupid. Can do a riot emote. Not a bad idea. Put it at 20,000. Yeah, I just don't know. I I don't really want to raise the price. I'm not interested really in raising the price. But if I don't do something, the subathon is going to be over instantly. So, I don't know. Time gate them? Could. I'm not sure how much I love that. I mean, you can just. I don't want to tell you when you have to donate. You can donate whenever you want. You know what I mean? No, Neela. I'm gonna do it on the start of a pronouns emote. Um, yeah. Don't think we want to go down that rabbit hole. You're saying time gate the achievements? Um, well, a lot of a lot of the rewards that you get will not be instant. For example, one of them is going to be a hot tub stream where I get fake tits. I pretend to care about you. If you donate me a shitload of money, I'll write your name on my tits in permanent marker and pretend to care about you. I am going to do that. I'm not kidding, by the way. That is going to be one of them. I'm not kidding. 100%. I'm not kidding. Yeah, finally. Yeah. You guys have been asking. Dreams do come true. What would a lore emote be? Right. It would be nice to see me burst out laughing. I'm not going to be laughing on the titty stream, guys. That's going to be my most profitable stream ever. It's my chance to pretend like you guys have a shot at a parasocial relationship for me by giving me your finances. There's nothing funny about that. I need your money. And I'm going to treat it as such. I'm not going to laugh at all. It's not funny. It's funny for me, I guess, to take all of your money. Like, I'm literally going to have on the side of my stream, I'm going to say $20 gets me to say hi. But $50 gets me to say hi and then your name, your username. $100 would be hi and your username and your real name. And then it'll be like probably about 200 for a first name on one boob. I'm going to think about it, but the whole point is for me to use my sexuality to drain your finances. So that's what I'm going to do. If you guys unlock it in the subathon. Take my money. That's actually a good one. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The going rate used to be 25 subs for the name on the chest. This is like prison economics, man. It's like when cigarettes go up to 2 hand jobs and a stick of beef jerky and all the inmates are rioting. It's the same thing. Clock radio. We could have a skip emote, Risa, but then I never let anybody skip any songs. If they don't like it, they can just leave. Borat's neighbor, Nursultan Tuliakbay. Yeah, could have scared with like you like shivering, like holding a blanket and then pulling it over. It could be really good. We could make a Sarah emote. Do you want an emote of yourself? I could make a penguin emote just for Marshall. Let's do it. Yeah. Only for Marshall. We have math on here. I mean, if Sarah wants an emote, she can have one. I have a billion emote slots that we aren't using. And I'm gonna try to use them. We have timeout. We have paint already. I don't think I have a sleep one. We could do sleep. So for me personally, I don't know how the stream feels. She actually sent me 2 of them. So I'll give my opinion, but I don't really know if it's my opinion that matters. But there were actually 2 emotes here. I really like this. I like the crying one a lot. I like the super obnoxious version of this. I'm not sure that we need the shadow at all, because the hoodie actually doesn't cast a shadow. Or, well, I guess it kind of does, because there's literally a light shining on me. Maybe we do the shadow. I don't know, but how do you guys like the top one? Do you like this? You guys already said you like this. Do you like how this looks, or do you like the more super, like, obnoxious? So you like, mostly you're saying you like them both. Yeah, the thing that I really like about this is I like the emotes to be super obnoxious and stupid. This is what I want. When I'm a consumer of Twitch and I want to use an emote, I like it to be stupid as hell, like this. Make the shadow so dark that you can't see the face. I don't know. Is that possible? Is it possible to take the image and just actually get rid of the face part? Like I don't know. This is going to be a terrible example, but what if I took a paintbrush? I don't know if this would look good or not. I have no idea. I'm not artistic at all. But if this whole thing was black and this part was black and this part was black and it was only the eyes and the mouth, I don't know. Would that look good? I don't know. And you just completely ignore the face. Look at me go here. Can I get a bigger brush here? I don't know if this would be better. It might just be worse. I don't know. That looks pretty weird. Yeah, this doesn't look very good, does it? I think it looks better the way that she did it. The idea is not to have a black face. The idea would be to remove the face. But this is garbage. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Yeah. Yeah, this is. I don't think this isn't good. It doesn't look good. I think this is better. Okay. Okay. Well, that certainly gives us a super crazy, ridiculous, mega starting point. Um, A lot of these are going to have to be animated because I have 60 animated. So I'm not really worried about the T2 or the T3 ones. We'll do these last. I'm not really worried about putting ones behind a paywall. Okay, so I think we get rid of guitar. We just never play the guitar, so it just doesn't make any sense anymore. Let's color it red. That's gone. These, I think, could just be better than the original time. This I will handle myself. So I have this already. You don't need... So some of these don't need to change. Borat is already done. 17 is already done. Chipotle is already done. The Mythic Beam needs to be purple. Peter is done. Don't need this one. Maybe this one could be better somehow. This doesn't need to be redone. I think we can actually get rid of this one. Flu? That's definitely not one. Flu. Flex. This one doesn't need to be remade. This one, no one ever uses it. Okay. So it's 67 plus 56. That's 123 minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's 112 emotes. And at least half of them have to be animated. Okay. Yeah, Culver's is good. God, I love Culver's. Okay, well, no fun allowed like this, no SIGs. I mean, I'm very much in favor of that emote. But, okay. Well, Okay, let me... Thank you, guys. Let me send this to Risa. The voice inside my head. All right, Reese, I sent that over to you. Okay. All right, thanks for helping, guys. I assume that's going to take Risa quite a while to do. Quite a while, probably. Be very difficult. It's hard to make 112 emotes where half of them have to be animated. They have to be animated, otherwise I can't upload them. 3 days tops. Yeah. Yeah? Hello? Did you say something? Oh. Campfire's in 2 hours, yes. What? Yeah, hey, Risa, are you still here? Um, so what is it? October 8th? I can never remember. Is it the 8th or the 6th? So on it's the 8th, thank you. On October 8th, the Diablo 4 expansion comes out. So I'm guessing that you cannot make 112 emotes by October 8th. But I think it would be way better, however many you could have done, whatever the number is. Let's say it's 60. If you can have 60 of them done or whatever, however many you can have done before this date, then I could upload them for the expansion. You know what I mean? It would be way better to have 60 of them done than 112 of them 70% done. You know what I mean? Something to think about. But that, like, I don't know if we want to do them in like batches of 10. We could do that. What's a reasonable guess, Risa? What would you say is a good guess for how many you could convert, we could have fully converted in about a month from now. All right, let me just go through here. I mean, lol. Yikes. We actually probably don't need the raid one because I'm going to try to stream 24 hours a day for 2 straight months if I can. Lurk is good. Love is good. Jam is required. Derp is pretty important. Cry is important. Paint is required. Facepalm is pretty good. People love the cute emote. Cry and wah are like the same thing. So actually we don't need this. So it's 111 now. Let's go like that. Spanglish is pretty good. Brick is pretty important. KO would be good. We need the flat earther emote. I'm going to use that all the time. I actually probably don't need you to make this one. This one we can just, I can just take from Alex, so I don't need that one. Hawk 2 would be pretty important. There's going to be errors in the expansion. This would be very, very good to have. Maybe they'll finally give us the cow level. Copium could be pretty good. The Rage one could be pretty good. I'm going to be doing a lot of math proving that things don't work. We're going to be doing a subathon, so take my money would be good. Scared would be good. Sleep, I'm not going to sleep. Yeah, I have notes. I have notes right here. Sleeve of Wizard. Okay. Okay. Thanks for helping me, guys. Hopefully you will feel rewarded for that because I'm going to make all the emotes that you asked for. Because why wouldn't I make what you guys asked for, right? That's a good emote. We should add that to the list. The note, the sleep, and the... Nice. Okay, in 2 hours. Thank you so much for all the help, guys. So, you get those emotes if you're subbed on Twitch or if you're a member on YouTube. You keep getting requested to do the cutesy anime stuff. Yeah, the thing is everyone around here is just essentially a giant meme lord. You can definitely, and I'll go in there in the some of those emotes or the ideas, they already exist. You might be familiar with them, but like, for example, Based God already exists. Keck W already exists. A lot of them already exist. So I'll link them to you. Yeah. You can literally just draw that style of an emote with the hoodie and make it just look super obnoxious and stupid. Risa, will this be the largest emote project you've ever done? What's the most emotes you've ever done before? In like one batch? I could do another booty emote. I thought Twitch banned those. I thought Twitch banned those emotes. Exalted Spectre, Ben Max. Thank you so much for the subs and the gifted sub to Risa, man. Darius. I helped 3 guys last night get multiple mythics. You're going to be out of town for a bit, but then you're going to get back on the grind. I'm glad you're having so much fun, man, with the season. Iced coffee with the $5 donation. It's the fruits of your extreme help yesterday. I wanted to show you this as my appreciation. It won't let me attach a Twitter link. Can you just paste the link in the chat, Iced Coffee? Or can you DM me the link on Twitter? DM me on X, Raxxanterax, the link. Or whatever. I don't really know how to use X very well, but I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. How do I have unstable on left click? Does it trigger when I walk? I don't walk with left click. I walk with force move. How many hours is it until the thing? 1 hour and 45 minutes. 1 hour and 45 till the campfire, guys. It says I can't be messaged. Jesus fucking Christ, man. What's your X name, Iced Coffee? Email it to me at raxxanterax@gmail.com. You tagged me in it. All right, I don't really know how X works, but we can probably figure it out here. There, I see it. Okay. Okay, iced coffee. You got 1,033 Aether on T7. Dude, that's not easy to do. That's a godly score. For T7, that might be higher than any T7 I've ever done. I've gotten, I don't know if I've ever gotten over 1,000 in T7. $1K in T7 is super top tier. Wow. Sometimes dreams do come true, boys. Michael with the $5 super chat. Stopping in at lunchtime at work to say hello. I love your content. D4 is getting good. PoE 2 is also going to smash records. Last Epoch has great potential. Michael, fucking finally, man. Thank you. God damn it. I can't tell you how refreshing it is for people to say nice things about all the games, man. Everything is always such a fucking battle between the three, and I'm so sick of it, man. God. Why can't we just like all the games? God. Thank you, Michael. What a breath of fresh air. You got a 2GA Tyrials? Hell yeah. Did you hit either the Max Essence or the DR? Hey, I got a Fractured Winter Ass. Good enough to give away. Let me see something here. I know there's a pit variant here. Why does it always sign me out, man? It's so annoying. Okay. It seems very straightforward, very logical. I'm not going to change it now, but I understand. What am I up to? Oh, I'm just clearing through the easy levels of the pit, creeping toward 150. And the reason why I'm doing that is because it gives you a title if you clear 150. So I might go pick that up. It's like the only thing for me to do in the entire game. 50 months of T3 toys. Are you kidding me, man? It's good to see you, man. How's it going, old timer? Exactly that, man. I'm feeling old. I'm about to be older. 3 days from now, or I guess 2 days from now, I'm gonna be 1 year older as the bad news trickles in. Rax, I love your content. I'm new to Diablo. My damage sucks, but I find myself sacrificing it for survivability. Is vulnerable damage a requirement for classes to be able to put out good endgame damage? Thanks for an old man gamer. What class are you playing, Captain Dave? Most builds don't stack vulnerable damage, because vulnerable damage was changed to being additive, which makes it super garbage. What's better, Tyrael or Shaco for the first mythic? It's definitely Shaco. Definitely. $1,100 in T7 is crazy. You tried Druid and Sorcerer? I don't think either of them stack vulnerable damage, my friend. The best advice I can give you on what to stack would be go to Maxroll for your build guide and read whatever they recommend. If you're playing Sorcerer, play the Landslide build. Or excuse me, if you're playing Druid, play Landslide, and if you're playing Sorcerer, play Lightning Spear. Druid, Landslide, Sorcerer, Lightning Spear. Eric, you're welcome, buddy. You're welcome. Let's see. Okay, I don't need that. Okay, so the pit is starting to give me some sass. Yeah, it seems like the boss fights get quite obnoxious. You're excited for the dev stream today? God, me too, man. 1.5 hours. Is there ever a point in the pit where the clear is actually takes any time? Wait, what? What just hit? What? What just hit me? I didn't even see what hit me there. Don't know what hit me there either. That might be it. Maybe they spawned the tornadoes under me. Is that what happened? Is it just me? Like, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer here, but is this game mode extremely not fun? Like, I don't know, like, you insta-delete the rift just to have this super long boss fight. I think I think out of every game mode, Helltide, Nightmare Dungeons, probably even the Gauntlet, I would say the Pit is the least fun game mode. It's a greater rift, Rax. It really isn't a greater rift. Greater rifts are fun. Greater rifts are fun. Yeah, I'm gonna write them something. Are there any fundamental plans for updating the Pit? Greater Rifts were so fun in Diablo 3, but insta-deleting the rift in pit 130 to walk into 8+ minute boss fight doesn't feel great. It's like the run itself doesn't matter at all, and the boss fight at the end determines everything and is the most boring part. It's weird. In Diablo 3, we were always crying that the fishing in the game was so brutal. But here, walking through the rift instantly every time without a thought makes me equally sad. I think there are a lot of ways this game mode could be more fun. All right. That's what I got, boys. That's what I sent to Blizzard. I don't know. I don't want to do another run. I don't want to do another massive boss fight. I have to do 20 more levels of this. Not sure I can stomach it. It's just not that fun. How would you make it better? Well, first of all, let's start with some basics. Make the actual clearing of the rift fun and interesting. I really hope that they're gonna relook at I hope they relook at the pit, man. Legion in 7. I absolutely need to do Legion. So I guess I'll just go over there. What time is the campfire? 1 hour and 18 minutes. Oh wait, oh wait, have I already done this stronghold? Okay, I've done this, right? Yeah. Okay. I guess we can go to Helltide for a moment and kill goblins to get some boss mats, maybe. Will I upload a Campfire recap video. I always do a recap because I don't want to waste your guys' time. Me uploading the Campfire reacting to it is super F tier dog shit content. Maybe we could make a short of a really awesome announcement and I go, oh, yay, like that's fine. But a whole video of, I mean, that's just clickbait bullshit. I'm very, very, very against that. The all caps lock, massive, godly, ultimate, one shot, whatever. I only put that in my title if there was a actual colossal update. Like, for example, thought the Gamescom update on day 2 was pretty excellent. The update today might be pretty excellent, but in general, I despise that stuff. I could get way more subs on YouTube and I could get way more views if I would just dive into the deep end about clickbait. The quality of my videos would go down, but my revenue, and my subs would actually, strangely enough, probably go up. It's the most dog shit system ever, and I hate it. I despise it, actually. It's never gonna change, though. The only way that it will ever be fixed is if people stop clicking on it, that will never happen. It will never happen, so there's nothing you can do about it. You should do it. There's no shame in making money. I don't want to make money that way, man. First of all, I'm very fortunate. I already make money. I'm not a greedy piece of shit. I don't need more money. I'm good. My stream already makes more than I ever thought it would. If you guys knew more about people, if you guys knew the full story of some content creators, there are some that you would never watch ever again. But I'm not going to talk about it. If you knew the full story of some people, you would never watch their content ever again. A lot of people are not buying the expansion. That's fair. You want to know what? Honestly, for those people, it's not the worst strategy. Because what they can do is, by the way, when's the Legion event? 2 minutes. All right, let's go now. They can observe some expansion content and see if they like it. You won't believe what this streamer said about another streamer. Give us an example. I'm not going to, guys. I'm not going to go down that road. I purposely stay away from the drama. I honestly wish I could. I would lie. I would be lying to you if I had not considered making a full-length YouTube video explaining some things to you guys, but I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not a drama queen. No, I didn't see the death blow pit clear. 140, that's pretty damn good. People know what Dr. Disrespect did and he still has fans. Yeah, I'm actually not talking about that. I'm not talking about, you know, messing with minors. If it was that, I would come forward. I'm not gonna let that slide. But you know, okay. In life, there is absolutely a sense of self-preservation for all humans, right? If, for most people, if someone offered you $1 or offered someone down the street $2, you would take the dollar. And that doesn't make you an evil person. You know, we want things to go well for us, hopefully not at the expense of others. So I understand that, and that's fine. And even I, to an extent, every human to an extent has this like sense of self-preservation, right? So that's fine. But the problem that I have is when people will cut others down, or when people are so unimaginably selfish and greedy, that is something that I really hate, man. I fucking hate that. I just don't like people like that. It shouldn't, but to be, if I'm being completely honest, it genuinely bothers me. I think about it more than I should. I should just let it go. But it actually really bothers me. Rax is a drama king. You must be trolling. I literally stay out of drama more than almost any streamer of all time. I have never been involved in any kind of a scandal of any kind at all. I'm the opposite of a drama king. I'm the complete opposite. Rax is the content cop. Oh man, dude. If YouTube and Twitch gave me control over the kind of content that could be posted, I'm not even talking about censorship. I believe in freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want, but if I could just go through and evaluate every channel just based upon, is your content just fucking garbage? I mean, I would cancel 90% of the channels. Like your content is so dog shit. Dude, when you go to the YouTube shorts, it's all AI generated stolen content that's just horseshit. You won't believe what this Olympic diver did. She went to the end of the diving board on her last dive in 4th place out of the medals. She was really scared. Then she did a perfect dive and won a medal for her country. Oh my God. That's what YouTube has become. It's so fucking dog shit. I think all of this needs to be taken down immediately, and every person who makes a video like that needs to be put in jail for life. If you made that video you need to, it's life in prison. I'm sorry. There's no other appropriate punishment. Life in prison. That's it. It has nothing to do with freedom of speech. It has to do with dog shitness of content. You can say whatever you want, but if it's so dog shit that people who consume it, you're melting their brains, life in prison. Out. I don't know, Rax. That might be a little harsh. Is it, though? I mean, is it? I don't know. Is it harsh? Dude, I have reached the final level on these boots with double crit in the critical strike damage. I have reached it, I think, 10 times, and it's a 1 in 4. I've failed a 1 in 4 10 times. Unbelievable, man. I'm crying. I don't have any masterworking mats. Wow, what a debate. All right. I need to do a T8 here to try to finish it off here. World Boston 2, thank you. Okay. Oh, so many people subbed that I missed it. God, I'm stupid. Let me ride to the World Boston. Thank you, everybody. Barbarian. Hell Cyborg. Turd Ferguson. Craig. All right, I'm going to get this. Patatilas? Peltatitas. All right, no. Patatitas. Thank you, my friend. Sorry. Tunchi. Beta Pancake. Forsaken. Rogue. Omega. Nick. Kuno. Emperor. Thank you for the subs and the memberships and the bits, guys. Kaio, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Hi, Rax. Thanks for being my favorite gay Diablo content creator. Sure. I'm really thankful we're friends. You're a good person, and I thought you should know. You want to know what? For $5, I can be whatever you want me to be, my friend. Oh, really? Yeah. You should see what the $20 package gets you. Trey, thanks for the Prime. Gray Fox gifted 20 subs. Are you serious, Gray Fox? Gray Fox is going straight to heaven. Thank you, Gray Fox. One hour to the campfire, guys. Did Gray Fox say anything? Gray Fox, what were all those gifted subs for, man? Love your content. Thanks a lot for all the great tips and guides. You're welcome, man. I know you already know, so I'm going to say it anyway because it makes me feel better. I'll make them for free, buddy. You guys being here and watching is plenty. You don't need to give me anything. I think you guys already have... I don't know. Maybe Lee knows. Lee, how many members do we have on YouTube? I'm already pretty sure this is the highest... Yeah, guys. I have 5,392 subs on Twitch. That is way too many. No streamer deserves 5,400 subs, man. That's definitely the highest my channel has ever been without the gifted mount thing. Unsubbed. Spend your money on you, guys. Spend your money on you. If you want to throw me your Prime because it's free, I'll take it, but spend your money on you guys. By the way, the cost of subs is going up. Did you guys hear? Twitch subs, $8. Yeah, here. Twitch is increasing the T1 sub prices in the United States to $8. 39 other countries are also going up. So you might think, wow, Rax, you must be pretty happy about that, right? Nope. I'm not happy about this. If Twitch would let me choose the cost of my subs, I would not choose this. I would not raise it for you guys. So be aware that it's going up in October. So if money is tight for you and you're sub to me because you really like my content, cancel your sub. I'll be here anyway. I enjoy having you as a viewer. That's plenty. I'm doing fine. Spend your money on you, man. Only on mobile? So the price, there's a different price depending upon where you sub? How does that make any sense? That's why on YouTube, you get to choose. On YouTube, you get to choose your membership cost. Guess what I put it at? $2. That, I don't know for sure. I think Lee set it up. That's the cheapest option. If it's not the cheapest, it's like one of the cheapest. I don't know. Is it the actual cheapest? Yeah, we have the choice of making a membership $25 on YouTube. It's $2. That's why it is the cheapest. We put it at the cheapest cost, $2. People say that $1 is possible. At least they're saying $1 is possible. Maybe we should change it. It was $2 minimum a year ago. I don't know, maybe they changed it. I know what I'm going to do, though. I'm going to eat some of these almonds. Callie, when I give you food, you didn't eat it. Callie, here, look. Callie. Yeah. Callie is actually losing her mind. I gave Callie an almond because she loves almonds. I gave her an almond. She didn't chew it properly. It fell out of her mouth and she wagged her tail. She didn't realize she didn't eat the almond. Dude, she's losing her mind. Look what I have, guys. Unsalted almonds. Guys. Dude, I have to stop saying this. It's like people are going to think this is some kind of like reverse psychology tactic. Callie, can you actually eat this one this time? I say, guys, spend your money on you, and then everybody just gifts a bunch of subs. Guys. What are my top 3 G Fuel flavors? That's easy. Thanks for the super chat, Craig. That's easy. My favorite by far is clickbait. I'll show you. I'll show you what my favorite one is. This is the best one. Clickbait for sure. This one. I actually learned this from G Fuel. I keep telling everybody that it tastes like Welch's grape juice, which it does. But G Fuel messaged me and they said, Rax, do you realize that clickbait is not grape? I said, bullshit. And they said it isn't. Read the ingredients. And, well, they were right. It's actually cherry juice. It's cherry juice. I think clickbait is the best by far. And then the next two would be fruit punch and sour fruit punch. Top three for me, easy. Clickbait number one, then fruit punch, then sour fruit punch. How many hours till the campfire? 51 minutes. Okay. Zhang, Dan, Kaio, Salty, Naughty, Mo, KBs, Worthless, Imitation, Craig, Ralph, Ike Turner, Shatterkai, Mike, Richie, Vega, Optics, Thy is Goblin. Thank you for the subs, guys. Morty is coming in here. Bagboy Brown gifted 5. Thank you, Bagboy. Appreciate you, buddy. Guys, spend your money on you. Morty just gifted 30 subs on Twitch. And those subs are not cheap, man. They're expensive. That's a lot of money, Morty. Morty, what was that for, man? That's a lot of subs, man. That's a lot of money. I'm doing fine, mate. I don't mind to share. Morty, are you an Oiler? Did you win the lottery? Thank you, my dude. Chris gifted 10 memberships on YouTube. Thank you, Chris. Daniel gifted $25. Keep on rocking. The conversion was 25. That's a lot of money, Daniel. Thank you, my dude. We have 1,559 YouTube members. Bro. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. Metal. Thank you for the 5 memberships as well, man. Why is the mic so quiet? Probably just because I'm leaning back. Moziowe, Game, Tatsumi, Dr. Dinglenut. That's one of the greatest names I've ever heard of. Chardon. Thank you so much for all the subs and the primes. Dr. Dinglenut. Incredible. James, thank you, my dude. SG just gifted 10 subs on Twitch. Dude, those were expensive, man. Thank you, SG. It was super nice of you, my man. Guys, spend your money on you. What's better, Barrage Obama or Dr. Dinglenut? Dr. Dinglenut. Barrage Obama is really funny for like 10 seconds, but Dr. Dinglenut has that longevity to it. Wait, what happened with NVIDIA earnings? What happened with NVIDIA earnings? Guys. You guys keep gifting memberships and subs, but you've gifted so many. It's actually starting to make me feel bad. Guys, spend your money on you. Put in your 401k, your HSA, your IRA. Buy yourself something nice. Buy your girlfriend something nice. Go on vacation. Buy yourself a new Starforge PC. Buy yourself a case of clickbait. Fund the IRA. Buy yourself a sub to Surfshark VPN. Funny thing about Surfshark, Sarah's favorite game to play is Halo. And the Halo 1 community, all of them cheat. All of them cheat. Every single person online. And 343 doesn't give a French toast about actually blocking the cheaters. So we actually use the Surfshark VPN to not get lagged or zone alarmed or DDoS out of the matchmaking when she plays. Because if she doesn't use the VPN, she gets kicked off by the cheaters every single time. So that Surfshark sponsorship that we had, we actually use it. Especially Sarah. Most people get a VPN to like switch their Netflix country to something else to get like new shows or for, you know, to protect yourself in public. Sarah uses it so she can play Halo to dodge the cheaters that are trying to disconnect her. Pretty sad what the Halo community has come to. But if you need a VPN, Surfshark will hook you up. Are you getting cheated in Halo? Well, do I have the solution for you? The big VPN are playing Halo and purposely cheating, so people buy the VPN. You know, I can't rule it out completely. Maybe. Maybe. The patch notes are out? Wait, what? Patch notes for what? Wait, what patch notes? Should we ban this guy if he's lying? What do you guys think? There is an update, actually. He's telling the truth, actually. But it just looks very minor. He is telling the truth. I'm reading it here. Okay, I actually have it here. Give me a second. All right, let's look at the patch notes here. So, your mounts and pets will now be displayed on the loading screen. Okay. The chests in the Hellbreak dungeons now has a channel to avoid accidentally clicking the chest? Does this mean clicking the chest takes longer now? It takes longer? That change is super dog shit. Let me read this real quick. Wow. I wonder how rampant of a problem this was. I don't think I ever remember getting a unique item. All right. Yeah, there's not much here. This affects me. Well, I don't like this at all. This is... I don't like this. All right, what's going on here? James, Metal, Markush, Robert, Fuller, Chapman, Captain, Spindrift, Gemini, Iced Coffee, Holy Oman, George. Thank you so much for all the subs, guys. Daniel just gifted $67. Daniel, that is not spending your money on you. I really appreciate it, Daniel. But now we need your money to go to you, please. He was $2 short. Don't give Daniel any ideas, guys. He already gifted 25 and then 67. Thank you, man. Nick gifted 10 memberships. Craig gifted 20 memberships. Zelathor gifted 10. Oliver gifted 10. Guys, thank you for all of your generosity. That's so nice of you. Please spend your money on you. I'm doing very well, as you can clearly see. 401k, HSA, IRA. Let us love you, Rax. You are loving me by being here. Your viewership is plenty. The subathon is going very well. Guys, I'm going to put the subathon at 16,000. You already have 5.4 plus probably close to 2K now. That's already 7.4. That doesn't count the donations. So you guys pretty much did the subathon today entirely. And there isn't even a subathon going. Come on, guys. You're gonna let me buy you shit and you're gonna like it, damn it. Every streamer likes it when they get subs and donations. Every streamer likes that, but you guys are, I think there is such a thing as too generous. Guys, just throw me your Prime. It's free, and then that's already plenty. Throw me your free sub. Guys, it's $8 a sub. That's almost a Chipotle burrito next month. That's way too expensive. That's like subbing to Netflix. Dude, Daniel is donating in DKK. Please tell me DKK stands for Donkey Kong coins. Please tell me it stands for Donkey Kong coins. God, that would make me so happy. It's the Danish, is it the Kroner? Is that how you pronounce it? Dude, my name is way better. They're now called Donkey Kong coins. That's a way better name. Guys, you guys gifted me so much money today. If we had maybe 5 more years straight of that kind of generosity, maybe one day I could put guacamole on a burrito at Chipotle. By the way, Chipotle better give me a reward for my birthday. They might give me free guac on my birthday. God, that's gonna be nice. Let's do this. I don't need to get stronger. All right, what's happening here? Vic. That was for Hell Breach, not for Infernal Horde. Oh, the channel time is not for the Infernal Horde? Oh. You mean it's for the baby dungeon? It's for the baby ones only? Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Saved. Daniel, sorry, here's your $2. Bro, you almost, the Donkey Kong coins almost exactly translated to 1337. You gave me 1335. Incredible. God, I love Donkey Kong coins. Jonathan gifted $2. Better off keeping quiet. The best way to actually get you guys to spend your money on you is just to not bring it up at all. Is Rax co-streaming the Campfire? I'm trying to think of what it would take to have me not stream the Campfire. A volcano would have to spawn under me, burn me to death, and a meteor would have to hit me, and a sorcerer would have to electrocute me with lightning, and a vampire would have to bite me and kill me to prevent me from streaming the Campfire that's starting in 32 minutes. Literally dedicated my life to this franchise. I didn't come all this way to miss the Campfire for the expansion of the game. You know, there is some kind of certainly a business or a monetary incentive for me to want Diablo to succeed. If all of you are playing Diablo and consuming Diablo content, certainly that is better for me. But you want to know what? You want to know why I really care? Because I just want the game to be good. Can Diablo just be good? Like, I just want to have fun playing Diablo again. Can we make Diablo great again? Like, sure, I'll make more money if Diablo does well, but I would forego the money if I could just have a really fun game to play. Can we just have a really fun game? Like, that's all I want. I don't need more money, I need more fun. I should make that into a merch thing, make Diablo great again. Is Diablo 4 bad? I wouldn't say it's bad. It's trending positively, but guys, we can't take our foot off the gas, man. Just because it's trending positively doesn't mean that we stop giving feedback or we stop being critical. The reason why it gets better is because the squeaky wheel gets the grease. In fact, I plan to be twice as annoying as I've ever been going forward. Anytime something bothers me, I put a little paragraph in the Discord explaining it. You want to know why? It's because I care. If I didn't give a shit, I would make a video saying D4 bad, this game sucks, and I'd go play something else. If I didn't give a shit, I just wouldn't say anything. Luckily enough for me, in the last year, I think it has been proven that I can still be a streamer in other categories. I could play Path of Exile all day and it would be fine. I could play Last Epoch all day, it would be fine. Probably even do it in Torchlight, because you guys are very nice and you'll watch me anyway. Guess where I still am? I'm still here. Played every season, because I want Diablo to be great again. Oh, Elden Ring? Oh, don't even get me started on Elden Ring. God, I love Elden Ring. You could do marbles all day, and I would prefer that. How many of you would just prefer to do marble races all day? And I could go play those other games, and, well, look where I am. We're still here. That coffee I drank is making me feel a little sick. No more coffee for me. I'm not drinking that coffee anymore. What do we want? Marbles. When do we want it? Now! All right, we can do some marble races while we wait. I think the countdown should have started, right? By the way, I just got a message from Bloodshed. Anybody remember Bloodshed? Anybody like Bloodshed? Dude, Bloodshed was one of my absolute favorite people I met in Seattle. God, that guy is so nice. He was one of my favorite people I met in Seattle for sure. Bloodshed just sent me a message. And he said something to the effect of, "Hey, big dog, I just told production when we're done with the campfire, we're going to raid you, so be ready." Oh, God. All right. Are we ready, boys? All right. They're coming in, boys. After the campfire. It's actually kind of interesting. I don't think the Diablo channel has ever raided me. I think it's the first time. Which is honestly good. Like, I'm glad that they usually pick, I think, smaller creators, which is good. It's good that they're making the rounds in the community. Yeah, they're going to raid in and we're just going to be playing marbles. Yeah, it's not going to be what they expect. you have the opportunity to do something funny and fire up PoE. Do you really think I would do that to Blizzard? That's exactly what I was thinking, man. No. We're not going to do that. That's rude. But I love the raid. Super nice of Blizzard. But we are still going to give honest feedback. If we hate it, then we hate it. I'm sorry. I don't like it already because of the forced multiplayer. Well, at least they gave us a group finder. At least you can literally click find group and get in there. It on it, like, I'm someone who usually plays solo as well. So I hear ya. I usually play solo. I'm speaking to all the solo players out there. It really might not be that bad. You probably play solo all the time, and then however the raids work, I don't know. You have to do them once a week. You go to the group finder and you queue up and you beat it once. You know, whatever. Like, let's try it first and see if it's dog shit. And then if it's dog shit, oh my god, we're gonna complain. But it might be fine. In Lost Ark, it works pretty well. You play solo all the time. You queue up for the dungeon. You do the dungeon, and that's it. It's really not that big of a deal. So it might not be that big of a deal. All right. That was a good stretch. All right. Can we actually fix these piece of shit boots one time ever in my life? Okay, here we go, boys. Please. Please. Pain, anguish, sorrow. Countdown started, yeah. When I'm done masterworking here, we're going to pull it up right now. We're going to pull it up right now. Let's buy 400 of these, and then let's buy 600 of these. I've failed, I think it's 11. I've failed 11 T3 upgrades. I've failed 11 1 in 4s. Please. You guys look, not me. You guys look. Did we get it, finally? Am I even moused over the boots? Did we get it? Oh, God. Oh. Ugh. All right. Nick, thanks for the $8 super chat, man. Appreciate you, buddy. Mr. White, Rax, thanks for the great content. I had 30 winter glasses. Can you add me so I can give them to you for giveaways? Mr. White, if you don't mind, can you post your account name and give them away? Can you give them away? That would be fantastic. Awesome attorney gave you a sub. Hell yeah, Blue Wayland. Joe Breeze, marbles, please. We're about to play. Gavin, Slappy, Sukiko, Merklaw. Thanks so much for the subs, guys. Ryujin, thanks for the bits. DT Warrior. When you were playing D4, playing with the Rogue, my opinion, the Lightning Spear, it's way, way more OP than Andariel's Rogue by a lot. I completely agree with you. Rotten Steve, Lucky Hit Bar, Butcher's Cleaver, and Andariel. Viable, you think? If you want my guess, I would say no, but you could try it. But if you wanted my guess, I'd say no. Okay, so let's close out of this. First of all, let's turn off the music. Let's go to the Diablo stream. Diablo. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Let's go like that. Oh, let's go like this. Okay, so I already know what's going to happen. I've done enough of these in my life. To know exactly how this is going to go. Everyone's going to say it's way too soft. So we're going to turn it way up. I'm going to start with it as loud as this is as loud as I can make it. That's as loud as I can make it. I can't make it louder. So we'll start there. If it's too loud, we can go down slightly, but people are going to complain they can't hear it. Okay, so I cannot turn it up from here. So when it starts, if it's too loud, maybe turn the volume down a little bit. And we can play marbles. We'll do one round of marbles while we wait. On Twitch only, !play if you want to play while we wait. Let's do the outer space one. !play on Twitch if you want to play for fun. We'll do a marble race while we wait. It doesn't work for YouTube. Obviously, if it worked for YouTube, I would set it up, but it just doesn't work. Okay, let's see who can win. It's loud as fuck. You guys want me to turn it down? Is it too loud? This is as loud as I can make it. I can't make it louder. Yes, turn it down. It's fine. No, no, no. Yes, yes, no, it's loud. No, sounds good. No, too loud. Do it until it starts. All right, at least we could turn it down a little bit until it starts. That's fair. So I turn it down significantly until it starts. It doesn't need to be loud now. This is the problem. Every time I do this, nobody ever agrees. This is the problem. Alright, so who's winning here? Oh, you just died. Okay. Please don't kill me. Is winning the race. People are committing suicide left and right. It's almost like these are the rings of Saturn. Okay, what's happening here, though? Oh my god. What's happening here? Look at PVT. Did you use a boost or something? How's everybody going faster? How did you... Did you use a boost or something? PVT is way faster than everybody. I don't know how. He's frying. Okay, but what's coming up here, though? He's just built differently. Oh my god. It looks like a tongue almost. It looks like a mouth. Where are we going? Oh, people are dying left and right. Okay, PVT is actually frying right now. Okay, okay. He hasn't died yet. Oh, but people are catching him. Okay. Damn. Okay, this is Saturn, actually. Is that Neptune and Uranus? Sorry, I'm 5. Oh, that was close. He almost jumped off. Oh my God. What the hell just happened? Did someone boost behind Gary and push him forward? Oh, Gary is gone. Now he's space dust. Goodbye, Gary. Okay. Oh my God. Everybody's dead. Uh-oh. Please don't kill me. He's rolling in. Oh, he's got the momentum. Dude. Those obstacles just screwed Chaos over so badly. Please don't kill me. Could win right here. Is he gonna get screwed at the end? Oh my God. He's done it. He's done it. Yeah, for those of you just tuning in, we are obviously waiting for the thing to start. You want to do one more? All right, we can do one more. Go ahead and exclamation race, guys, if you care. This is going to be the last one. It only works on Twitch, unfortunately. Guys, can you try not to kill yourselves at the end this time? Oh my God, look at this. Oh, this one's deadly. Oh, I know this one. People are going to hit the bombs and get completely screwed. Okay. It's like impossible to be in the lead and win this one. Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay. Oh, the dope got an early start into the suicides. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here come the bombs. Oh, your boy Philip had a huge boost. Look at this. Okay, okay. Oh my God, another boost? This guy's going for a world record. Look how far ahead he is. Okay, he didn't get... Oh, yep. There we go. That's how it goes, boys. The depressed chocolate. Oh, he got the double forward boost. Oh my God. Around the barrel? How did he do that? Okay, maybe. Nope. And... Oh, okay. Well, okay. Okay, perplexed. Okay. One time. No, you're going the wrong way. The bombs, they're too much. Okay, depressed chocolate, he's making his comeback. Let's see what happens here. Oh my God, no. Oh, okay, okay. Wait. No. Okay, skull. Clawing his way. Oh my God. The forward momentum. Maybe. No. No. Oh, wait, okay, I was gonna say, how did that... There's so many bombs, man. There's so many bombs. Okay. What's going on here? Arad has taken the lead. Oh, okay, he's stuck. Oh, but Skull just saved him. Cajun is in the lead, just got a huge boost. Maybe? Is that the end? Oh, if that barrel would have exploded, I think he would have... Oh! Oh! Oh my God, Cajun. Too fast, too furious. Oh my God, again? And Aaron sneaks in there. God, Cajun, you suck. All right. Why am I so sexy? Genes, luck, just born this way. What can I say? Christopher, thanks for the gifted subs. Sunda, FF Jake, Physics, Ramesh, Super Newman. I guess Neptune is actually way less blue. Google the James Webb Telescope images. Do that. We should actually do that. Mike, Pink, Matherell, thank you so much for the subs, guys. 2 years for Ramesh, 25 for Matherell. Thank you, my friend. Joe Cronin, if you make $1 million on YouTube, you will still owe the IRS. Trust me, get a CPA. Folks Law, let's go, Campfire. Yeah, definitely need my tax. While y'all were flapping your jaws, I went and done and got my taxes did. Right back 1 second.
In Vessel of Hatred, we travel south to Nahantu, a region with both deep ancient jungles and vast sprawling plains. It's the last stretch of land in Sanctuary's eastern continent, and we've packed it full of experiences for every type of player. In this expansion, there's a whole lot to explore under the dark canopy of Nahantu.
Nahantu is the southernmost region of the eastern continent that Diablo 4 has been taking place in. It's the last region that we haven't visited yet so far in the game, but it is one that we've been to before in Diablo.
There's lots of new areas. We have 6 in total. 4 of them are jungle themed, and then we have 2 that are Red Rock Canyon, but each one of them has their own unique identity. When you first arrive in Nahantu, you're in this place called Lingering Hatred. This is high treetops canopies where you're almost walking amongst the branches high above the jungle floor.
Imagine a thick canopy that the light is just barely poking through.
The whole area has been infected by this thing called the Hollows infestation. The Hollows are a new enemy that's associated with Mephisto. They themselves are kind of like a tar-like substance creature born straight out of the depths of hell.
It feels a little twisted. There's a sickness to the area itself.
Humans have ventured into this deep part of the jungle where there's all this poisonous plants and flora. The dregs actually started experimenting with eating these hallucinogens, and it put them into this aggressive psycho rage.
I can turn it up slightly.
Dregs were pretty
Is it
fun
fine, or do you want it up?
We're able to push more variety in the monster family. You have one of these tall dregs, and then half of a body of another drag on top of it.
It's fine, it's great. Up, fine, it's good, it's fine. Up, it's fine. Okay, so I'll
when you
turn
come
it
across
up
it's very memorable.
a little bit.
And then we've
So
also
you
got
turn
the
it
area
down
of Tengance,
if it's fine.
where you've got the Tengance
Turning it up.
Plateau, which is full of these red-rocked plateaus and canyons.
Imagine getting up above the land.
How is that?
Those gigantic walls have pockets inside
that?
where monsters could live. It offered up a lot of opportunity to bring back a
fine,
monster family
easy,
like
perfect,
the
spot
Lacuna.
on, perfect, great, perfect.
We're bringing them back in a new way here as a fully fleshed out monster family with multiple classes.
What a more brute force looks like, what a caster looks like. They are very much apex predators, and we're definitely in their territory.
If it's too
then
loud,
there's a
turn
little
your own
sub-area
volume
called
down a
Skittering
little
Earth,
The name alone makes your skin crawl.
Oh,
It's bug infested, and you can see how the bugs have destroyed the jungles and kind of input their influence on it. Within the Field of Giants, you have these giant corpses of these long-dead demons that humans have begun to mine away at for their resources. While they've got a lot of use out of them, they're also toxic to the land around it.
The notion of massive demons walking Sanctuary 1,000 years ago is really thought-provoking.
Tom donated
Plateau's
$25.
also
Thank you,
got just
Tom.
this beautiful color scheme
Just
to the
an ugly
lighting.
loser,
It's really
bot killer,
lovely to do that.
captain. Thanks for the
And
subs,
then
guys.
horrific at the same time. You know, it's great.
I need to be taking notes here so we can do a
The
summary at the
mercenaries
end.
and Vessel of Hatred are a group of people who we like to describe as ordinary people with extraordinary skills. They have the same level of will to fight against the demons of hell.
And there's 4 mercs that you can collect over the course of the campaign. It starts with Rahir, a blacksmith and a shield bearer, is more a defensive fighter.
Okay, I'm ready.
He's able to go in there and soak up damage,
Okay.
use his shield as a
Let's go.
bulwark against the enemy.
You meet him early on in the campaign, and he's one who introduces you to the mercenary network. You end up finding acquisition quests for 3 other mercs that you can find throughout the course of the story.
Subo, the drunken archer,
This is big, guys.
going to work really well for people who want someone who's out of the main melee, in the back, offering utility and that kind of range support.
Then we have Ariana, a berserker crone, who's a melee combat fighter, close range. She's got a really cool combat meter, a massacre meter, where you need to keep killing enemies to get the meter to be filled.
She's got a bunch of really interesting utility skills that you can kind of build in.
Finally,
We've already
we have
seen
the
this,
demon
guys.
child
This is
Alton,
already
who's
at
a magic
Gamescom.
user who can
This is
transform
not
himself
new.
from human form to demon form and join you in combat.
There's this really great reinforcement ability where you can take one of the mercenary skills and attach it to one of your powers so that when you use that skill, it calls them in to do a specific skill.
With the mercenaries for Vessel of Hatred, one of the things we are expanding on is the skill tree. For Diablo 3, you had a very basic type of mercenary, but this time you can actually push a little bit more into the skill tree and make the mercenary the way you would want to play.
Going through each mercenary progression arc and outfitting their skill tree so that it's complementary to your character build, I think that's where
Dude,
the fun
guys,
in the
I'm
mercenary
excited for
system
this.
really lies.
Come on. Please be godly. Please be godly.
The Dark Citadel is a new endgame feature that's coming in Vessel of
Please,
Hatred.
please, please.
It's an entirely cooperative player experience.
Please, please.
All the mechanics within it are based around you working together with your party members to solve the challenges and face the first Khazra hordes within.
One of the outcomes of the Mage Wars is this giant crater and all the souls that were kind of lost in it from those wars.
The goal of the first Khazra, who are kind of the original Khazra, they're using the powers within the Citadel found within this crater to perform experiments to try and bring back their dark god.
Only recently, people have started going missing. They head into the Khazra region, they disappear, never to be seen again. So it's clear that whatever they're planning is about to come to fruition, and your job as the players to get in there and stop it.
Citadels are a place where we take what is the best part of Diablo, combat,
Turn off
and we
ads?
test it
I don't
in a
think I
different
can
way, which is
temporarily
adding
turn
in
them off in the
cooperative
middle of the
mechanics
stream, can
that
I?
You have to manage on top of that.
For example,
I don't
a
think
boss
I-
has an
I
attack.
don't know if I
As
can.
a player, you have to collect an item that allows you to reflect the attack back at him. So there's a little bit of a Twitch level mechanic there where you actually have to time your reaction shot. What's interesting about it is when you get multiple people in there, we're each responsible for reflecting that shot once.
can't
so we all
change
have
it
to
in the
sort
middle of the
master
stream?
the timing
I don't
of
think you
that
can.
move. You can't do that kind of thing without coordinating as a team, and that's sort of the example of what Citadel gameplay feels like.
When designing the Citadel, we designed a lot of really cool bosses. And so one of the things that we did is we took that design and made like armor sets for each of the classes. That way you feel like you took their armor and you feel like you're wearing a little bit of them after your victory.
We also have a currency that's dedicated to Citadel, where
Yeah, that's
as you
true.
play through,
The ads on
vendor
YouTube should be
can
way
interacted
lower
with
than
to buy
Twitch.
custom
And my
cosmetics
Twitch
that
ads are
unique
not
to the
high
Citadel.
either.
You can play with two
But
people,
it's even
but
lower
the,
on
the ideal
YouTube.
experience is for 4. In order to facilitate that,
Letter, thanks
we've
for the
built
5.
an all-new Party Finder feature.
Eklund,
And the community
Turbo,
has been pretty vocal about
Vayash,
wanting this for a
Kenyer,
long time.
did I get that
It
right?
made
Thanks
a
for the
lot of
subs,
sense
guys.
to us to pair it with this new Citadel mode.
It really is an activity that's geared towards people who love to play together with their friends or with strangers and enjoy that cooperative gameplay. I cannot wait for players to get into the world. I'm really just excited for people to see all the little hidden storytelling elements that the team has fit in.
There's interesting things to find and see and discover around every corner, and it's just a really great experience getting to explore Nahontu.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Campfire chat.
By the way,
This
Adam
is
has COVID.
the patch 2.0 Campfire chat for PTR. As you guys can see, we're in a little bit of a new environment. We're all doing this from home. We had to do a quick last-minute pivot about 24 hours ago. I was struck by some con flu after Gamescom, but I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our production teams behind the scenes. Lucas, Jade, and Rich, they made a quick pivot to allow us to do this and for us to be safe and to be able to still give you guys this exciting information for patch 2.0. But to lead us off, I do want us to do some quick intros for everyone here on the actual panel. So Colin, would you like to start off the intros?
An expert game designer? Wow.
Colin on the design team.
Hello, I'm Aislinn Hall. I'm a systems designer with a focus on live balance.
Hey everyone, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a class designer working on the live balance for Diablo 4.
Hey everyone, I'm Jeevan Sidhu, and I also work on the systems team.
Awesome. So we got a whole panel here, way more than what we normally have because we have so much to actually cover. We do want to jump into things pretty immediately, but I did want to recap really quickly. Obviously, last week we were at Gamescom. We made some really big announcements for Vessel of Hatred.
Designed League champs.
The mercenaries that will be coming to Vessel of Hatred, along with how that system works with like reinforcements. It's like a new take of how mercenaries play within Diablo, especially since Mercenaries has such a storied history within the franchise itself. And of course, we also talked about the Cuirass Undercity and the Dark Citadel, along with the Party Finder feature that players will be able to actually partake in with Vessel of Hatred and use that for Dark Citadel and other features within the game. We do actually have a blog up on Diablo4.com that does do a good deep dive across all of those specific items, so you guys can actually check that out. But we have a packed agenda today. This will be a long one, so we hope that everyone will sit down and grab a snack and join us as we talk about some pretty large systemic changes that will be coming with Diablo 4, along with some new stuff that we'll be sharing as well that will also be coming with Diablo 4. So we're going to start off with some progression updates. We're going to move off into some class and balance changes, along with some quality of life updates, and then we'll kind of cap it off with a cool new announcement that will be coming with Vessel of Hatred. So
a cool new announcement.
Aislinn, Colin, I know you guys want to jump into some of these big progression changes that you guys were talking about last week, so take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And I'm sure everyone has no idea what the big surprise is at the end.
None whatsoever.
So yeah, right. Let's jump into the progression.
Is he very low for you guys?
When we launched the game, we had a sort of vision for the game that we felt like was really fun to play through once, where you sort of traverse through these world tiers, and
that's the loudest I can make it.
Sacred items rarely, and then you'd be getting ancestral items when hopping into World Tier 4.
Take some notes here.
As we played the game more and more, and as we've
that's the max volume. I can't make it louder.
Hasn't really been super fun, so we've sped up a lot of the progression to sort of get you into that space that where you feel powerful, where you have autonomy over your choice in terms of difficulty and challenge and reward. Diablo is all about that progression, right? And sort of blasting and feeling efficient. So we wanted to take a step back after looking at itemization. We've added a ton of itemization progression that we think is feeling pretty good. There's a lot of ways to customize your character. There's a lot of ways to progress your itemization. And we wanted to look at other aspects of the game. So that came in the form of like what hasn't aged super well. What are the things that we really enjoy and we see that you all enjoy? And doubling down on that. So two of those things are difficulty and overall just character progression from your Paragons, your Glyphs, etc. And we've sort of taken the approach of like really doubling down and embracing again what has been really fun, right? Blasting, being efficient, having control over your challenge and reward, right? Profane Mind Cages is awesome when you can stack it to 3 and you can hop into those Hell Tides and just start getting tons of experience and reward for pushing that challenge. Key dungeons like Nightmare Dungeons, Infernal Hordes, really pretty much every endgame in the system at this point has a tiering system associated with it, and we think that's like pretty indicative of like what has been fun, and we want to embrace that. And part of that is, that the idea of I can push really hard to get more efficiency. Part of that's conquering milestones, right? It's
this is
really
the important
good.
part for me.
It's a ton of fun to
They said they're going
hop
to
into
add
World Tier 3
challenges
early.
and rewards.
I think I hopped in at level 25 in the latest release just to see if I could do it, and it was a ton of fun.
I want to know what those
and
are.
It's sort of all about embracing that, gaining power in multiple ways, feeling super powerful. And then another thing that we really wanted to look at in terms of making this better is alting. We made a change to make it so that the mythic uniques could be equipped at level 35, and if you've done that, it's a really badass experience where roll a barbarian, slap your grandfather on him, and you just blast through the leveling experience, and it's a ton of fun. That being said, we've added tons of sort of power to the equation, and we wanted to make sure that we also gave you more autonomy to sort of challenge yourself with all that new power, and we're adding a ton of new power in the expansion as well. So to cover it again, right, we want to look at expanding the progression in other areas of the game come patch 2.0. So with that, Aislinn actually has a bunch of exciting changes to talk about here.
Okay.
I do. Thank you, Colin. Okay, everyone, I want you to put on your thinking caps because we have a lot of details to cover. So buckle up. We, in fact, have a topic screen here because there's so many things regarding progression that we're going to be talking about today. So the way that we're approaching this presentation is we're basically going to be bringing you through what a character's journey would actually look like. Starting by talking about the character journey and then talking about some difficulty tier changes that are coming, and then going deeper into, how you're going to be gaining more rewards from those said difficulty tiers. So yeah, without further ado, let's simply jump in and get started with the character journey. Okay, so some changes coming to how you're going to be leveling up. There's going to be a level adjustment, first of all, coming to patch 2.0. Right now in the live game, you go from character level 1 to 50. Those are your skill point levels. And then every level after 50 is a Paragon level where you're earning 4 Paragon points per Paragon level. We're going to be splitting those out in patch 2.0. And so you're going to earn Paragon points, which are going to be separate from your character level.
So
levels 1 to 50 represent those character levels. And there's also going to be a new max character level, quote unquote, of level 60. And that means that you are going to be earning 10 more skill points from what you had been earning pre-patch 2.0. There's also going to be a reimagined pace to the leveling journey. So we have a lot of new difficulty tiers that are being added to the game. More on that soon. But effectively, lower difficulty tiers are going to be offering you a slower pace if you're a near player, you just want a very casual, chill experience. But you're going to be able to bump it up if you want to. Like if you're engaging with tempering, you're engaging with all these systems that are making your character stronger, and you want something to test that against, we're aiming to give that to you. And these difficulty tiers are going to be offering you improved efficiency, improved rewards, and the goal is to improve your pace if you can blast through these difficulties.
Yeah, this
now,
is a lot
there's
like the mind cages, right? Like we sort of heard, we heard you like mind cages, so we put it in the game systemically, like from whispers to Helltide to literally everything in the world. Like maybe you like doing dungeons. And really, it's sort of like giving players that choice to do what they want.
How much harder is it for how much of a reward? We'll need to see it. Could be good.
Yeah, totally.
We'll have to see.
We were just playing on the development team. We were playing in Helltides and playing with mind cages, and we were like, this is great. Like I want to just be able to do this or like have this option available to me, like basically whenever I'm playing. So that's a big part of these changes. Moving on here to the number adjustments. So as a lot of you guys found in footage, yes, there is a pretty substantial number adjustment. So a big part of this is we want to make sure that there's room for growth. And we're adding a lot of player power in patch
Diablo
2.0
3
and
needed this
Festival
and
of
never
Hatred.
got it. WoW needed this.
And we want to
Took
make
forever
sure
to get
that
it. It's a stat
numbers
squish.
don't get so crazy that
I'm
we
very in
cannot
favor of
even
this.
fathom them, right?
I'm very in
And
favor
so
of this.
a big part of this is
Thank God.
giving us a good starting point in patch 2.0 where we can afford to grow numbers.
I'm extremely in
Yeah,
favor of this.
Yeah.
Aislinn, I think it's really important, to have numbers that are like, when you're like doing damage numbers to see ones that are meaningful to you, right? If you're increasing your damage like even 10x, but it's taking it from like an 8 or 9 digit number to a 10-digit number, it's almost impossible to see that kind of growth in player power. So with numbers that are more readable on screen, that A, makes it much more obvious when you're getting more powerful, and just makes the game as a whole easier to kind of comprehend.
Totally.
Yeah, and it's important to note that like this is relative in that we're not slowing you down in any way. This is purely sort of one of those adjustments that we're making to ensure that you can have more growth in the end game. We're not at the top end nerfing things like crit chance or CDR. Really, this is all about having actually like sort of what we set out to do when we launched the game is have more grounded numbers for longer. That's not to say that you aren't going to get insane in the deep end game, right?
Yeah, the druids are going to be the new strongest class doing 17 damage.
You're still going to have a lot of power to game. And yeah, finally, just going back to this first bullet here on this slide, we're going to talk more about Paragon later, but for now we're going to focus on some other things. So sit tight. Okay, let's talk about how monsters are changing. So we've streamlined monster health and damage in a pretty big way. We took a look at how monsters gain health and how they gain damage over different difficulty tiers. And we've really like honed in and kind of universalized our approach to how they're gaining power throughout your character experience. And this is going to be applying to all monster types, normal monsters, minions, which are elites, little buddies, elites themselves, and of course bosses. And all of these monsters now have health that's relative to their normal monster counterpart on any given like difficulty tier. And what this does is it really helps smooth difficulty progression and the difficulty of any experience that you're currently in. Secondly, we have some changes to monster scaling. So monsters are going to scale to a pit tier, and we're going to talk more about that as well pretty soon too. So sit tight. And the big thing here is that monsters are always going to match the player level now. So on live, we have a world where monsters can be, 100 levels offset of you and anywhere in between. And that can be fairly hard to understand. And so a big part of this pass is kind of removing that element of the game so that we can focus on what difficulty we're currently in and using that as the judge of how hard or how easy or wherever in between the content you're currently in is. And finally, we have some pretty cool combat tuning changes. So we've taken a lot of looks at, like the moment-to-moment combat pacing in the game. And monster mechanics across the board have been adjusted to really hone in on player momentum. You're here to slaughter demons. We want you to move quickly through the game. And we don't necessarily want monsters to be slowing you down, especially normal monsters. And to achieve this, we've reduced instances of getting one shot like out of nowhere. And we've also adjusted boss HP so that they're not quite as grindy after you're moving in from, after blasting down AoE
I literally
packs
just
in the pit,
wrote Blizzard a paragraph about this.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
definitely
this is
a
something
pain point. Oh, great call.
Oh, go ahead, Charles.
Just saying right there, that's always been the pain point in the pit so far is like, hey, you're really strong, you blast through most of the dungeon, and then you get up to the boss, and the boss takes, 5 minutes or more. That's just like such a slog. So we're definitely making sure it's a more consistent experience in a given difficulty tier. You're going to have a
Thank God,
more
man.
consistent experience across boss and other portions of the game.
Good.
Yeah, and we've already taken a lot of steps towards this. In one of the previous seasons, we set it so that you wouldn't get armor cap penalties as the monster is leveled higher than you, right? So this is really just sort of consolidating a lot of the, I'm going to get shit for the Blizzard math, on the back end to make sure that like a lot of the things are really being reworked on the back end to address the problems we see on live with the crazy exponential scaling of boss health from like 4 different multipliers and the crazy exponential damage that some of the monsters are getting. It's like the corpse bow, of course, dying in one shot from off screen. A lot of those things should be much more consistent as you're climbing through those difficulty tiers, which we're going to talk more about.
Stupid ass crossbows, stupid ass bosses.
Presentation.
Thank you.
Very soon, in fact.
All of this is making it easier, but where's the challenge and the difficulty? Oh,
like
thank
right
you.
now.
Right on
difficulty
cue.
tiers.
Like right now.
Thank you. Wow, these guys
Let's
are
talk
reading my
about
mind.
So this is our beautiful Blizzard illustration, if you will, of current day difficulty. Art by Colin. Thank you very much.
Got to call out Colin. Yeah.
Oh, no.
We've got
We're going to get art for this.
This is art. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is beautiful. Modern art. Yeah, you can see we have the big bone boss. Very, very sad at the current state of things up there.
Big bone
So
boss.
what this is basically illustrating is that there are basically brackets right now on live where various content is relevant. You have world bosses that stay relevant for a certain amount of time. You have Helltide that stays relevant, maybe a little bit longer than world bosses do. And then you have world tiers 1 and 2. Then you have world tier 3, which is, very sad. Sorry,
That's
world
actually
tier 3.
that's actually a pretty
and then
good
world tier 4.
illustration. Actually, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
How the
Maybe
game
if you look
actually
really
feels.
closely, you can see how long it takes to go through world tier 3. And then world tier 4, which has like a bit of a tail, but still pretty
Helltide
short.
is relevant.
And then we compare it to
right?
like where our
Except for
character's power currently exists, which is
mode.
you've got level 1 to 100, and then of course your journey throughout all of the pit tiers. And basically what this is illustrating is a lot of these content types fall off. World bosses don't stay relevant forever. Helltide doesn't stay relevant forever. The world tiers you're living on in the open world don't stay relevant. And eventually it simply becomes about running the pit. And that's the place where you can judge your character's strength. We don't necessarily want the game to work that way. We want a lot of activities to stay fun and interesting and engaging for as long as possible.
I completely agree that this
and
is
so
a
to
massive
accomplish
problem.
that, we've got some pretty big changes coming to difficulty tiers. So let's dive into the meat and potatoes of this, talking about pit arbitration. And that's just a fancy way of basically saying that the pit is going to be something behind the scenes that's setting the pace of all difficulty in the game across all content types. So pit tiers are going to match difficulty tiers. There's going to be 5 pit tiers per standard difficulty, which is just encapsulating 4 new world tiers pre-level 60, which are normal, hard, expert, and penitent. And then there will be 15 pit tiers per torment difficulty. And there are going to be 4 torment difficulty tiers, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Difficulty tiers are going to derive monster health, damage, and intensity from the pit tier that is associated with that difficulty tier. And I know that's a little complicated, but we're going to have some supporting stuff to show what this means a little better pretty soon. And I do want to call out intensity here. Colin, do you want to talk about monster intensity raising between difficulty tiers?
Yeah, so intensity is something we played around with in the base game, and it's sprinkled out throughout the game. But what intensity is it's a back-end system that controls monster aggressiveness as well as monster intelligence. So by aggressiveness, it's things like they attack faster, they have lower cooldowns, they move faster, and then intelligence is they predict your movement more, they'll face you more. So if it has a big swing, it's actually going to try and track you a little bit more accurately. So it's not just the health and damage that's going up through these difficulty tiers. The monsters are actually becoming a little bit more dynamic and fast-paced. And we think that feels pretty good, especially when it's sort of scaling through the new difficulties here system that we have.
Yeah, this is totally something we do have on the live game, but in the new patch 2.0, you're really going to feel that difference. Currently, you feel a little bit of difference in between the different world tiers, and that's just going to be magnified. And your moment-to-moment combat it's not just going to be higher numbers. The moment-to-moment will feel different and harder at these higher torment difficulties.
Sounds great to me.
They're going to become bigger jerks as you ascend difficulties.
Excellent.
All right, so let's talk about difficulty gating. So this is basically how people are going to be moving through these different difficulty tiers. So the pit is going to unlock once you hit character level 60, which is the new maximum character level in patch 2.0. So pit tiers associated with standard difficulties are going to unlock immediately, which is pit tiers 1 through 20. You're going to be able to challenge all of those immediately once you're max level. And you're going to need to beat pit tier 20 to unlock the first torment tier. Once you beat pit tier 20, you're allowed to go into the overworld on torment 1. And then, as we see here, there are 15 pit tiers per torment difficulties. So to unlock torment 2, you would then need to progress
35?
through the pit and beat pit tier 35, at which point you can now go into torment 2 in all other activities, so on and so forth. So this is basically creating a... Sorry, go ahead, Colin.
Oh, I was going to jump in and say, like, what's kind of interesting is, like, Torment 1 you can think about as World Tier 3 today. And what we're sort of doing is essentially saying, now that level cap is 60, you actually can find some of the best items in the game very early, right? Imagine if you were able to just start finding the best items in the game in World Tier 3. That's really sort of what we're talking about here. We're really speeding up when you can actually get to the end game, where we've added things like the pit, we've added things like nightmare dungeons and more end game activities for you to engage with, and item modification systems. So it really is sort of getting you into the fun faster, which also makes alting a lot more cool, right? It's way easier to sort of get to that point where, all right, I'm in the end game, I'm going to start looking for awesome items, I'm going to start modifying my items. So we think that like sort of represents a pretty substantial change to how you play the game.
So it sounds like the 1 to 60 journey is going to be as easy as it
I
was before, if
why
not
we kind
easier.
of built it around the pit, you know, and why we associated difficulty with the pit. How do y'all think about that?
Yeah, so right now the pit is a fantastic razor to judge your character against. And I think that this overhaul is effectively turning the pit into the game's backbone, to use kind of a gruesome term, but you know, we're Diablo, so whatever. It's basically turning the pit into the game's backbone of like difficulty. And all other difficulties is kind of derived from that. And it gives us a very predictable and understandable pace for you to experience all other activities in the game based on the pit's difficulty.
So are the pits 20,
that
35,
razor
50?
is
Are they
great
fixed?
for pushing difficulty,
Like
right? You think
capstones?
about how
Or
part of
randomly
what's really
generated?
fun again about Diablo is that feeling of progression and that feeling of becoming powerful, then
capstones
taking
gone
on a
then?
big ass demon, killing it, getting awesome loot. And what the pit is going to do is you're going to push that difficulty, then unlock new torment tiers, which is going to unlock more efficiency for you. And you can sort of think about it as like we've added not just a World Tier 5, but a World Tier 5 and 6 as part of this torment system. And it's something we can continue to sort of evaluate and build on as characters become more powerful and we add new ways to
I'm guessing
sort of play
the
through
pit
the
is
system.
still random and the capstones
Yeah,
are
I think
gone.
it's also a lot about consistency
guessing.
across content, right? Currently, in the live game, we've got a lot of different, levels of different types of things, right? You've got Nightmare Dungeon keys, you've got pit levels, you've got Infernal
didn't
Horde
say anything
tiers.
different.
And we just kind of realized that, hey, the pit is something that we have, really good delineation between the different levels. So you've got a wide spread of different tiers for that. And that's something we can kind of peg difficulty against across the whole game to make a more consistent experience. When you're in a certain difficulty tier, you're just going to get a more consistent experience across all activities.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like when you're on Torment 2, you're going to know that all the content you're facing is on the level of Torment 2. But right now on the live game, you go into a pit tier 50 and you're like, okay, it's pit tier 50 difficulty. And then you go into a Nightmare Dungeon tier 50 and it's a totally different difficulty. And then you go into an Infernal Hordes tier 8 and you're like, wait a minute, this is extremely hard compared to these other ones. They're just not similar, right? And so we want to create a more level playing field so that difficulty is easier to understand.
It's also
so the pit's like a kind of common language and shared experience for everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely a benefit. And it's also, in some sense, leveling up all the activities. Like, I know that there's some people who really enjoy Whispers, for example, and Whispers just falls off. Like, if you're doing the pit and you're level 100, you're level 90 in the pit, like whispers are terrible, right? Like you're not actually going to run whispers when you're pushing that deep into the game. But now when sort of things are leveling up with torment tiers, you have a place to go and sort of juice the efficiency from those different activities if you like that activity.
Yeah, and this
Yep.
this kind of carries over to other activities, not just whispers. It's like, you know, your hell tides.
Yeah,
too,
the whole
Infernal
world is
Hordes.
leveling, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like which is another thing. Like Infernal Hordes is something that obviously was introduced in season 5, is coming back, and is a permanent feature within the game, and is also going up with the rest of the content.
Yep.
Hmm.
All right. So let's talk a little more about the details of difficulty tiers. So on the right-hand side here, you can see this table. It's basically showing off the associated pit tier with any given difficulty tier. So normal simply starts on 1, and then like we saw before, it goes up by 5 each time until you get to torment tiers, at which point it goes up by 15 each time. So torment 4 lands on 65, torment 1 starts on 20. And in light of this, we have changed the highest pit tier to be 100, down from 200. And this doesn't mean that the pit tier 100 is going to be the same difficulty as it is on live. It's going to be harder. So each pit tier you're going up is going to be harder than it was before, effectively. And we also have this pretty neat new system where we have smart keys. And what that means is your things like Infernal Hordes or Nightmare Dungeons, the keys to enter those activities are now going to follow the current difficulty tier that you're on. So if I have an Infernal Horde key and I'm on Torment 3 and I use it, I'm going to go into a Torment 3 difficulty Infernal Horde. And the same is true for Nightmare Dungeons. So we're pretty excited about that change because, again, you know, coming back to all these things we've talked about, where it just kind of makes things easier, just makes life easier.
Yeah, it's a big quality of life change because on live right now you get a bunch of sacred Nightmare Dungeon keys, and
I have
I'm sure
a lot of
everyone runs a
questions
ton
that
of
I'm
World
typing
Tier 3
here.
Nightmare Dungeons, right?
I'll talk
you
about it
definitely
after
don't just
this.
pop in to get a sacred
I have a
weapon,
lot of questions.
What I'm getting at is a lot of those keys just end up getting salvaged, and now when all keys can sort of carry weight through various torment tiers, getting a Nightmare key is this interesting choice of like, well, do I keep it or do I run it now? Because if I keep it, I can just use it at a later time, and it's really about giving the players that choice on when do they want to run this content. We're not just going to invalidate that key and say, oh, in Torment 2, you need to find a new key to do this thing. So I think it's definitely making key management a lot easier and more fluid as well. One thing on the pit, Aislinn, that I think is really interesting is we definitely have rescaled the pit. Tier 100 is sort of like our 200 on live. But I think that's something that we definitely want to keep an eye out on PTR. We don't have any problems with increasing the amount of pit tiers. Like this is something we can definitely revisit if we see in PTR that you all are insane, which is probably going to happen, and you beat tier 100. We really like that it's a razor and measuring stick, and we don't want to take that away from players. So that's something that we want to get PTR feedback, and we could really use your help in breaking that system and seeing how far you can push it.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. And like we've said on this stream, there are going to be a lot of new player power opportunities coming. And so, yeah, please show us what you got, as they say. Okay, so let's talk about, let's just dive a little more into the details. I think we went over a lot of this stuff already, but we can kind of go through this slide here. So yeah, all content in the game exists within an expanded difficulty tier selection, like we were talking about. I think an important thing to call out here is that, for example, Penitent is, if you're comparing it just to like kind of understand what it's going to look like relative to live right now, Penitent's kind of going to end up being like World Tier 2 if you added 45 monster levels on top of it. And that's intended to kind of be the upper echelon of like pre-max level character leveling. So if you really want to amp up the difficulty to as hard as you can make it, like going on to Penitent is where you want to be.
That would
And
be
this is
almost
just a lovely
impossible.
little visual aid, we've got some cool new icons for
alts,
these
it would work,
difficulty
but
tiers.
for a starter character, it'd be impossible.
Normal, hard,
Probably.
expert, and penitent. It gets harder as you keep going.
Maybe a necro could do it.
Okay,
That's very,
so
very difficult.
yeah, and we really want this to be like opt-in, not progression locked. And so the vanilla Diablo 4 difficulty tiers kind of operated as progression tiers, right? And what I mean by progression tiers is the moment you get to World Tier 3, as Colin was saying, like you unlock sacred items, maybe you go into a dungeon so you can find a sacred weapon. And these things unlock so quickly and they drop so frequently that you kind of just got this huge burst of power and you never really got to feel that power. And we want to make sure that you are like feeling each upgrade you get in the game and it feels really, really punchy. And we really want these new difficulty tiers to be player guided. Like we want you to be able to make your own decisions on when you're moving on to the next one and what's the right pace for you. And of course, these new difficulty tiers are going to give you improving rewards. You're going to find more gold, more experience, and you're going to have more loot efficiency per difficulty tier. So the higher difficulty tier you can fight the game on, the more efficient your experience is going to be effectively.
But efficiency, does that mean better loot?
Yeah, I think that's really...
Go ahead, Charles.
Go. Yeah, I was just saying that's really like what I view as the differentiating factor between
loot?
What current V4 is and in the new patch 2.0 is if you enter Torment 1, you can find the best item in Torment 1. You could complete your character and get full best in slot and everything. It's just going to take a while, right? It's going to be less efficient. You're going to be getting less loot. And whereas in the live game right now, right, you just can't find the best things in World Tier 3. You are kind of obligated to go to that World Tier 4. And now, if you're able to clear higher torments with efficiency, that's just going to be the best option for you to find the gear more efficiently.
It's exactly
but you
the same
aren't
as
forced
Infernal
into
Horde 7
Torment 4
versus 8.
to find the best items in the game.
You can farm everything on
that's something I've really liked about
7,
it is that we get to start the end game a lot earlier with Torment, right? Because there's nothing that you're excluded from. There's no awesome piece of loot that you can't find by Torment 1, and so you get to really start to test your build after it's kind of gotten some real optimization, I think, much earlier into the journey than before.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jeevan. And like a great example of that is what we're doing with the ladder bosses or the lair bosses. All of those unlock in Torment 1. The cost to summon them is static. It remains the same throughout all the Torment tiers. And what that means is if you can beat it on a higher Torment tier, you're going to get way more uniques. So you get a handful of uniques starting in Torment 1, way more uniques in obviously Torment 4, but the cost, because it remains static, we're not going to ask you to get anything extra like a Stygian Stone. That just means as long as you can kill that Torment 4 boss, you're getting way more efficiency out of that boss. I mean, it really is like this, it feels amazing to sort of progress through those Torment tiers and just unlock way more power opportunity.
Why do I get the feeling I'm going to be killing?
Yeah, we don't really have
bosses
this
for you guys on
differentiation of
T4 all day
like
long.
a regular version of the late game boss, like a regular version of Duriel, and then
Why do
the
I get the
tormented echo of
feeling-
Duriel. That's not really a distinction that we have
Yeah, I
anymore.
really like that change.
Whereas like previously it would cost
Job security, guys.
more materials
Job
to summon
security.
the tormented version, but it would give more rewards. Now it's the same cost across the different torment tiers. It's just if you're able to conquer him on Torment 4, that's where you're going to get the absolute most bang for your buck in terms of resources in to loot out.
That's a good. I really like that system.
And I want to just double down on like Torment 1 is where the end game starts now, and just each torment tier that you're ascending is making your end game, more fun basically, because you're going to be getting cooler stuff or more frequently.
Cooler stuff more frequently. I like that.
Okay, so enough about difficulty tiers. Let's move on to some itemization changes.
Okay.
So, item strength. We have what I like to call the item power shuffle happening in patch 2.0. Items with item power above 540 are going to be adjusted to 540. And affix bands in lieu of this, or in addition to this rather, are going to be adjusted as well. So yeah, items at the new character level max they're gonna max out at 750. And that's not actually the highest item power that's going to be in the game, and we'll talk about that more in just a second. But most items you're going to be finding once you hit max character level will be item power 750. And you're going to be finding much better item power items from levels 51 to 59. There's going to be big item power jumps. So once you start leveling your character past those original 50 character levels, you're going to start finding a lot better gear. Okay, so let's take a look at what an ancestral item looks like in patch 2.0. Oh, could we? Yeah, let's take a look here real quick. So you'll notice here that this item has 800 item power, which is 50 higher than the max 750 that I was talking about before. You'll also notice on the right-hand side that that is the Torment icon. So ancestral items can be found starting on Torment 1. They're going to become more frequent as you ascend Torment difficulties, but they're still going to stay pretty rare throughout all Torment levels. You'll also notice that the greater affix on this item is highlighted. That is because now whenever you find an ancestral item, they're always going to have one greater affix. They can roll with more, but they will be guaranteed a single one every single time.
Damn it, now I need a loot filter again.
So let's dive in more into
the greater affixes were my loot filters.
Hazelin is part of finding a greater affix on live right now is sometimes it's on life per second. It's like, oh, okay. Got a greater affix on life per second. But now when you see an ancestral item, it's always going to have a greater affix. And that ancestral eye power bump, the affix bump, is going to feel really good. Even if you miss that affix, it's still a huge upgrade to your character if you haven't found one of these before.
Yeah,
Totally.
and sometimes, right, you get an item that has multiple greater affixes on live, and it's it's not at 925, it's not at the highest item power, and that's kind of a mixed bag, right? Like, well, it's kind of good, but it's a lower item power, and now things with greater affixes will be definitionally at that highest item power.
Yes. Okay, so let's talk about the details here. So sacred items are not going to drop anymore. They're kaput. You're going to be looking at normal items pre-torments, and then you're going to be chasing ancestral items once you are in torment tiers. So yeah, starting in Torment 1, they're going to start to drop. As I said, they're going to become more common as you go up, but again, they're going to stay fairly rare. They're never going to, be like the only thing that's dropping. Ancestral items are intended to be where you're finding forever items. So when you find like a really good ancestral weapon or, of whatever slot that you may not have an ancestral item for, that's going to be a big moment. That's going to be an exciting moment where you're going to get something a lot better because they also have their own affix band as well. So these ancestral items are going to have better affixes than their non-ancestral counterparts too. Something to note is that greater affixes only drop on ancestral items. You're not going to be finding greater affixes on non-ancestrals. So when you see a greater affix drop on the ground, you're going to know that that is an ancestral item.
Okay, so I guess that would
items
kind of solve
also
it
have
if they're rare enough.
Tempering slots up from 1 on non-ancestrals, and they're masterworkable up to 12, whereas non-ancestrals are masterworkable up to 4. And finally, they are going to have higher aspect ranks too. So you're going to find legendary aspects that become better on ancestral items.
So they're just...
Charles, we actually added a ton of power to legendary aspects to accommodate this. We didn't just sort of readjust where those power bands are coming from.
Yeah, all of the legendary aspects that now scale a little bit further into the ancestral tier, we basically just tacked on 5 new levels kind of on top of the current value. So you're just going to find even more powerful legendary effects than you have currently in the new ancestral tier.
It's going to be a lot of fun to find
so
those.
It's a colossal upgrade. To find your first ancestral weapon is a
let's move on to Paragon.
Increase.
So we have some pretty big glyph updates coming with patch 2.0.
Holy.
There's been a significant rework to how many ranks you can earn on any given glyph from 21 to 100, which is a lot of new ranks. But we want to make sure that there's still texture in that system, right? And so because of that, we also have a new a new glyph rarity, legendary. So once you upgrade a glyph to rank 46, it becomes a legendary glyph, which you can see here on the right. This spirit glyph is level 50, so it's past that 46 mark. It's legendary. You're going to get a glyph radius increase at rank 15, which is already in the live game, but you're also going to get another radius increase at rank 46 when it becomes legendary. And this is making them bigger than they could have been previously. So you're going to get more space with your glyphs because of this. And when a glyph becomes legendary, it also unlocks a significant bonus, more so than it did before. And you can see that on the bottom of this glyph here. It's got the legendary bonus, increases critical strike damage by 21.6%. And it's very important to note that this is a multiplicative bonus. This 21.6% is not an additive bonus. So you're going to be getting a lot of power from that bonus there.
Something to do. That's what I've been begging for.
Something else I want to bring up is that glyphs are moving to the pit. So you're going to be upgrading your glyphs in the pit. You're no longer going to be upgrading them in nightmare dungeons.
Oh.
And it's going to be an attempt-based system. So when you finish a pit run, you're going to go to the
Diablo
end,
3.
and you're going to be able to have some chances to level up your glyph and increase their ranks. And if you are in a pit that is
It's Diablo 3.
10 tiers higher than your current glyph,
That's even the same
you're
number
going to
as
have
Diablo
guaranteed
3.
success. And for every 20 pit tiers that you're that the pit level you're in is higher than your current glyph that you're trying to upgrade, you're going to get bonus ranks so that you can accelerate the process. Do you want to speak more to that, Colin?
Okay, that's something that Diablo 3 didn't
I think
have.
this is a really
that's
important
nice.
note, because you could easily look at the rank 100 and be like, oh my god, the grind is even longer. But based on how that upgrade chance works, it's guaranteed as long as you're beating pit tiers that are higher than your glyph. And then how that bonus math ends up playing out is if you're beating, for example, a pit tier 30, that's roughly somewhere between today's World Tier 3 and 4. You can upgrade a glyph from 1 to 15 in 3 runs. So you think about the difference between today's game and patch 2.0, you're getting those glyphs leveled way faster if you're pushing that difficulty. And what we really wanted to do here was we've heard a ton of feedback around how the XP system for Nightmare Dungeons feels really grindy.
The current system
it also
isn't
just doesn't
good,
serve the
so
Nightmare Dungeons very well.
You have to do
right?
something.
It's like, how do I get to the end as fast as possible, but nothing in the dungeon matters, right? And that what that does is in the pit, it's all about speed and efficiency, and it sort of embraces that. And we think that that's just really going to accelerate your pit glyph upgrading speed. And the chance, you could sort of, I want to be really clear with the chance. The chance-based system is essentially there because it felt really bad when it was binary. Like when we said, hey, you need to beat the pit tier, or you need to beat a pit that's 10 levels higher than your glyph, and if you don't, you get nothing. That just felt really bad. So the chance is not there to increase the grind or slow down progression. It's actually just there to protect from like it feeling just terrible to not get literally anything from that run. So again, to be clear, it's 100% chance as long as you're pushing difficulty. We think that this fits the content a lot better. We've heard a ton of feedback around like the pit rewards feeling lackluster, and there's not really a reason to push difficulty. You know, you sort of just want to hone in on like 90 or 101, depending on where you're at in terms of your progression journey on live. This system really encourages you to push and gives you a tangible reward every single time you do it.
Yeah, and I think it's important that there's the consistency of like the communication between, right? So, hey, my glyphs are currently level 50. Well, what kind of pit tier should I be approaching to upgrade these? Well, somewhere in the range of 50 to 60, right? You're just a little bit higher so that you can keep pushing that harder content. And also, if you have a glyph down at level 1, because maybe you haven't paid attention to that glyph, it's going to level up much faster if you are already proven yourself, proven that you can hang in pit tier 50, for instance. You're going to level those up very quickly.
I think what's also cool is if you have a build that you feel isn't doing as well as you go up in Torment, it makes it a lot easier to kind of snap something back in and catch up faster.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the further you progress, the easier it is to level those up. So here we have a video basically just showing off what the new UI looks like for upgrading a glyph in patch 2.0. So you can see that it's showing you the current pit level you're on, the current success chance to get a rank up. And something else I want to call out is that when you are, oh yes, right. So this is rank 45 to 46 explicitly, which is the moment where you are increasing a glyph from rare to legendary. And something important to note about that is that it does cost a fairly significant amount of gem fragments as well, but it's giving you that increased radius size and the new multiplicative legendary bonus, which is pretty sick. And
Okay,
here we
so-
have an
so
example
they
of
have a-
showing how
a
the radius
gem
gets
fragment
even
sink?
bigger
I
in
don't
patch 2.0. I want
mind
to call
that.
out here that the midpoint says level 21. That is not correct. It is level 15 where the radius increases. But yeah, previously there was only one radius increase. Now with legendary glyphs at rank 46, there is a
It kind of feels bad that half of
the
the glyph goes off of the map with where the glyph node is placed. Half of your
Okay,
upgrade goes off the map.
So let's talk about some more stuff related to Paragon. We have realm partitioning for Paragon now, and this is kind of getting into alting that Colin was talking about. We have realm-based Paragon points now. So your Paragon points are going to be shared across an entire realm. And remember that what a realm is like either seasonal softcore or seasonal hardcore or the same for eternal. Those are realms. And these Paragon points are going to stay latent on a pre-level 60 character. And what that means is that, you know, if you have, let's say, 150 Paragon points on a realm, those Paragon points will remain inactive on any character that's pre-level 60. But once you hit level 60 on that character, they will have those 150 Paragon points. And it's also important to note that any Paragon points you earn on any of your characters in that realm are going to be shared among all characters in that realm. So if you earn 25 or 50 Paragon points on one character and then hop over to your alt, you're going to have 25 or 50 more Paragon points to spend on that character too. And in addition to this change, we have a pretty hefty Paragon level increase. So right now the current max besides Renown and Altar of Lilith bonuses is 200, and we're increasing that up to 300.
I hope
which is going to give you a
the
lot
boards
more
then.
Levels to chase throughout
Because
any
now
given
you can
season.
get like everything. You can get like every glyph and every board and every legendary thing.
Okay,
If you
and
give
in
me
light of these
75 more
changes
points, you
coming
can get
to
almost
Paragon,
everything.
we've made some adjustments to the way that boards work as well. So because we're offering so much more power with legendary glyphs, and they mean so much more to your build, you know, we're looking to set a maximum for the number of Paragon boards that you can equip at any.
They went the
time.
opposite way. They went.
And this is also
down.
because, you know, on live right now, the best strategy is to aim for as many glyph slots as possible. You just go off. You oftentimes ignore whatever legendary node bonus you're getting, just for the glyph slot.
We have 100
and we want to make sure that you're really
points,
focusing on these legendary nodes, and you're focusing on these really cool legendary glyphs that you're getting, and really think about those choices instead of gunning for like every single glyph, for example.
So you get all the nodes on 5 boards.
This also complements the additional. I was just going to say this really helps complement the additional 100 more levels. Like we've heard a lot of feedback that it feels really flat once you hit 100, that there's just no more progression. You don't really need to kill any of the monsters anymore unless it's explicitly to get the loot drop off of them. And
yeah, it's very casual friendly.
Feels bad, right? Like I'm walking through this dungeon and like I get literally nothing out of killing
boards
these monsters.
At
so
5
with
plus
the board
the
limit,
starter.
We've packed a ton of power with additional Paragon levels to grind, a ton of power with the legendary glyphs, but it also creates a situation where once you've achieved all those different things, you don't feel so bad necessarily around not getting to that Paragon level 300. At a certain point, you start to really just really need to hone in on your build, and those extra Paragon points are going to start providing you more of a show of sort of how badass you are,
5, 6,
and give you incremental
7.
progress that's a little bit less sort of demanding, that you must grind through all of this content to unlock.
So I lose 2 boards and I get 75 more points.
Yeah, and something I'm pretty excited about this is that, you know, sometimes on live it can feel like my goal is to get a new Paragon board, and as soon as I achieve that, my goal is to get a new Paragon board and get off the one I just unlocked. And I think this change really lets me kind of explore the boards and think about what specific route optimizations I want to take, and it lets me personalize it a little more, which I'm a pretty big fan of.
I thought it was 5 plus 1.
Well, I know we have we just went through a ton of content right here with all the changes that are coming for progression to Paragon to itemization.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I know it was a lot for people to
It's
hear.
5+1.
We will actually have a blog immediately up after the stream that will kind of also explain a little bit more of this to players so that they can actually get a understanding in their own cadence of like what is going to be changing with patch 2.0 for Diablo 4 in regards to some of the progression items. I know, Colin, we're seeing a lot in chat.
We'll have to see. We'll have to go back.
People are noting like, hey, this feels a little D3-ish in ways. I don't know if you wanted to chat or like comment on that a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm happy to. It's definitely familiar, right? So we thought a lot about like what is the right way to address the player feedback of, we've gotten a bunch of feedback around like World Tier 5, World Tier 6, World Tier 7, right? I want to be able to level up the challenge in the game. I want to be able to get more efficiency. And we wanted to do it in a way that was leaning into what we saw you all were really resonating with, which is getting to the end game faster. And we felt like, okay, well, we could add a World Tier 5 and add Ancestral, Uber Ancestral, and increase the level cap. But that would mean you would just need to grind more to get to that point where you're finding your forever items, doing item modification. And we could add a World Tier 6, Uber Ancestral, right? And it just sort of made us reevaluate what is important. And it's what's important to us is getting people into the end game, getting people finding their forever items.
I don't think the problem was reaching the end game.
Sort
the
of
problem
item
was
modification and efficiency. So that was part of it. And then the other part of it, I'd say, is
right?
I think Diablo 4, more than any Diablo, has had a ton of item customization and power along the leveling journey, which really makes the leveling progression feel different, right? Like if you're tempering, if you're imbuing aspects, if you're really min-maxing your reward scheme, you can really push difficulty tiers early. If you've played D3, hard is really the only real difficulty, right? But because we have so many different ways to grow your power, we think that represents a pretty fun challenge of like, how do I take all these pieces and really push as early as I can
must actually
to get to that
D3.
max level faster.
He must actually know.
And one more thing
accurate,
that's really important to note is the jumps between torments are pretty enormous. We don't expect you to sort of play it like today's D3, where you essentially log in, get your Hadrig set, and hop right into Torment 16. The jumps are actually pretty enormous between Torment 1 and 2, and it creates this really fun progression through those Torment tiers, and it feels like a meaningful step forward when you get into Torment 2 and then a Torment 3. We're hoping this doesn't necessarily feel like a 2-hour sort of journey through the Torment tiers, and then now you're in Torment 4, and that's how you play the rest of the game.
Yeah, awesome. And also one thing I'll add is, shouts to Twitch chat, everything that you say, hey, you like what we're doing, big dub. We appreciate it. Much love for the response. Also, all the people in Twitch chat who are like, I don't like this. This isn't working for me. Much appreciation the same. We're looking at what you're saying. We're thinking about it, and we're going to try to incorporate it and make the game better. And I think it's interesting, I'm seeing the sort of Diablo 3 references, and it's like, from our perspective, if something really worked well in Diablo 3, that's more important to us to like do the thing that the players felt like was working for them than anything else, right? The fact that we've done it before in any form, to me, wouldn't stop us from doing the right thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
just doing it the right way.
Yeah,
I just said doing it the right way for D4. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
This is the difficulty of doing everything remote. It feels like it's like a Zoom call, but interrupting each other. And also big shout out to Twitch chat for calling out Jeevan's cord management. I've seen that message a few times already. But so thanks, Aislinn. Thank you, Colin. I know Colin's going to be joining us more on a couple other topics, but we still have a lot to talk about in this stream. And the next thing that we do want to talk about is class changes and everything. And so Charles will be taking us through all the class changes for patch 2.0.
Yeah, awesome. So before we get into some of the slides and details, I just wanted to thank Colin and Aislinn for talking about all the systemic updates that are coming, how we're going to test your character and how you're going to progress through it. But my topic's going to be a bit more about how, like, what are the exact abilities and skills and new legendary effects and uniques that you're gonna get to take on these awesome challenges that are set up through the difficulty tier system. And also a slight disclaimer, PTR is a very early build for whatever is going to go live on patch 2.0, and some of the assets that we've captured here are also still early on, and so some of the exact numbers or some of the wording may slightly be changed, so definitely refer to the patch notes, which we're going to be publishing right after the stream, for the exact details and kind of final, in air quotes, numbers that are going to go on the PTR, and of course it still may be subject to change before we actually launch patch 2.0 live. All right, so with that out of the way, let's start talking about some of the tempering changes that are going to come in patch 2.0.
Let's talk about tempering changes.
Tempering is a system that we introduced back in Season of Loot Reborn, Season 4, that gave you a way to really customize your items and kind of make your build your own. And we've received a lot of feedback on the tempering system, and we're really committed to iterating on and making sure that this system is the best it can possibly be going forward. One of the key points of feedback that we heard was around weapon tempers. So these affixes that you get to attach to your weapons, right? Your weapons are your big, important part of your build and your character. And there was a big disparity here, where some affixes that were on weapon tempering were multiplicatively increasing your player power, right? Things like double projectiles or things of that nature, or bash cleaving, which was a multiplicative bonus. And others, not so much, right? You had some other ones that were more duration or size effect, and they just were hard to compare against each other. And so going forward in patch 2.0, we've made all weapon tempering affixes multiplicative damage increases, oftentimes to very specific skills. And to accommodate this, we already had one bonus projectiles, and now we're going to have new affixes that give skills chance to deal double damage, which means if triggers the chance to deal double damage, the entire skill is just going to do twice as much damage as before. Every hit of it will deal double damage. It's kind of an all or nothing kind of deal. And then the chance to hit twice is the chance for any time it deals damage, you just get an extra hit of damage. And this allows you to trigger things like lucky hit procs or anything that counts the number of times you deal damage. That's going to trigger an extra time with the hit twice. Offensive tempering affixes, these are the ones that can also go on your weapons, but can go on other spots as well. These are going to be additive damage increases. And these will often be to broader categories like bonus fire damage or bonus critical strike damage. And whereas the weapon temperers are often talking to more specific skills. And so here we can see an example with the Shadow Augment's Execution, where we had the Sever projectiles chance to cast twice, but now we've got new ones that are chance for Reap to hit twice. So you cast Reap, and every target you hit, there's just a chance to get 2 hits on that target instead of 1. And Corpse Explosion, whenever you cast Corpse Explosion, there is a chance for the entire skill to deal double damage to every target that it hits. Additionally, we've moved those size and duration affixes, which we think are really cool and really interesting ways of modifying your skills. We've moved those over to the utility category. So they're not directly competing with these multiplicative damage increases. You're not going to feel bad that, oh, I'm missing out on damage just to make my area hit a little bit larger.
Barbs get
have a longer duration
multiplicative.
So there's not as much opportunity cost to investing in those size and duration affixes, which are still really cool ways to customize your character. We just don't want them to compete with damage. And finally, we know that oftentimes tempering leads itself to, hey, I see this list of 5 or even 6 affixes sometimes. We really are going to try to be limiting tempering recipes to at most 4 affixes that can possibly roll on them, just to give you a little bit better odds of actually hitting the one that you care about than the one that you want.
I thought they were going to do
a little
3
bit
max
to kind of comprehend. And even so, we're trying to set this limit at 4, but oftentimes we're aiming for just 3 on the recipe, depending on how the grouping them together in ways that make sense. So this is an active area that we're working on, really trying to make sure that it's not quite.
So 4
it's easier for you to get the right affix out of the tempering recipe by limiting that the number.
So a lot of them will be 3, thank God.
All right, next up we've got changes to ultimate skills. So ultimate skills can now gain skill ranks.
Good. Ultimates
probably pretty self-explanatory, but just like every other skill in the game, ultimate skills can now be ranked up to rank 5 in the skill tree. And just like every other skill, increasing the skill rank will increase the damage output of your ultimate skills. But it's also going to give you cooldown reduction on these ultimate skills as well. So oftentimes other skills you just kind of get one or the other, right? Sometimes it's a cooldown reduction, sometimes it's a damage.
Remember,
or
you have 10
healing
extra
increase.
skill points.
On ultimate skills, you're going to get kind of the best of both worlds. It's going to be increasing the damage output and reducing the cooldown. And finally, effects that do grant bonus skill ranks on this, such as, Harlequin's Crest, the Shaco, that gives plus to all skill ranks. These are only going to apply to ultimate skills that you've already learned in the skill tree. And this is to make sure that you still can only equip one ultimate skill. You can't get plus ranks to all skills and then suddenly have access to 4 ultimate skills. We still don't want that. We still want you to just pick one. But you're just going to be getting, you're going to be able to really juice that ultimate skill up. If you really want to make, Lacerate be really strong,
your whole bar is just
be,
all the ultimates. You just rotate every ultimate.
All right, so those are some of the general updates. Let's now talk about the new content coming for each individual class, starting here with our Barbarian. All right, so sometimes you're playing as a Barbarian and you experience a problem, right? You are standing here and there is an enemy over there. What to do?
Yes.
Well, a good Barbarian is going to throw their weapon at the enemy over there to kill them at a distance. Right, so now we've got a new skill called Mighty Throw. It's going to hurl your weapon at an enemy. It's going to deal damage on impact. And then it's going to stick in the ground and do some pulses of damage over time. So even if the initial impact doesn't kill them, there's going to be some extra pulses there. Additionally, we've got some upgrades for it, just like our other skills. Enhanced Mighty Throw is going to increase your attack speed while the weapon is out. And then you can either opt in a Fighter's Mighty Throw, which is going to give bonuses to that pulsing damage. It causes your weapon swaps to pulse for more and give you a bit
Barbarians
of
are getting a barrier?
Or you're going to opt into Warrior's Mighty Throw, which is going to dramatically increase the initial impact damage, and it's going to stun enemies.
I don't ever associate Barbarians
with
video
barrier. Clip of this in action. All
okay,
right,
that was pretty cool.
Barb, just simple example here with a few enemies. Throws out this ephemeral version of the weapon, lands, deals a big chunk of damage, and then pulses over time before returning back to you.
Okay, I mean that looks pretty cool.
I was a huge fan of double throw in Diablo 2, so this is really exciting.
Yeah, it looks sweet too. It's kind of like bluish yellow, like ancient-y kind of color scheme to it. The VFX.
Imagine the legendary aspects and the uniques. You throw like 8 weapons. You throw all 4 of your weapons.
For sure. If you want to spec really heavily into this, yeah, you're going to be throwing weapons out like crazy. All right, so we've also got some new key passives and new legendary Paragon nodes for every class here. So for Barbarian, we've got Barbed Carapace. This is a key passive, so it's going to increase your thorns based on how much Fury you're spending. And whenever you cast a skill with a cooldown, it's going to grant you Unhindered for a duration, which allows you to move through enemies. And then enemies that are close to you are going to take are going to take damage from your thorns every second. You're going to kind of pulse damage of your thorns every second. Now this is really cool. It really enables Thorns Barb, which we had a little bit of support for. But one of the big problems of Thorns is that you really wanted enemies to hit you and hit you quickly. And this gives you another alternative to deal bonus damage or to really pay off for building up all that thorns with this new key passive. Additionally, we've got a legendary Paragon node, the Force of Nature. Your Earthquakes have a chance to spawn Dust Devils, and your Earthquake damage is going to be increased by your damage against close enemies. So this is really plays into these Earthquakes and Dust Devil effects, which we kind of call sub-powers internally. These effects that are not skills that you cast directly, but some of your legendary effects will spawn these Earthquakes and Dust Devils. This is just a new way to really power those up and blend them together in the same build. Additionally, we're adding some new passives to the skill tree, and this has really helped to give you a way, along with ultimate skill ranks, to spend a lot of those new points that you're getting by leveling up from 50 to 60. Those new skill points you're getting, we're giving you some new ways to invest those. All right, we also got some new items, of course. We've got the Ugly Bastard Helm, a new unique helm for Barbarians. And it makes you so ugly that whenever you are berserking, all of your damage is converted into fire damage. And so that's really interesting. Barb always had this little bit of like light fire theme. You had a few different effects that dealt fire damage. And now if you really want to play a fire barb, this is the unique helm for you. Also playing into that, we've got Aspect of Flaming Rampage, which causes your charge to deal some fire damage, and Aspect of Shuddering Steel, which will cause your Steel Grasp and Iron Maelstrom to do some bonus physical damage. All right, moving on to the Druid. The Druid gets a new skill, a new core skill, in fact, called Stone Burst. And this is a core skill that's channeled. It kind of has a very unique kind of input mechanism compared to pretty much any other skill in Diablo 4. And as you're channeling it, you target an area, and as you channel it, the affected area grows in size over about 1 second of channeling. And at any point, you can release the channel, and it's going to deal a big burst of damage to whatever size you kind of landed on there. You could tap it really quickly and just do 1 pulse of damage to a small area, or you can channel up for a little bit longer and hit a much wider area, depending on the exact combat scenario you find yourself in, or how the enemies are distributed on the battlefield here. Of course, we've got our upgrades that increase damage to the enemies hit in the initial radius, so really doubling down on that single target capability of a core skill. And Primal Stone Burst gives you some attack speed, and Raging Stone Burst will dramatically increase the spirit cost, but also give it a ton more damage. So if you have a ton of spirit generation, then that might be the upgrade you look for in Stone Burst. Let's see a video of this in action. All right, so you see it ticks up. There's like 3 different levels, like small, medium, and large. In this one, the druid kind of held it for a while, but you could release it at any time. And so here you see just kind of rapid firing a lot of quick, small shots, just because they knew that would be enough to clear out the enemies here. And also while you're channeling it, does some pulses of damage to enemies in that area as well.
The channel explosion is so satisfying to blow up just so many monsters.
Yeah, it gets huge,
really feels
and
amazing.
It looks so sweet too. I really hats off to the VFX artists who worked on making these look so beautiful. The new skills here. All right, so of course Druid also has new passives.
Could be good, I guess.
A new key passive called One with Nature that really empowers companion builds. We've heard a lot that players love playing with companions. They're wolves, they're poison creepers, they're ravens, and this is going to be the key passive for you. So all of your companion skills gain an additional companion, and they deal increased damage. And there's also a little bonus, basically, with you gain the passive effect of all of the companion skills. Now, if you're taking this key passive, you're probably taking these companions anyway, but just in case, your build is such that, well, I just want to take, 2 out of the 3, right? I can put wolves and poison creeper on my bar, but, maybe you don't have enough skill slots to put in ravens. You're still going to be able to get the passive effect of that when you take this key passive, because we just want you to have tons of these companions, really leading the charge here. We've also got Untamed, a new legendary Paragon node that plays right into this One with Nature key passive. Casting a companion skill is going to increase the companion active skill, will grant you bonus ranks to all of your companion skills for a time to really buff up the damage of those. Just like before, we've got some new passives coming into the skill tree as well. I think some of these might have some temporary icons on them. So like I said, these were from an early build. Some of the icons or very specific art might be adjusted. So bear with us. This is the nature of PTR and early development.
Well, I'm glad.
All right, moving on to some of the items. Oh no, we've got a video. Oh right, a video of really leading a wolf pack here, right? So this includes wolves with the Storm's Companion to turn them into lightning werewolves, and I'm sure there's some other ones here, like aspect of the Stampede is probably involved. You just have, what is that, 7 wolves following you around. You really get to lead the wolf pack with this.
This is the best video in our presentation. Well, actually, no, sorry. This is the second best video in our presentation. You guys will see the best video in our presentation, but yeah, it's so good.
Okay, that actually,
for all you werewolf lovers out there.
Okay, I was gonna say this
really sweet. I'm really looking forward.
Feels a little bit like a snooze fest. That actually looks pretty cool. Okay, that was actually
all right. So new items.
Than I thought
so they've got the Stone of Vehemin. This is a unique totem that's going to empower your Stone Burst, the new core skill. So channeling it is going to grant you some damage reduction, and the final explosion will deal increased damage based on how long you were channeling it. So this just really encourages you to build it up to that max size and let off a huge explosion. And gives you some damage reduction, so you're kind of standing still for a bit. That's okay. You get a bit of bonus damage reduction. We've got a little bit more legendaries on Druid than the other classes, just because Stone Burst being a core skill. We know that the kind of bar to make a core skill really viable and useful, it does need a good amount of legendary items to support it, to really make a full build out of it. So that's why we've added 2 legendaries here for Stone Burst. We've got the aspect of Anticline Burst, which causes Stone Burst to deal increased damage, and if you cast it at or above 100 spirit here, it's going to immediately be at that maximum size. So you don't necessarily need to channel it as long as you are casting it when you have a lot of spirit. This synergizes really well with the Earth and Might key passive, which gives you full spirit when it triggers. So you can trigger Earth and Might and then immediately get a huge stone burst. We've got Aspect of Shattered Defenses, which alters Stone Burst in a rather interesting way. It causes Stone Burst causes enemies to take increased damage from your other skills for a time and reduces Stone Burst spirit cost. This kind of converts Stone Burst away from necessarily being your primary damage source to being a bit more of a setup skill, right? You can kind of debuff enemies, and then you can find some interesting builds where you have other ways of spending your spirit, maybe another core skill.
Looks like it could be really strong if you built it up fully.
Primary damage source, and then you can use Stone Burst to kind of set up that build. Really interesting to see how players, what kind of builds you make with Shattered Defenses. Additionally, we've got Aspect of the Rabid Bear, which empowers your Grizzly Rage to apply rabies and increases your poison output. Stormcrow, which is just lightning ravens. Your ravens are now lightning. It looks awesome. And Aspect of the Agile Wolf, which gives Shred a 4th attack. Shred normally is like a 3-part combo, and now it's a 4-part combo that deals even more damage on that 4th hit, and it's going to knock down enemies as well. All right, so that is Druid. Really looking forward to playing some Druid in 2.0. But let's move on to the Necromancer, because we've got a lot to get through. We've got Soul Rift. This is a new Darkness ultimate skill. So Necromancers kind of had 3 ultimates already. They had one that was blood, one that was bone, and one that was related to summoning. And now we've kind of completed it, and we've added a darkness or shadow damage ultimate. Soul Rift creates an area around your character, kind of follows with you, that just constantly deals damage over time.
Isn't that like Bone Storm?
And it's going to be sucking out the souls of enemies who you're hitting. And every time it sucks out a soul from an enemy, you're going to gain some essence, and you're going to gain a barrier. So you can stack up this barrier. It helps you be survivable, and it deals really good damage over time.
Isn't it like Darkness
Supreme
Bone
Soul Rift
Storm?
gives you bonus damage for every soul that you absorb, and Prime Soul Rift causes the soul absorption to also apply vulnerable. Let's take a video of this in action here. Right, so enemies all coming up.
Super
well
useful, Charles. Right now,
it looks way
you have
cooler
another
than
way
Bone
to
Storm.
give yourself defenses. Necro has historically had some trouble with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really important part here. And when we get to the next slide, talking about some of the passives, I'll highlight. We're adding a bit more barrier into the Necromancer's kit. Blood Necromancers always had a really easy time surviving. They had a lot of Fortify and a lot of max health. And really, the other ones, like the Bone and Shadow Necro, didn't have quite as much survivability. And so now we're introducing more barrier in more places to ensure that,
like the
kind of non-blood Necromancer builds, the Shadow and the Bone and Summon.
So far,
Necros,
this looks like the worst
have a bit more survivability and are able
thing
to scale
for a
into that late game
class.
pretty well. All right, so as I mentioned, the new passive. So they have a new key passive called Affliction. That there's this new concept of Affliction where applying vulnerable, crowd control, or shadow damage over time effects to enemies will apply them with Affliction, which is going to make them take increased damage from you and your minions. Additionally, when you apply a curse skill to someone or to an enemy who has this affliction, you're going to do a big chunk of shadow damage. So this kind of turns your curse skills, your Decrepify and Iron Maiden, into offensive skills. You can curse an area and then they take a big chunk of damage as well. And then this will scale up with the bonus damage that you've dealt, or the bonus affixes that you have for that crowd control, vulnerable, and shadow damage. And along that same theme, the new legendary Paragon node Frailty is going to cause cursed enemies to take more damage from you, and so it plays very nicely with the Affliction key passive. And once again, more skill tree passives to spend those extra points on. And I want to highlight Necrotic Fortitude here in the upper right that gives you, it's just a generic passive that gives you a lucky hit chance to gain a barrier. And so that's going to be really good for anybody who wants just a bit more bump of survivability and to play into the more barrier focused on Necromancer.
Yeah, going back to Affliction really quick, I love the idea of using my curses offensively, like as a damage skill. I think that's going to be such a blast.
Yeah, it's
literally.
really cool.
Pun intended.
Yeah, definitely gonna be blasting with them. I think it's really thematic too. I love playing with it.
It pairs really well with the utility changes. Now that we have way more size increases in utility, it gives you so many more utility options. Those curses get pretty huge, and it feels great.
Yeah, for all of us who just want to win by debuff spamming, I love that one.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about some of the new items coming for Necromancer here. So we've got a new unique item, the Unmaker, a unique helm. This is going to empower the Soul Rift, the new ultimate skill. Of course, you gain some skill ranks to Soul Rift, because now ultimate skills have skill ranks. And every 30 essence that you spend while Soul Rift is active will increase its duration up to 8 seconds. So as long as you're active and kind of spending the essence with the Unmaker, you're going to have a very long duration of Soul Rift. And then for every essence that you gain while it's active, which absorbing the souls does trigger essence gain, you're going to do a pulse of damage around you, some bonus damage. And so it really encourages you to just keep Soul Rift up all the time, be constantly gaining and spending the essence, and it's going to be really, really fun to make that build work. Additionally, we've got Reaping Lotus aspect. This empowers your Sever, your core skill. Sever will no longer return to you. Previously, Sever was kind of an out and back situation. Now it just goes out, and then it splits into 3 specters at the end, deals some extra bonus damage, and then that's the end of the
Spear
Sever.
with
So
bone splinters?
it really does empower it on the swing out, and looks
bone
really cool.
spear comes back.
We got aspect of Fell Gluttony that empowers your
out.
Golem. Whenever you cast your Golem's active, deals a big pulse of damage around it. And your Golem will then consume corpses to reduce its cooldown. So anybody who really wants to build around making your Golem as strong as possible, this is going to be the aspect for you. And finally, we've got Phasing Poltergeists aspect, which causes your Bone Spirit to split into 3 spirits that deal a percentage of the damage as well. I think we got a video clip of this one because it looks really sweet. So you cast Bone Spirit at 1 target, and then it spawns 3 little mini Bone Spirits to seek out nearby enemies as well. So it kind of gives you increased area of effect, and if there's just 1 target, of course, it'll reconverge back on that same target as well, but also just adds a bit more AoE capability for your Bone Spirit build.
I like that.
Very cool. All right, so Rogue. Rogue gets Dance of Knives. This is a new channeled skill for Rogue. It's an agility cutthroat skill, and it also has a pretty interesting mechanic where it has some charges that will recharge, and how long you can channel it is based on how many charges you have. It's going to take 1 charge per second of channeling, but there's no energy cost or just like a normal cooldown. Here you can just channel it as long as you have charges. And while you're channeling it, you're going to be spinning around, you're going to be throwing knives at enemies nearby, and you're going to gain some movement speed and dodge chance. Really is kind of like a spin to win kind of build on Rogue here. You've got Enhanced Dance of Knives, which gives you some charge refund as you're moving with it, because that's what we really want to encourage, is this constant motion, this forward momentum. And Methodical Dance of Knives drops stun grenades when you finish channeling, or Disciplined Dance of Knives will slow enemies and has a chance to pierce through the enemies that you're
This could be like the
let's take a look at this.
The brain dead build. This could be really good.
So here we got the Rogue just going spinning, throwing some daggers around at everyone, and yeah,
this is awesome.
I have a feeling this is going to be extremely strong.
And that animation is just amazing.
Absolutely.
I have a feeling this is going to be crazy strong since you can channel it and move.
Enemies were all dead, but if you use this to get into a big cluster of enemies,
strong.
then you stop the channel, you drop some stun grenades,
the God DH.
Reset some of your charges, and you're good to start.
Dude, I might have to do this. I might have to go make the Goblin Blast for 9,000.
For like you run into an elite pack after slaughtering a bunch of
nobles, that might be very strong.
It feels amazing.
Yeah. All right, so we've got new passives as well. New key passive is Alchemical Admixture, and this is empowering your non-physical damage. So rogues can do poison, shadow, and cold through their various imbuements. And when you deal 3 different types of that non-physical damage, the potency of your imbuement skills is going to be dramatically increased for a time. And the more bonus damage that you build on your gear for bonus poison, shadow, or cold damage, the further that potency gets increased. Really encouraging you to mix and match the different elements. It's really thematic with the alchemical kind of theme, and really supporting a build of Rogue that we've kind of had in the game, but really wanted to give that robust support of a key passive for. And also we've got a legendary Paragon node, the Dance
I wonder if this
Macabre,
snapshots,
which encourages this kind of 1-2 combo of casting a mobility or subterfuge skill, increases the damage of your next skill, whatever it might be, by quite a substantial amount. So
I'm guessing it's snapshots,
cast your dash, and then position yourself, cast a big rain of arrows, and it hits very hard. Very cool, and actually impacts your moment-to-moment rotation as well. And of course, we've got the new skill tree passives as well. All right, new items. We've got the Pit Fighter's Gall. This is the Ancestral Unique Ring. Or sorry, just it's a unique ring. It's not necessarily, you can find it before Ancestral tier. And this Pit Fighter's Gall will empower your Smoke Grenade. So your Smoke Grenade skill will increase your critical strike damage and then leave a cloud of shadows behind. And while you're within that cloud of shadows, you're going to be constantly regaining stealth. And so there's a lot of interesting ways you can play off of triggering going into or out of stealth. And Pit Fighter's Gall is just going to really enable that when you cast Smoke Grenade. We've got Aspect of Star Shards. This is a new legendary to directly support Dance of Knives. And the daggers from Dance of Knives have a chance to shatter, creating more shards of metal that deal bonus damage. And you can now use combo points on Dance of Knives to further increase the channel duration if you've opted into the combo points specialization. Aspect of Poisonous Clouds plays well with Pit Fighter's Gall. When you gain stealth, you create a cloud of poison damage. And Aspect of Splintering Shards, there's just a chance whenever you're hitting a frozen enemy to create some ice spikes. So if you're freezing enemies because you're playing Alchemical Admixture and using Cold Imbue, Splintering Shards might be a good aspect for you as well. All right, moving on to the Sorceress. The Sorceress gets a new conjuration skill called the Familiar. This is a conjuration skill that is all 3 elements. It is a shock skill, a pyromancy
Diablo
skill,
3.
and a frost skill. So there's 3 charges of it, so you can cast it back to back, and you summon a familiar of the element of your last skill cast. So if you just cast a pyromancy skill, you're going to summon a fire familiar. If you just cast a lightning skill, you'll summon a lightning familiar, and same with a cold, you'll summon a cold familiar. And with the enhanced effect, these familiars will do a bonus effect. So the fire familiar will constantly apply some burning to enemies that it's around, the cold familiar will chill, and lightning familiar will stun. And of course, their damage type is going to be based on what type they are, so that it'll benefit from all of your bonus fire damage.
And that aura, Charles, is really great, right, to tap into some of the the passives on the Sorcerer.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if there's a lot of passives that say, hey, you get bonuses against burning enemies, for instance. Now, if you have the Fire Familiar, that's going to really easily be able to apply that constantly, and you're going to have pretty high uptime on having Familiars out because of the way the charge and duration works. Let's take a look at this in action. All right, so initially we cast a Frost Familiar here, right? It's jumping around and it's landing, it's dealing frost damage. Then we cast a Fire skill. Now we get a Fire Familiar jumping around and kind of dive bombing on enemies. And then finally we get a Shock Familiar, a Lightning Familiar here that's going to deal lightning damage. So you can kind of mix and match these depending on what skills you use, what combination you cast them in. And it's really flexible. It fits into a lot of different builds. Even if you're just a pure, say, fire sword, and you just want to do fire damage, you just want to do burning, this could still fit because you're just going to be able to summon the Fire Familiar. But it really reaches its maximum potential as you're kind of mix and matching these to suit the situation and apply the debuffs that you want onto the enemies.
You can have quite a few of these out. For the sake of demonstration, I think we only have a couple of them out on screen, but I think you can have up to 6, right?
Yeah, you can have up to 6, and that would make a lot more sense once we get to talk about some of the unique items that are coming with this patch. But first, let's talk about the new passives, and we've got Enlightenment. This really also plays into the concept of mixing and matching the elements. You see it's got all 3 kind of colors on there. Casting a skill grants a stack of Enlightenment or 3 stacks if your skill was a different element to the one before. So you're alternating here. And whenever you gain max stacks, you're going to become enlightened and you get a ton of bonuses for being in this enlightened state. But then it drops off over time. It's really a reward for mixing and matching those elements, more so than any other key passive we've had on Sorc before. And similarly with the legendary Paragon node Fundamental Release, each fire, lightning, and cold attack you make against an enemy increases the damage they take from all sources by 10%. So you really need to hit them with all 3 types to gain the maximum bonus here. All right, on to the unique items. So Side Bindings, this is a unique gloves, and this plays right into the familiar. So whenever you cast familiar with this unique on, you're going to summon all 3 elemental variants at once. However, it does come with a bit of restrictions on it. So familiar's duration is going to be dramatically increased and its cooldown reduced, but you're going to have 1 less charge of it. So you won't be able to spam this quite as much, but you press the button once or twice and then you get the max for familiars out. They're all over the screen and they're going to last for quite a long time with this unique glove. So it's going to be really, really powerful too. If you're all about this conjuration build, all about amping up the power of the familiar, it's an awesome unique for that. Additionally, we've got new legendaries for the aspect of overheating. After channeling Incinerate for a time, you're going to deal bonus damage to the target. And casting Incinerate will refresh and maintain the bonus. So really just powering up your Incinerate. Charged Flash, this empowers charged bolts. And after you hit a certain number of enemies with charged bolts, your next 3 casts of charged bolts will no longer send out bolts. They're going to send out big waves of lightning that deal even more damage, and it's always going to be a crit. And then aspect of Elemental Constellation, once again, more about the mixing and matching of all 3 elements. Casting one of the elemental skills will summon a matching type elemental dagger that'll pierce through enemies. And the damage of that dagger is going to be increased if you get all 3 of the different element types in that time frame. All right, so I think, we've got new mythic uniques. Of course, how could I forget? New mythic unique items. These are the strongest items in the game. We've got Shroud of False Death. And I think the really cool part about this is it's just inherent affix. It's going to grant +1 skill rank to all passives. And this is really awesome as we're adding new passives into the skill tree. This is just a ton of power for this new unique chest. And its effect is, if you haven't attacked in the last 2 seconds, you're going to gain stealth and bonus movement speed. Now, stealth historically has just been a mechanic that has been on rogues and a little bit on druids with the werewolf builds. But now every class, if you get this mythic unique, is going to have some access to stealth. You can drop out of combat for a little bit, and then you get into stealth, and you get tons of movement speed to maybe move on to the next pack or move somewhere else in the dungeon.
And it's a really simple line, all passives, but it's literally all passives, which is insane. Like it's incredibly powerful.
Absolutely. We've also got the Heir of Perdition,
maybe
a mythic unique helm. And this one has an interesting effect. So it says, give into hatred and earn Lilith's favor, increasing your damage dealt by 60%. So just baseline, this is a huge damage bonus. And the second line here says, slaughtering enemies to briefly steal Lilith's favor from, or slaughter enemies to briefly steal Lilith's favor from nearby allies. So this means if you're playing in a group with somebody else who happens to have the Heir of Perdition equipped, you are able to steal Lilith's favor from them. Lilith will only favor one of you, and you actually gain double the bonus of this, right? If you steal someone else's favor, you get 120% bonus damage, and they would get 0. But if you're just playing this solo, no one else has Heir of Perdition around, it's just a flat 60% bonus damage, which is still a ton and very impactful for a mythic unique. All right, I believe that is actually everything. Wow, that is so much new class content, new skills, new legendaries, new everything. And I didn't even get to talk about some of our other, more regular class balance changes, updates to existing skills and legendaries. So make sure you definitely check out the patch notes. There is still more changes to come, but
I don't know.
We're already really deep into this Campfire chat, and we didn't want to extend it too much longer. So make sure you check out the patch notes for all the details on those other changes coming as well.
One of them was a helmet, right?
Thank you so much, Charles. I know we have gone through a lot of information. We're in hour 1.5 of this Campfire chat. As I said, and I mentioned on social, like this is going to be a very beefy Campfire chat. We still have 2 more things that we do want to really cover off. And as Charles had mentioned, there are a lot of other class changes that we didn't actually fit within the presentation, like a lot of
chest and helm. Yeah, that's
what
I thought.
That will be on patch notes, and patch notes will be available on our blog. for BTR immediately after the stream. So please check that out. We are going to jump into some quality of life items. And so, Colin, do you want to take us through some quick quality of life items I'll be coming with 2.0?
Yeah, I'll go quick so we can get to the super exciting, cool thing. Yeah, so the first one here is you can now select your preferred town portal location. So how that's going to work is you're going to open up the map and hover over any of the waypoints, and when you right-click on it, it's going to set that as essentially your preferred location, and whenever you town portal, it's going to take you there. So this is really helpful for when you're doing whispers, for example.
Alpha
you
of
set
the game. The
tree of whispers
alpha,
as your preferred
actually.
location. Do some whispers. When you press T,
the
you go right
first
there.
time I
you don't
played
have to
the
open
game,
up the map, then click on the waypoint,
the map wasn't even
accept. Like, it's all very seamless, and it's just removing a lot of the inputs that you have to do to get back to town quickly. The next thing here is we're adding a dungeon key inventory tab for things like nightmare sigils. So that just gives you more space for more activities. So much room for activities. The next one here is we've done a pretty substantial rework of monster CC, and this is in the spirit of we want to have really clear sort of delineations between normal monsters and elite monsters, and we didn't like how often you were getting slowed down and how mandatory unstoppable could feel. So, you know, it always felt bad to be fighting this huge horde of enemies, and you see this elite, and you're paying attention to the elite, and then like this goat man Mauler comes up and like sneak attacks you and knocks you down for 3 seconds, and that's the thing that kills you. That always felt like bullshit, right? So what we've done is we've sort of overhauled a lot of the normal monster CCs to be quick and snappy. Like, you still feel them, you kind of want to avoid them still, but they're much less sort of the reason why you die
so
entirely.
far? I have 4 full
vampire
pages
impale
so far.
when like the two-hander like comes and stabs you and stuns you for 3 seconds. That's turned into an immobilize. So you can't move, but you can just smack them in the face. And then the werewolf leap is another great example where previously they'd come out of
4
stealth
full
and,
pages of notes so far.
leap attack on you, and you get dazed and you'd walk around confused. And now they just does a quick knockback. This next change here is small, but I think it's a blaster's delight, which is all the monsters that had really long death animations all die instantly. You don't have to wait for the loot to hit the ground. It's very satisfying. The big ass like spider hosts that crawl towards you. When you kill them, they pop instantly, and all the spiders go and hit the walls, and it feels great. The zombies feel really good too. Like they pop instantly when you kill them. And it's a very satisfying experience. So this should speed up combat quite a bit, and it just feels really good. The next thing here is their socketable inventory tab, another tab for you.
Thank you, Colin.
Like gems and other socketables. And then there's also an additional stash tab that we're going to add. The next thing, if we could roll the clip, we took out just about all the all would go up, and then click on the plunger and don't get hit by the spikes. That's all been replaced entirely with just monster packs of varying sizes, and it's just way more seamless. In this case, we only rolled some normal monsters, but sometimes it's a couple of elite packs. You never really know what you're going to get. It's like a Easter or a Kinder egg, I should say, and it just helps the dungeon flow substantially, like to just sort of blast.
You already did that.
And then a handful of dungeons have had their procedural logic updated, just so there's more variation in the layouts. So when you play it, just going to roll out differently. This is really just iterating on our dungeon set to make them feel much more sort of flow-inducing, not slowing you down. And then the next one here is minor, but it actually feels pretty good, and it has a big impact on the game. When you get those Paragon and level up notifications, we're actually going to tell you how many. So sometimes you'll realize, oh my god, I have like 15 skill points I can spend.
I would never do that,
actually
Colin.
tells you the number.
I literally do that every time that I level up. I miss like 15 of them.
I think that's everything.
Awesome. Thank you, Colin, for running through quickly. I appreciate the efficiency of going through all the quality of life changes. Now I know Jeevan has been very quiet over here. He's only chimed in a little bit. And we do want to talk about a new thing that is coming to Vessel of Hatred specifically, and for Vessel of Hatred players. So, Jeevan, will you talk us through it a little bit?
Yeah, so it's my privilege to kind of talk about a feature that the whole team's been working very hard on that we haven't really mentioned much. And you know, we looked at the expansion. We had all these cool things, you know, Torment, new class skills, Spiritborn, but we thought there was a hole, and we wanted to particularly give build crafters a new way to play for Vessel of Hatred. This is for folks who, like me, whose dream cooking show has nothing to do with British baking, but instead would be called Colin's Kitchen. Twitch chat, if you would binge Colin's Kitchen, let us know. Yeah, let's. And I think some of you already kind of have an idea. So yeah, let's get into. As some of you already know, we're going to be talking about rune words.
Oh, thank God, man.
So let's start with a little background. So rune words were in Diablo 2, and they were a very powerful way of augmenting gear with socketable content. And there's a lot of good sort of nostalgic feelings. They were popular. They were remembered fondly. You can look on the right. That's one of the most iconic examples from Diablo 2. The name is Enigma, and you would make it with runes Ja if Bur, and it would get you some really cool skills that would come out of it when you put it all together. And for Diablo 4, we wanted to retain the soul of what Diablo 2 runewords did, which is combining socketable components and creating more powerful items. But we also wanted to do something that felt appropriately fresh and new. And we wanted to lean into what's unique about the modern game to make the Diablo 4 version of runewords and make it stand on its own and really feel like the right version to be given to players.
I knew about this.
What was so awesome about Diablo 2 runewords, right, was you got this set of runes that made a god item, right, and it broke the rules, like being able to teleport on other classes. Like, what the hell, Barbarian is teleporting across the screen? We really wanted to embrace that in a way that extended builds and didn't necessarily enforce you must play with this item, and we're really excited to share what that's sort of manifested, right?
Yeah, and you all have a lot of builds that you started with from the base game, and we want to add on to those. So, what are rune words? They're a way for you to make your own spells. So there are two types of runes. There's runes of ritual, and they specify actions from the player that they have to trigger. So you can see the example here of the Yule rune, which is a legendary quality rune of ritual. You have to cast a skill which has a cooldown. So, Frost Nova or something like that. Then you have runes of invocation. And these grant powerful effects as a result of satisfying those runes of ritual. So the example here, the Gar rune, gives you 2.5% critical strike chance for 5 seconds. And you can stack up to 10 times, up to 25%. And you can mix and match these. There'll be a lot of different runes of ritual and runes of invocation, and you can put them together as you see fit. So when you combine a rune of ritual and rune of invocation, you pair them together, you put them in an item with 2 sockets, boom, you form a rune word. And as you can tell, there's going to be rarity. We're going to have magic, rare, and legendary, and the higher rarity runes will have more potent conditions or effects. So one of the important elements of this is called offering, which is the rune resource system. So your runes of ritual will generate offering, and they're meant to feed into their linked runes of invocation so that they can consume that offering. And the sort of more demanding rituals that we would ask of you as a player gain you more offering. At the same time, the more powerful invocations that you would try to get require more offering. And so there's sort of like shared economy there. So if you can look at these runes on the right, you get 50 offering for casting a skill with a cooldown. And this rune only requires 25 offering for it to trigger. That's where overflow comes in. Overflow is when an invocation receives an offering in excess of what's needed to trigger it. But put more simply, we want you to have a mix and match system, but we want the pieces to be not super hard, that they can't fit together easily when they have some rough edges. So many invocations can get different bonus effects when overflowed. Some of them might get increased radius to the effect. Some of them might get increased duration. But it'll always be proportional to the overflow amount. So as an example here, the Gar rune only requires 25 offering, and it's getting double that, which is 50 from the Yule rune. So every time you cast a skill with a cooldown, you'll get 2 stacks of 2.5% critical strike chance, or 5% crit strike. And so that's kind of how you get to play with this system, and you get to optimize it in different ways.
And it creates a lot of flexibility, right, Jeevan? Like if you do a really demanding ritual trigger, for example, on a really low offering rune of invocation, it's almost a way to start scaling that rune of invocation in a completely different way beyond just triggering the rune.
Exactly. Yeah, it lets us as developers be more flexible in creating wide ranges of effects. Sort of small ones, big ones, and also the same for the rituals. And you get to kind of decide which ones you think fit your build or are cool. And we do our best to make sure that you can almost cook up anything. So a few rules. Runes can be socketed into items with 2 sockets. We've added another item to get 2 sockets for Vessel of Hatred. So you'll have your helm, your 2-hander, your gloves, your helm, 2-hander, pants, and chest. They can only be paired with a rune of the opposite type. So you have to pair a rune of ritual with a rune of invocation. You can have a maximum of 2 rune words equipped. You can't equip the same rune twice, and they're available for users who own Vessel of Hatred. They stack in your inventory in the new socketable inventory tab, which will also have your gems. And runes are tradable between other players who own Vessel of Hatred.
Oh, that was way too fast.
And they unlock with a quest in the campaign, both runes dropping as loot, but also rune crafting, which we'll get into later. And they drop at a higher rate in the Undercity, which is a specific place you can farm them. So now let's get into some clips here. We get to actually see it in action. So this is a barbarian, and the rune of ritual they have is travel 5 meters. Very simple. And they're going to join that to the earthquake, which is a legendary aspect that you've already seen before, which requires 100 offering. So you see, we'll put them together in this item. And then all they have to do is just run around. Boom, earthquake, dropping.
Insane with the Paragon legendary glyph we just talked about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The earthquake train is leaving the station.
What I love about this is it doesn't just count your normal walking, right? If you're leaping, if you're charging, that's all counting towards like the distance that you're moving, right?
Oh,
yeah.
Whoa!
And you can see it here in like the whirlwind, for instance. Like it's obviously spawning earthquakes. So
was that a druid petrify ultimate? This must be the wrong clip. All right, sorry guys. We're doing it live. Let's just move on to the next one. Okay, so we have a necromancer here with the rune of ritual, cast a non-channeled core skill, getting 25 each. And then this is a classic from D2, gain +3 to all skills. So you'll get to see this necro's got 5 skill ranks for Reap and Sever. And they're going to go out and
casual, socketable Harlequin crest, pretty good.
So a little pew pew, just doing your basic core skill usage, filling up the offering needed.
Yeah, I really like the little tracking buff that
thank
fills
God it has
up
a tracking
as you're getting it. So you don't need to really micromanage this. You can just at a glance see that, hey, I just filled it up, and now I get +3 ranks of Sever.
Yep. So now you're at +3. There you go.
What was that?
So yeah, this necro's just cooking, and oh, what is this? Another broken clip? Did they just cast teleport? What? Okay, I think you guys
teleporting necros. What are you cooking over there, Jeevan?
Yeah, I'll stop making jokes, mostly. Yeah, so what we really wanted to lean into with D2 Runewords, among other things, was the ability to cast other classes' skills and use their power and harness it into your build. So with Runewords, you're going to get to do that. Each class is going to share 2 skills and 1 legendary aspect, like the Earthquake one that you saw. And some of them are even going to get to cast improved versions. So for instance, instead of the standard Decrepify from the Necromancer, you get to cast Horrid Decrepify, which is the upgraded version. And that's we did that for a lot of reasons. We wanted to make some of them feel a little better and a little more powerful. And a lot of it is about balance. But one important thing that I always want to highlight here is that you always cast the best version of the skill if you have upgrades as the sort of home owner of the class, right? So what that means is, let's say you're a Spiritborn and you equip the Cry rune, which is the Vortex spell. If you have points into the upgrade,
type Cry,
then you'll cast the upgraded Vortex when the rune goes off. So I don't think there'll be any class envy. Like everyone will get the best version of their own skills, and then they'll get to use other classes' skills. And we're really excited to see how people can construct new builds and new archetypes and what they can do with using the power of the classes.
And that says enhanced war cry, so that means Necros can become berserk, right?
That indeed does mean that, and that Enhanced Warcry is a winner. I gotta say that one's real strong. We've already seen people just chopping up the pit with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to what kind of interesting new combinations and builds you can come up with by dipping into other class skills in unique ways. It really just like multiplies the possibilities of what you can do with any given class.
Yeah, exactly. And not only do we want you to augment your builds with other classes' skills, but runes will scale with gear. So when you get more interesting runes of rituals, you'll find ways to optimize them as well and get more output. So we really feel like people will have a lot of theory crafting that they can build off of the rune word system, and I'm very excited to see how you break the game. By the way, that's what she's doing on PTR for me. Just break the game. See every build you can find that totally destroys everything. So now we have the crafting element. So using 3 of the same rune, you can use them to roll a new rune. You go to the jeweler, or it might not be the jeweler, but we'll see. And you will combine 3 of the same exact rune, and you'll get a new rune out that is guaranteed to be different than the rune you put in. And there's a chance to up-roll it to the next highest rarity. So if you put 3 magic runes in, there's a chance that it'll be a rare rune. Same with rare. There's a chance that it'll be a legendary rune. And then on top of that, we'll have the ability to craft mythic uniques. So you can use runes. Each mythic unique can be crafted with a specific set of runes. You'll need a legendary, rare, and magic runes of a certain quantity, and 1 resplendent spark. And this is in addition to the existing mythic unique crafting flow. So
I was just going to say this really harkens back to the sort of crafting that was so core in D2 with the runes of being able to match 3 and get the next upgrade, but in a way that's a little bit more flexible and gives you more progression out of it. And this is all tradable, right? So that match 3, those crafting mythic uniques, what do you think that's going to do with trading?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to really
RMT.
build a sort of player community around how to acquire the runes you need, whether it's because you want to combine, you have 2 and you want to find that 3rd one to combine for a new one, or you're hunting for a specific mythic unique. I think we're going to have a lot of player interaction, and someone's going to win the capitalism game there, so we'll see how that goes.
Oh, I wonder who it's going to be.
I really like how the rune crafting system makes it so you're kind of always progressing, right? If you're getting rune drops, then you're getting materials that you can use to progress towards higher rarity runes and potentially towards these mythic unique items.
I wonder who's going to have all the mythic uniques.
Some of the other loot drops,
2.
if you don't find a good piece of gear, it just ends up being salvage. Here with runes, you're kind of constantly getting some of that progression, even if it's not always the perfect rune right now.
It's a mystery.
Yeah, I think that's something that when we did talk to a lot of sort of D2 diehards when we built rune words, and one of the things that most of them tended to mention consistently was like every rune drop is progress. Right?
I've never RMT'd in a Diablo game.
And so we wanted to make sure that even if you didn't get the exact thing you wanted, it still meant something to you one way or another.
Well, I know we've talked a lot about a lot of stuff today. We had progression, itemization. We talked about quality of life. We talked about class changes, and of course, the newest thing, which is rune words, which will be in Vessel of Hatred. But the one thing we did want to quickly talk about was PTR. PTR is coming up. And we want to give a little bit, or at least some specifics on what that PTR test is going to be, and also hear from the team on exactly like what they're looking for from you guys out there that are playing, like for feedback as you guys play through the systems. Everything that we've actually talked about today is going to be present in this PTR. So all the class balance changes, the progression changes, rune words will also be part of the PTR. So we actually do want players jumping in and checking it out. So let's jump right into some of the PTR items. So as everyone knows, PTR from even the last PTR that we had will carry over content from your main account. So if you've already done all your Renown, cleared your Fog of War, your Altar of Lilith status will carry over onto your PTR account. We did do a character copy as well. It was a while back though. So you may find that it might be a little dated from like the character copy that you have on live, but that will exist for players to actually use. One thing I will note is that we are planning on having 2 different testing phases for PTR specifically. The first testing phase will actually begin next Wednesday and will run through Friday, about midday, where we're going to actually give players the opportunity of kind of just starting characters from fresh, because we really need people to try out the new progression systems that Colin and Aislinn were talking about specifically.
I'll try it,
at the beginning
Adam.
of the stream.
I'll try it, trust
so,
me.
Wednesday through midday Friday, we really need players to jump in, check that out, give us feedback specifically regarding anything tied to the new progression systems. Around midday on Friday, though, we will be turning on the rest of the PTR, which will include things like rune words and all the other features that we were kind of talking about. All the other features will be part of it, but rune words and things like that will be turning in on Friday. One thing that we've heard from feedback from players specifically, especially as we have addressed this in the past, is that there is going to be a boost vendor available for this PTR. So in Kyovashad, players will be able to go and visit this specific vendor. This is the best video that I was talking about because this Fallen is dancing and it looks absolutely amazing. This vendor will be available and you'll be able to interact with it. And this vendor will actually then be able to provide you a ton of enhancements to your character, which we do have a list of here. So you will be able to boost your character up to level 50. Level 60, of course, which is the new level cap after Vessel of Hatred actually ships. We will end up clearing out your whole map, your waypoints, Fog of War. We will do your class mechanic stuff and have that already unlocked. All Torment tiers will be unlocked. Your potions will be upgraded completely. And then I know based off of feedback that we got from like the last PTR was, hey, it'd be great if we could generate like legendary items, if we can get all the unique items, all the runes, or that's new now, but all the runes and everything like that, including masterworking materials, that will actually be available in this vendor. So this is a way for players to be more efficient while testing and being able to give us more feedback, especially around endgame related items. So we really need players to jump in for PTR. One last caveat I do want to mention is Infernal Hordes will not be available in this specific PTR. We are still doing some work on that right now before we actually get it ready, but all the other features within the game will be available. Infernal Hordes, as I mentioned, it's a permanent feature, so it's coming back to the game no matter what. And then separately, I do want to remind everyone that PTR right now it is still just PC Battle.net only. This does give us the flexibility of being able to upload, change things on the fly, like things like turning rune words on Friday, for instance, gives us we have the flexibility of being able to do that on our own platform. So it's just easier for us to be able to have that additional work from our side to be able to make things like that happen when we can do testing specifically from that end. But Colin, Aislinn, I'd be really curious to hear like what you guys are looking for specifically in this PTR from feedback from players that they can focus in on and provide feedback on as they go into the test.
Yeah, so I think we really want to see people focusing on the new journey. So starting from level 1 and feeling out what difficulty tier is right for you. And if that feels like it's the difficulty tier that you would expect to be on based on how powerful you've managed to make your character and how many of the progression systems you've engaged with. Like if you engage with tempering and you go all out and you're like, I'm going to make my character a blaster, even though they're only level 30, like how far can you go with that? And are you going as far as you expected you would be able to go?
Yeah, those are great points. It really is about, are we hitting that expectation that we've sort of created, right? Which is, we really loved how the Mind Cage was functioning. We loved how tormented bosses felt in terms of having hard mode versions of things. Are these difficulty tiers sort of meeting those expectations of all the things that we have had in the previous game now mapped to a more streamlined system that should be much, much easier to navigate?
Awesome. And I know on the class side, like Charles, what are you kind of looking for? What's the team looking for on that front?
Yeah, I think we're really looking at the new skills and the new key passives for each class and how they're usable at all points in your character journey, right? They should feel good to press when you just first learn these new skills. But they should also feel really good when you're in the late game and you're trying to, make a build all around them, right? Around your stone burst. Like, does it feel like that has enough support and that you can, make a stone burst build or dance of knives and or all the other different skills? Like, do they fit in? What's their appropriate power level? And we really want to make sure that the new skills and the new key passives enable new ways of playing our classes and that they feel satisfying to build that way.
Awesome. And Jeevan, I know you mentioned to everyone, break the game with rune words. So is there maybe any more extra items you're looking for in terms of feedback?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely mostly about that. I want to see what people come up with. I want to see, what you can cook in terms of builds. You can do something fun or cool or unexpected. And also, I'm highly interested in the sort of balanced feedback. I think we'll get it from all of you. But we've had a lot of people on the team work very hard on conceptualizing how to make sure this stuff is right on the edge of broken without actually being broken. And you'll get to prove me wrong if that isn't the case. Yep.
Awesome. Well, I know we do want to jump into a little bit of Q&A before we kind of wrap up. I know we've been here for a little while, so we'll try to grab some questions specifically from Twitch chat. I know probably the most popular question right now from the community is about Armory, and I do want to start off with that specifically. And I do also want to just confirm that we are working on an Armory. The team is cooking on it right now. We just don't have it ready immediately, but as soon as we have an update, we will be providing that to the community. There is work for an Armory happening. We're not purposely ignoring it, I promise you. And it is in the works specifically from that end. So I know we have questions from Twitch chat, so this is where I actually butcher everyone's name. So in standard fashion, I will continue to do that. It's just a little different now because I actually have a screen in front of me, which is actually really, really beneficial. But I guess we'll start off with a question regarding the different difficulty tiers. So this is from Double DHZ, which is, since we now have 8 difficulties, does this mean with power increase in later seasons, more difficulties will be added? Are we planning on adding 20 difficulties like in Diablo 3? What's the plans around that?
Yeah, we want to be really measured in terms of when we add difficulty tiers. I think it sets us up for adding them when we feel like it's an appropriate time.
It's kind of
we
an
don't want to
interesting
get
question.
to a spot where we have 20 different difficulty tiers.
The first thing is you get
we
a bunch of new
just enough
difficulty
granularity
tiers
to support the amount of power that we're adding.
And your first question
and
is,
we don't want to
are we getting more?
Say, okay, we're going to add things like rune words or add things like seasonal powers and then nerf all of you by making the monsters 100% tankier to compensate for the power. We'd actually rather create a system that when you get that new power, we're going to add another band of difficulty to get even more efficiency out of that power. So that's been the sort of guiding light, is we don't want to continue to sort of nerf players into a spot where they can sort of use all this new power to push. A great example of that is previously in seasons, we would actually increase monster health to compensate for some of the seasonal powers. Now, if you get seasonal powers, if you're blasting Penitent and leveling to 60 faster, good for you. That's something that we think is actually really important to the system.
Awesome. I know next question that we have, this is a question I've seen a decent amount. This is from Explosive Cat. Hopefully your cat is not exploding. What's the purpose of Nightmare Dungeons now that glyphs have moved out of Pit?
Yeah, so Nightmare Dungeons are going to be where you receive your masterworking materials. And because Nightmare Dungeons are going to be following the difficulty tier system now, you're going to be able to go into higher torment tiers, or rather higher difficulty tier Nightmare Dungeons, and get more masterwork materials out of that. So just like all other kinds of content in the game now, being able to go into a higher difficulty of that activity is going to ultimately be better for you.
Yeah, the grind, sort of putting a grind currency actually fits much better in a nightmare dungeon compared to the pit, because it means that every sort of elite you kill, every chest you open, or every corner you go into and you find an elite pack, those are going to be masterworking materials, as opposed to today where it's like, well, the instant I make a turn that is not in the direction of finishing this dungeon has been a waste of my time because I
That's
want
exactly
that glyph.
right.
That
Yes.
completely changes when everything in the dungeon is dropping
Yes.
masterworking materials.
That's
And we think
exactly
that
it.
feels so much
Thank
better
you.
for that type of content.
Yes.
Conversely, with the pit,
That's correct.
again, we're going to reward you for pushing difficulty, and we do want you to sort of get there quickly and get that reward and get out. So we think that'll feel a lot better.
Yeah, so just for people, because I think when they immediately heard like, well, now it's just moved to Nightmare Dungeons and it's just at the end, it's actually part of the whole Nightmare
design,
Dungeon. It's
yeah.
not just the end goal, getting to the end and getting
I went to Seattle
masterworking
and I
materials there.
talked
Just
to these
want to
guys, and
clarify
everyone said
for chat, because I know
definitely
immediately
is more
they're
than Colin. Everybody
There's a good
said
amount at
Colin
the
plays
end when
more
you
than
kill the
Colin.
boss, right? Of course, the boss has to have good shit, but like, what's really gonna feel great is like when you run into a massive elite pack, like you just randomly run into, we spawned maybe too many. Those are all gonna represent, little loot bags of masterworking materials, which is gonna be huge.
Awesome. This question is from RXU105. Are runes reusable?
Yeah. So, by the way, I just want to say, chat. I've been reading Twitch chat, and what you've said has struck a chord. Anyway, yes, they will be reusable.
Can't take you anywhere.
You could unsocket runes and you can move them into different items. Yes, absolutely. I saw a few related questions to that. They don't get to exist in the same item as gems. You do have to pick between gems and runes on any individual item.
Awesome. I know there was a question related to another. Well, at least I don't know, Charles. You want to answer this, or if you have additional details. There's a lot of questions related to one of the mythic uniques, and it's additive damage to demons and angels specifically. I don't know if you want to talk about
I will confirm that is the wording on the effect. Plus damage to angels and demons.
There you go, guys. We'll just leave it at that. And
no further comment.
I know, no further comment on that. Additional question that we have related to Paragon is, why cap the amount of boards instead of just capping maybe the amount of glyphs we can use? This is from Hotner.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Something that I think we can take back and really think about. We had discussed, and we felt like the cleanest solution from just sort of the flow perspective was that we wanted to just make it really sort of compact and make those choices about which glyphs and which legendary nodes and eventually what rare and magic nodes matter to you. But that's really good feedback and something we can continue to monitor as we go into PTR and as people get their hands on it. Again, it's really about making those boards more punchy, and the connections between those boards is something
that you navigate sound like they're sure journey, on this at all.
But the sort of end point is about making those really chunky choices on what glyphs you want and what legendary nodes you want. And we think that ultimately, especially now that Paragon is realm-wide and all your alts, I think we touched on that earlier, all your alts get to benefit from this. It's really going to streamline that process of getting your points locked in quickly on those alt characters and get them into the end game really quickly.
Doesn't sound like they're sure on this at all.
But that's a really good point of feedback.
A question from WTF, Akalaka. I don't know. See, this is bad. Yeah, you get the point. Well, everyone need to be in Kyovashad to change difficulty like it is currently right now.
That's a good question. We've added, actually, so you could imagine how obnoxious it would be to do the pit in Karagar and then have to go to Kyovashad to then unlock the new Torment tier that you just got. So we actually added difficulty tier selectors in Karagar as well as Kyovashad, in addition to Kyovashad. And then we also have one in Kurast, and there's also another one, I think, near the Dark Citadel entrance. We've added them in a few locations across the game just to make that a little bit of a better experience.
Question
Why didn't
from
they
a few
just
people.
put it in
There's
the
like
options menu?
Corinter. There's another question from 9 Tons
Why
of
didn't they just
Pain.
put it in the options
Are
menu?
glyphs kind of shared between all characters in the realm, or do they have to be leveled up separately?
So those are still leveled up separately, but that's something like going forward, we definitely want to emphasis on like making alt more seamless to play into. And we definitely, there's some underlying feedback there, which is, wouldn't it be great if the Paragon glyphs were account wide? And it's like, yeah, that's something we can take back to the team. And philosophically, we really want to start moving towards a direction where making alts is really easy to get into and feel powerful. So that's something we can definitely
Seems like
take
they're
note of.
open to
And I'll also
feedback
highlight
here.
that, right, because the Paragon points are shared account wide or realm wide, as it were. If you make a new character, you're going to get a ton of Paragon points right away, which increases your player power level, which maybe means you take on a higher pit tier, and then you get the catch-up mechanic on leveling up those glyphs. So it is a little bit easier for your alts to level
God,
up
I
those glyphs
love
as well, even
catch-up.
if it's not 100% shared.
God, I'm hungry.
Yeah, that's very true. You can level up them. You can level them up really fast in the
Yeah,
pit
I have a lot of notes here.
There is a question regarding Eternal Realm characters, like, what happens to them when 2.0 kind of launches? What's the, like, I'm assuming because they already have like 925 gear, if they're at max level, they'll be brought down to that,
I'm paying attention.
that new eye level that we had mentioned. Is there like any specific changes or anything, or is it kind of laid out exactly kind of how we presented?
Oh, I can answer this.
Yeah.
We are doing some adjustments for those Eternal players who really like to play the game on one character. We wanted to make sure that there was new loot to chase. We also just needed to make sure that with the new character level adjustments, we sort of had to adjust the eye power of items now that the fact that the max character level is 60. In addition to our goals of really sort of creating more grounded numbers, it does mean level 50 is getting an eye power adjustment, as well as the affixes are being adjusted. But we are going to max roll every single affix that we adjusted power-wise. So, for example, if you get a 5, we're going to take those items and adjust them. We aren't going to re-roll those affix bands. Like if you had perfect affixes, we're just going to essentially max roll all of them within that band. So there's no feels bad about, I had this perfect item and you ruined it by readjusting it. But the sort of main takeaway there is we wanted to make sure in patch 2.0 that there was new loot to chase. We wanted to make sure that the new uniques had a place to sing. And that's all sort of in service to that, for that type of Eternal player who really likes that sort of long form progression.
Awesome. Question from Ice Panther. Rune words, are they applicable to all items and weapons? Or are they restricted to specific types of equipment? Additionally, can gems be inserted into equipment with runes?
Yeah, they can be inserted into all types of equipment, so they're not restricted from being in uniques as long as you have 2 sockets for that unique. And the to restate the slots that are available with 2 sockets, on base game it's 3. It's chest, pants, and 2-hander. We're also adding a second socket to helm, so you'll have 4 slots. And you cannot mix runes with gems in any item, and you wouldn't want to. You'd basically be losing the benefit.
Mr. Fluffy, how we doing, buddy? Pixel Red, man.
Awesome. I know we have some questions related to like some co-op bugs. I will say that I've gone on, like forums and Reddit and addressed them, that we are working on them. I can tell you the team is most definitely working on them right now. Excuse me as I cough. Still getting over my sickness. And then I know this is actually I'm going to ask this because it's a funny question. Are there runes for G and then Vun?
Oh, I mean, my narcissism certainly would have let me do that, but I think we can't do that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, I would have loved to. But I will say, there are, the runes have these sort of phrases that they unlock when you actually compose the spells. And we have some, I think, fun references and Easter eggs to, the great Diablo games of the past. And so hopefully that'll kind of make you smile.
If there's no reference to 17 damage, it's dog shit.
Awesome. And then runes, are they stackable?
Yeah, they are stackable, and we have added a new tab for them as well. We have a socketable tab. So all your runes and gems will go there. So
there we go.
You know, would be pretty good for your inventory.
Yeah, that would have been really messing with inventory if runes did not stack, and now that they have their own tab. Yeah, and now they have their own tab, which is really, really good. So cool. I know we are very over on time. So I do want to make sure that we let everyone go here so that they can eat, because we've now gone well past lunch over here in California. Just a reminder for everyone that PTR is actually going to be starting next Wednesday. We will have patch notes and the blog up immediately after the stream, specifically here, so you guys can check it out. Check out the patch notes. It's 17,000 words, a lot of words, so I apologize. I will say that for other locales, it might be until like early next week before those patch notes will be available. It just takes a while for us to localize on some of those, and it kind of came in a little hot. So we do plan on actually having that available in all languages. Just for now, they will be English only and immediately up after this specific stream. Again, PTR starts next Wednesday. We'll have 2 different phases. Wednesday through Friday will be that first initial phase where we need players jumping in, checking out the progression changes and testing all that out. And then starting on Friday for the rest of the week specifically, we'll end up having the boost vendor available where players can actually jump in and test out everything that they need to regarding rune words and all other things that are tied to Endgame. I do want to give a huge thanks to everyone on this panel here. Colin, Aislinn, Charles, Jeevan, thank you so much for going through a ton of information. I do want to also call out the rest of the Diablo team, because they have been doing a ton of work towards Vessel of Hatred, and of course, patch 2.0 and Season 6. One thing we will say is that you guys actually haven't heard about Season 6 yet. We still have information to tell you about Season 6. We'll be sharing that more here in the coming weeks as we head towards launch. So there is still a seasonal theme and mechanic with Season 6 that we'll be sharing here soon.
I have no idea what Season 6
thank you guys, everyone, and thank you, Diablo community, for tuning in. Check out Diablo4.com immediately after the stream, and we'll see you guys in Sanctuary. Thanks again.
Thanks, everyone.
Nice.
Oh, ending with this. Best. I love it.
We can't forget the most important member of the team.
Okay. Well. Okay, so... Okay. I can actually potentially add a lot of context or questions. By the way, like a million people subbed during that. Thank you so much for all the subs and the primes and the memberships and everything, guys. Sorry, I obviously didn't read it during the thing. All right. So we can go over all of this here in a second, and I can actually shed some light on some of this, and I can tell you actually some interesting conversations that I had with Blizzard. When I went to Seattle here. Huge raid incoming. Yeah, they Bloodshed gave me a heads up that the Diablo stream might be coming over here, so we will welcome them over and then we'll cover everything. And here they all are. Oh my god. Thank you guys. Thank you the Diablo channel. That's a pretty big raid. That's actually 4,700. Is that the biggest raid I've ever had? It's close. Woody in week 1 raided me with maybe 15,000, I guess. That was crazy. It's one of the biggest raids ever. Well, guys, I have 6 pages of notes here, and I might be able to talk a little bit further about some of these things if you guys are interested in that. I don't know if you guys are up for that, but I took a few notes here. I was definitely paying attention. That's why we're here. Okay, all right. All right, okay. All right, so let's go for it. I'll give a quick recap here of what happened, and I'll probably pause in different spots. And as Callie doesn't want to get me to give a recap, she wants me to go outside and play with her. We're gonna play with you after this, okay? Okay, so they want you to blast more. They want you to be more efficient, have autonomy over your character, milestones, more power ups, level up your alts. Do more challenges. This is the thing that I'm most interested in. So the new max level is 60. You get 10 more skill points. There's a bunch of new paces. Now they said the hardest difficulty was current Torment 2. Oh, hi, Callie. Yeah, hi. How you doing? You all right? Current Torment 2 plus 45 monster levels. So if you're like not leveling an alt, or if you're not playing like a Blood Surge minion necro, just walking into Helltide and having it 45 levels higher is like borderline unthinkable. That would be so crazy difficult. So it's going to be very interesting to see. I'm very interested to see when the PTR spawns next week, if this is even possible to even start off with that. And we'll have to see. They're squishing the numbers. I'm always massively in favor of this because, as they said, when you're hitting for trillions of damage and then you get 10% more damage or whatever, if you add a 0 to a trillion damage, you're never going to notice it. It doesn't mean anything. They're gonna adjust the systemic monster formulas. It's just going to smooth the experience. I guess we'll see next week. They scale to your level always. They scale to the pit tier. And this was a huge problem. I actually wrote Blizzard a paragraph complaining about this today, about specifically the pit, the way that the pit was laid out, which is exactly what they talked about. So I was so glad to hear them say that clearing the pit is just a formality. You clear it instantly, and then you fight this like 10-minute boss. It's very lopsided, and they said that they fixed it. And the crossbows that are one-shotting you off screen, hopefully this is going to happen a lot less. Obviously that's a win. So I actually really liked the drawing that Colin had on the campfire. I actually think that was pretty much exactly right, where a lot of the things just become super obsolete. For example, the current strategy in the game is to play Helltide until you get to the capstone, and then you essentially just do Infernal Hordes forever, except for you go sneak in some Nightmare Dungeons to get your Glyphs and your Glyph XP. The pit is like completely obsoleted. Helltide becomes obsoleted very quickly. If you're not doing Tormented bosses or T7 or T8 Infernal Hordes, you don't actually do anything. World Tier 3 is very strange. You only stay in World Tier 3 for a brief moment. The whole thing is very bizarre and doesn't work. So when the drawing that he put up there, a lot of people were laughing at it, were actually almost perfectly illustrated what happens. So now the pit is going to govern essentially everything, which actually raises a lot of questions, which I'm sure... Yeah, we'll look at the patch notes, guys. We'll do that next. It's gonna be a long day. We'll look at the patch notes. So for the pit, now it's 5 pit tiers for the normal difficulties that you start with: normal, hard, expert, and penitent. And then you get 15 pit tiers per torment difficulty. And they describe this phenomenon at the start of Diablo 4, which is still in the game, where the monsters actually become smarter and more deadly as you increase the world tier levels. It's not all that noticeable right now, probably because the power creep is so high. But they said that this intensity is going to change dramatically in the expansion, and the differences between you pumping up the difficulties between these 4 initial ones and then the 4 torment ones will be tremendous. Yeah, so it's built into the game, but not at a very high level, but it will be way higher in the expansion. So for the example they gave is, if a monster on the first difficulty is doing a big smash, they'll just smash in place. But maybe at the highest difficulty, they'll do the smash way faster and they'll target you. Like they'll be able to move it, so they'll get a lot smarter. And they said you will absolutely feel this in the expansion. So it's not just going to be a function of them getting more HP and more damage. They're actually going to be smarter monsters. So then you get, at level 60, you unlock the first 20 tiers of the pit. And I'm making some assumptions here, but based on what they said, if pit 20 unlocks T1 and then it's 15 pit tiers to unlock the other torment levels, I'm guessing the capstones are gone. And now it's these pit tiers. So then another question that this raises is, if pit 20 unlocks a torment tier, is it now like some kind of fixed dungeon? And I'm guessing the answer is no, because the pit is currently random and they didn't say otherwise. So this entire system is pretty much identical to Diablo 3's. You're going to see this theme a lot. And a lot of people seemed very disappointed by this. That's what I saw a lot in the chat. And when I've thought about this, I'm not sure that it's the Diablo 3 systems that plagued Diablo 3. The problem was not necessarily, I think as Colin put it in the Campfire, it's not that there were 16 or 20 difficulties that made the game struggle. It's the fact of how the progression through those tiers went. You don't go normal, hard, expert, master, T1, T2, T3. That's not how it goes whatsoever. You go hard and then to like T1, and then you finish your season chapter 4 journey very quickly, and then you're in like Torment 16. So like the whole progression system was non-existent, really. It exists, but it's just, you just jump to the end. So they have a system that looks like Diablo 3, but as they stated, going up these 15 tiers will be very difficult. It's not something that you're going to do in a few hours. So it's, we'll see. We'll see on the PTR, but the concept of that, for me, I think works. If it is as they wanted to design it, if it does actually feel that way and it plays that way, I think it could be fine. If it's like Diablo 3, where we walk in there and we are very easily able to move from T1 to T4, I think it's going to be a rip and it's going to need to be retuned. And so when you hit T1, when you beat pit 20 and you finally unlock T1, you can get all of the best items in the game in Torment 1. Which is going to be very good for the casual players. You don't have to level up to T4 to get the best items in the game. And the majority of the people that play the game are very casual. We all know that. But there is an incentive for the blasters to reach Torment 4. And that is the amount of loot that you will get. So your chances at getting the very godly loot will just go up. So, for example, the tormented bosses, if they cost 10 materials to summon on T1, they will also cost 10 materials on T4. You could get the mythic uniques, you get all the best gear at T1, but on T4, you'll have a much higher chance. So progressing through this is supposed to be very difficult and very rewarding. Again, if it plays like that, it's going to be good. Another thing about it is, if you think about Diablo 4 currently, a lot of their systems are very confusing. If you were just starting Diablo 4 today and you had never played it, it's very strange. There's the pit that's only in the end game, and there's 200 tiers, but like level 100 pit is completely different difficulty than Nightmare Dungeon 100. is a completely different difficulty than Infernal Horde 8. So they're doing this also to streamline the activities, where you're essentially, now you're just saying you're playing on T2. Now you should have a great idea, no matter what you're doing, how hard the game really is. So that will help. So there is one thing that I have a looming question on, which I think is probably the most important question. So the pit is currently like GRs, but they're really not like GRs. The pit currently, even as the devs admitted on the live stream, is not really that fun. You run through the first part and you annihilate it. And then if you're pushing a really high tier, then you have like a super long boss fight. Okay, so they said that they fixed that. They said that they balanced it a lot more. So that's good. We'll see how that plays. But if we're going to be spending all of our time in the pit, if this is going to be the thing that we're going to be crawling through, to progress our character, my number one question is, how fun is that going to be? Yes, it is great to fix that problem of, I don't do anything in the actual rift, and then I do everything at the boss. Balancing that is, I think, one piece of the puzzle. But my first question to Blizzard would be, do you have anything else planned for the pit to make this more fun? What do you have planned to make this more fun if this is such an integral core function of the game? So we'll have to see what it is. I know that the notes are released. We'll look at it next. I got 6 pages here. Then we'll look at the 10,000 pages next. Okay, so when you raise the levels, you get more gold, you get more XP, you get more loot, and we talked about the bosses. Okay, itemization. They're bringing the item level of anything in the current game down to 540. They're changing the affix bands, and they're adding additional bands for the expansion, so you can get higher levels. At level 60, you can get level 750 loot, and they said that the progression from level 51 to 60 when you get new items will be tremendous. So that I think is very, very important. I'll give you an example. I was playing on the PTR for, I can't remember what season it was, season 3, and I was like level 10, I was killing monsters, and I keep getting, yellow swords that have plus 20 damage, plus 30 damage. And then for some weird reason, a monster dropped me a sword that had like plus 250 damage. It was like 10 levels higher than me. I initially thought that a player rode by and dropped it for me, kind of like a gift from Santa. They were just trying to feed me good items. But no, it happened again. It was actually dropping off of the monsters, and it was a bug. And they said, it's a bug, but I told them, well, that felt really good. Like, I just keep getting this steady diet of like plus 20 damage here, plus 30 damage here. When you actually magically dropped me something that was plus 200 damage, I about shit myself. I was so happy. Okay, so I understand this was a bug, but if you could actually put that into the game, that actually felt really good. It sounds like that's what they did. And maybe they were inspired from that bug on the PTR a few seasons ago, because they said the items that start dropping at 51 plus will have major power increases. That's going to feel way more fun to level than getting these stupid ass increases all the time. The same thing with Ancestrals. Sacreds, I think, are gone from the game. And now Ancestrals are the super chase items. They can start dropping in T1. They're very, very rare. This is the beginning of your forever items as you craft on them and stuff. The eye level can go all the way to 800. They're guaranteed greater affixes. You can only get greater affixes on Ancestrals, if I remember correctly. They have 2 tempering slots instead of 1. You can masterwork them to full. Other items can only get 4. And you get the higher aspects with the plus 5 levels on the powers in the expansion. So these are going to be your super chase items, and these are going to be, I guess, the things where if they drop on the ground, you're actually going to feel like $1 million. So these two things I think are super, super important. I think it's kind of similar to this, the pit fun level. you need to let me have some fun. And one of the best ways to have fun is to actually get really meaningful item drops. So like the first time you get an ancestral weapon drop, it's supposed to be a million times better than what you already have, even as you're leveling up in 51 plus. So these are the kind of moments that Diablo 4 needs that are kind of lacking right now. So now with the Paragon, so the ranks of the glyphs can go up to 100 now. They turn into a legendary glyph at 46 with a super major power, multiplicative power. They have 2 radius increases. One thing that was very bizarre about the radius increases is half of the radius increase goes off of the board. So, I mean, the glyph sockets, I guess maybe there are some in the center of the board, but any board that's on the edge, like it just goes off of the board. So that was weird. I wonder if they have a solution for that or something. So now they changed the upgrading of the glyphs is now in the pit, which is your main thing for progressing your character. And then they moved the masterworking materials to Nightmare Dungeons. Now, what I was thinking when they said that was exactly what Colin said. And this switch actually makes a lot more sense. Like, it might seem like at face value, it's just like, it's a stupid switch. It doesn't matter. Just changing 2 things. But it does matter. Because you felt forced to do a side activity to level your glyphs. But now it's a part of the main activity, which actually gives you a lot more freedom to play the game however you want when you're not progressing. So that's way better that you're upgrading the glyphs in the pit. And then when you move the masterworking materials to Nightmare Dungeons, the problem with the pit is you're supposed to play it perfectly. You're supposed to play it efficiently. You're supposed to run straight to the portal, go to the boss, kill it, and then you get like this fixed amount of materials. That's very boring. It's very repetitive. It's not fun. When you move it to Nightmare Dungeons, now when you go the wrong way, you go down a big long hallway and there's an event, every elite pack, every event is going to drop you more materials. So you're not penalized for exploring. So that's it's actually a more significant change than you might think. And then your Paragon level goes up to 300 now instead of 225, right? So it's plus 75, and it's shared across your characters on the same realm. So like hardcore and softcore still be separate. But if you're Paragon 250 and you make a new character, when you get level 60, you're Paragon 250. Now here's the $1 million question. That is strange. Oh, it goes to 325. Oh, is it 325? Okay, yeah. So it's plus 100. So okay, because the renown might be 25, and it might go to 325. Okay, yeah, maybe that's a good point. So this is the confusing part. So we got 100 more Paragon points. And they have capped the boards. We don't know if it's 5 plus the starter or capped at 5, including the starter. So it's 4 plus the starter. It doesn't matter. Whichever one it is, it doesn't matter. It's the same feedback. I understand the dilemma here. Currently in the Paragon system, all you do is try to get as many glyphs as possible. So like you get like 7 or 8 boards and you just go crazy. Unless you're a class that has very powerful legendary nodes where you're going to go pick those up, a lot of times the best strategy is just to get as many Paragon glyphs as you can. So now they want things to be punchier, I guess. So they're limiting you to only having 4 or 5 additional ones from the starter, whichever one it is. But they're also giving you 100 more points, which just means in all the boards, you're going to get like almost all the rare nodes, all the glyphs, all the legendary nodes, and that's it. So really the only choice you will make pretty much will be which 4 or 5 boards are you going to pick. I understand how this would be good to like simplify the game, but the whole idea of making a really cool path and figuring out like a big construction for your Paragon board is one of the only ways to really work on your character and make, I don't know, a really cool pathway for what you want to do. What I would prefer that they do instead of this, instead of limiting my boards, make the boards better. You're not giving me a reason to go get these yellow nodes. On a lot of classes, on a lot of different builds, you're not giving me a reason to go get these legendary nodes. It's not a choice. I picked the 2 or 3 that I want, and now I'm just stacking glyphs into oblivion. If you would just buff them and give me a real choice, then constructing a Paragon board would actually be fun. If you gave me, Boiler, Macro, Woody, everybody at Maxroll, if you gave us a build and a class, and you had us each individually make a Paragon board for it, and then compared it, they would be, I would guess, 90% at least the same. And that's because you're not giving us choices. There is really no choice in which legendary nodes you pick if you think about it. There really is rarely a good incentive to go get these rare nodes. So I don't think cutting the boards is how I would solve that. Now we're just going to get even more of the same answer. Give us a reason and maybe add the boards, I think would be, yeah, it would be more in PoE's direction, which they have said in the developer interviews, I think during season 4, that they absolutely don't want the game to be like PoE. They don't want it to be that complicated. Fine. But I think some complication and some theory crafting is good. So that's my opinion on that for what it's worth. They're simplifying tempering. Weapon tempering is always multiplicative now. It's not mixed and matched with other things. Offensive tempering is always additive. Utility is always size and duration. Now they said I think I heard them say most of the tempering manuals will only have 3 choices, but it's an absolute maximum of 4. And we heard in the announcement at Gamescom that there is also a tome of retempering or something, retempering scroll. So these changes, lowering the recipes, and that combined with the scroll of retempering should result in less bricking of items. Your ultimates can now rank up, but you can still only equip 1. Then they talked about a bunch of things that the new classes are going to get. We can just probably cover these more next week. But barbarians are getting Mighty Throw. You throw it, it sticks in the ground, and it pulses for damage. It actually looks pretty good. One thing to understand about these skills, some people were watching these skills and they're kind of looking at them like, okay, that kind of looks cool, but it doesn't look that cool when you're using a vanilla skill with no powers. I mean, Lightning Spear sucks until you get everything for Lightning Spear and you're building up all the conjurations. Werewolf Tornado sucks until you get your Tempest Roar. There's a lot of skills that suck until you get everything. So it's very hard to judge how good these things will be until we actually try them with everything, which we'll try next week. The Mighty Throw I thought looked really good. They have new passes for Thorns and Ultimates and Fortify. There's a new legendary node with Earthquake spawns Dust Devils. There's a new unique helm that converts all their damage to fire. I'm just going to go over this quickly because we will make builds. We'll make 1,000 builds. We'll try to break everything. Druids get Stone Burst. This could be really good, actually. You gather stones, you channel it, then you detonate it. It has a huge explosion. There was a legendary aspect that automatically puts it at maximum size. There's a lot of stuff for companions. They showed a video of you leading a wolf pack, and there were a bunch of werewolves just following the druid. That actually looks sick as hell. Soul Rift is kind of a head scratcher. It looks like Bone Storm 2.0. It looks kind of like the same thing. So I don't know. It's probably going to be better than Bone Storm with some of the stuff that they showed us. We'll have to see. I'm sure Macro and Chronix will be theory crafting that. It should be good. We'll see how it goes, but it's kind of like an overlap with Bone Storm there. This is the one that stood out to me that looks like it's pretty much gonna be the best if it's really strong. You channel throwing knives, which is really exactly like the Goblin Blaster build or the Brain Dead build in Diablo 3, which were two of the absolute most infamous best builds ever in the game. So, and you can move while you throw this. So if we can reach this to a power of the Brain Dead build or the Goblin Blaster, this is going to be the ultimate spin to win, obliterate everything build. Definitely have my eye on how powerful could this be. The sorcerers are going to get conjurations to summon familiars. You can have 3 different elements. There is a unique, I believe, that summons all of the different familiars. You can have 6 of them out at a time. They also have powers for incinerate, charge bolts, and summon doing different elemental things. We'll have a different video where we cover everything about the classes. They had 2 new mythic uniques. I could be completely wrong on this. When I looked at them, I don't know. Maybe they're going to be really good. 60% multiplicative damage is really good, and you can steal 60% from the other people. That, I don't know, could be good. 200% damage to angels and demons. They were snickering about this. Who knows what that means? Maybe something's going to happen. I have no idea. 1 to all passives is actually pretty crazy. There's a lot of passives on the passive tree. Getting 1 to all of them is pretty good. And then you enter and re-enter stealth and get 333% damage. I'm assuming, of course, that that's additive. I mean, we'll see. It's cool that they're adding more mythic uniques. We'll see how strong these actually are. They're adding a bunch of quality of life. You can set your TP to your... You can set your hearth, essentially, from WoW. You can put your TP wherever you want to go. I've been asking for this since the alpha. Finally have it. We have a dungeon key inventory tab, a socketable inventory tab, a new stash tab, if I heard them right. The dungeon midpoints, they were actually already removed from the game, I'm pretty sure. It feels way better. They improved some of the dungeon layouts. The level up and Paragon points now show the number. The monster CC was lowered, and anything that had a long death now dies instantly. Thank God. Okay, now they're adding rune words to the game. Now, this is something I can add some context to, actually. So, in Diablo 2, the thing that made rune words usually really strong is they would give you powers that you wouldn't have. Like Enigma, oh, you're teleporting now. Or, Breath of the Dying was that super powerful sword. Or Grief, or I call Grief Ken Griffey Jr., whatever. There's so many godly rune words. Spirit Sword, Spirit Shield, whatever. So they want to bring back that same fantasy where you create powerful items. And then there's actually a ton of interesting things here. So when I heard about this, we heard about this many, many years ago, where you have a prefix and a suffix and you combine it. My first thought is that sounds really bad. And everyone reacted that way. Everyone reacted that way when it was announced, and they actually took rune words out of the launch because they said it wasn't ready and they wanted to think about it some more. So then when I was talking to them in Seattle, we had a conversation about this. That's why I haven't mentioned it till now, NDA'd, but now it's out, so now we can talk about it. They said that they're kind of bringing back the fantasy in that they're going to give you powers from other classes, which I thought was important. That is what we need for rune words to feel like the original rune word system. We need barbarians casting Frost Nova or this or that or this or that. And then you can, so now that's kind of been leaked. A lot of the items have 2 sockets now. So you put like the prefix and the suffix. They're calling it the Rune of Ritual and the Rune of Invocation. And then it makes this rune word and it does crazy stuff for you. So when I was hearing about it, I was wondering, are rune words going to be impactful enough that they're actually going to influence the game? And are people going to be really not turned on to this because it's not going to be the rune words that they remember? And I didn't get to try them, but what I heard from the Blizzard team talking to them is you really have no idea how powerful these things are. They're borderline game breaking as they are. They make you so powerful if you actually get the really, really good ones you will see on the PTR. Like there are crazy combinations. So I think once people, if that's true, once you go in there and you actually put them together, if they do make you feel like a god, which is the point of rune words, it is giving you powers from other classes. And this is just the beginning of the system, right? This is their launch of rune words. Of course, they can iterate on it over time. I think it could actually be very, very good. Then you're going to generate offering with your runes and then spend it to use the runes powers. And if you go over, if you gain a ton of the offering, then you can actually gain something called overflow with your rune words and get even stronger. You're going to unlock it in the campaign, and then the runes will drop in Torment 1 and all the things above. Again, you can get everything in Torment 1. You don't have to go higher, but if you go higher, you have a higher chance of getting it. Now, here's an interesting thing that I wonder how Blizzard's going to deal with it. So you give 3 of the same rune, and it's going to give you a new rune. It's guaranteed to be different, and you can get a higher rarity. It's very important for you to chase these legendary runes. But you can actually craft mythic uniques with these runes. So you need 1 spark, and you get the runes, and bam, you can craft your mythic unique. And the runes are tradable. So the $1 million question is, how will Blizzard deal with RMT? We already know who's going to have all of the things within the first week. It's going to be all of the RMTers. They're just going to magically wake up with all of the mythic uniques, and we'll see what happens. They won't. I'm going to remember that you said that. People are saying that they won't. We'll see. This is going to be an interesting battle. How is Blizzard going to deal with RMT, or are they going to deal with it? I don't know. Maybe they just let it ride. The PTR starts next Wednesday. In the beginning, they want you to level up. They want you to feel the new progression system until Friday. And then if I understood them correctly, which I might not have, on Friday, then they're going to let you boost, and you can level up to 50 or 60, full map, class mechanics, all tormented tiers, max potions, aspects, paragons, everything. They're working on changing the Infernal Horde, so that's the only thing that won't be there. It's PC and BattleNet only. Everything that you heard above is going to be in there. Everything. They want to know how the journey feels, all the new skills, uniques, and passives. Break the game with the rune words. Believe me, we'll break it. Then they did Q&A. Armory is coming. Will there be more difficulty tiers? Thought this was a weird question because we just got new ones. Now we're asking for more. They said that they're going to be very measured in how they add them. They're not just willy-nilly going to add progression tiers. Nightmare Dungeons now are going to give you your masterworking materials. You can reuse rune words, and you can't mix and match them. It's runes or gems in the item. I don't know why we'd ever use gems, but I guess maybe. Why cap the Paragon boards? They said they're not sure on it. They might redo it. Do you have to go to Kmart to change difficulties? They said that they added a bunch of new ways in the towns and at the different activities to change difficulties. I don't know why they don't remove all of them and just put it in the options menu. Escape options, change difficulty. Why don't they put it there? There must be a reason, but I don't know why they keep putting these statues everywhere to do it rather than just put in the options. Are glyphs now account-wide? They said no, but they are very favorable for people leveling alts, so they might change it. What happens for Eternal players with loot? When they change your loot on the conversion, all your affixes will be max rolled, and there will be loot to chase if you're an Eternal player. You can put runes in anything with 2 sockets. The runes are stackable. They have their own tab. And there is also going to be info on Season 6, which we don't have yet, which is going to be coming. I have no idea what Season 6 is. I'm not NDA'd, and I secretly know. I actually just straight up don't know. So that'll be another exciting announcement. So I guess my initial overall thoughts here are the ideas of all of these things, the ideas of a lot of them, I think are going to make the game better. I think that if the pit can be fun, and if moving from Torment 1 to Torment 2 and then to Torment 3 is actually a very serious progression, something that you're really working toward, and then you finally can kill the torment for tormented bosses and get the really, really good rune words. And when you finally get the legendary rune words, you feel really powerful. And if the new game modes are fun with the expansion, and with if a lot of these new builds, like the spin to win rogue build, if it's really strong, I think a lot of these things are going to feel really good. I also have a feeling, which is also important, if any of these things go really wrong, I have a feeling that Diablo 4 is in a state where it can be easily fixed. A lot of the things that we were having problems with 1 year ago, like items are dog shit, armor sucks, resistances suck, uniques suck, I can't even find a mythic unique, the boss chain is terrible, there's no endgame anything. Like, the problems to solve 1 year ago were like almost insurmountable. But now, if these don't feel good, this seems like it can be fixed just with tuning and with some decent decisions. So if we provide really good feedback on the PTR, I'm optimistic that if this goes in fairly well into the expansion, that's probably going to be the best version of Diablo 4 so far. And finally, in the next year, we can work on like building in more things instead of just fixing everything that they already built. So I'm pretty optimistic here. I think it's going to go pretty well. Rax knows everything up to season 20. Don't bet on that in Vegas, man, because you would lose that bet. I don't even know what the season 6 theme is. If you gave me $1 million right now to break my NDA to tell you what season 6 is, I would just guess. I do have a guess. Wait, I do have a guess. Wait. I got it. Angels and Demons. What was that thing? What was that mythic unique? This. Something with angels and demons. That's my guess. So that was like the world's longest summary. All right, is this the patch notes? Okay. Let's do a straw poll. What do you guys want to do? You guys want to read through the patch notes now and see if it's different? See if I missed anything? How do you feel about the D4 expansion? 10, godly. 7.5, great. 5, meh. 2.5, terrible. 0 PoE in November. All right, how do we feel? What do you guys think? I spammed the poll. Let's see the results. Okay, wow. Oh, I got to be honest. Judging by what I was seeing in the chat during the presentation, this poll is going more favorably than I thought it was going to. So that's good. That's a good point. Yeah, it's because rune words went last. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. This is. I'm happy to see this. It's more favorable than I thought it was going to be. So I like that. Okay. I'm happy to see it, man. The top 3 choices or the top 3 votes. That makes me happy. I'm rooting for Blizzard, man. I'm rooting for everybody. I'm rooting for everybody, to be fair. Okay, how are you guys feeling? Are you okay with me going through the patch notes, or are you guys all like campfired and patch note out, or should we look through it? Okay, you're rooting for me? Well, I'll be here, man. I never go away. I'm like that annoying friend. I'm like that annoying brother or sister that never leaves you alone. I'm just always here. All right. I guess I'll just. You guys want me to read it? Yeah, I'll just read it. You guys are asking me to read it. All right. Are you guys ready for story time with Rax? All right. I'm gonna get comfortable here. I'm gonna lean back. Let's do this. Okay. All right. All right. Here we go, boys. By the way, there's so many people. Someone gifted 3,500 bits. Marcy's son gifted 3,500 bits, 10 subs, 5 subs from Sean. Guys, thank you so much for all the subs and the bits and the donations, guys. Thank you. All right. Story time. All right. Well, let's read through it here. Okay. Leveling adjustments. The way Paragon points function has been adjusted. Going forward, earned Paragon points will now be tied to the realm versus character level. This means that all Paragon levels earned will be shared across all of your characters on the same realm. To support this shift, we've made a variety of alterations to the leveling journey, other stats, and monster levels. Numbers and values are also more easily understandable. Wow. Okay, we knew that. Paragon and character level split. Paragon and character levels are now split out, with levels 1 to 60 representing character level. This means you can earn an additional 10 skill points, opening additional avenues of character customization. Starting at level 60, players will begin to earn Paragon levels, which can be used to unlock Paragon nodes. Characters above level 50 will have all their experience-based Paragon points converted to a Paragon level. So here's an example. If your character is level 100, once these changes go into effect, your character level will be reduced to 50. And all 200 Paragon points your character has earned will be converted to realm-wide Paragon levels. If your character is level 50 and below, nothing will change for them. Okay, wait a minute. I'm already confused. Okay, am I missing something? Why? 60 is the max level. Why are we being reduced to 50 at 100? Is this supposed to be a 6? Or... Oh, for your old characters. Okay. Oh, okay. So 50 is the highest level now, and we get 60 is expansion only. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I was wondering, why are they mixing 60 and 50? So if you don't buy the expansion, the max level is going to be 50 for eternal people. And you miss the, okay, and you don't get the 100 Paragon points. Oh, holy shit. God, you eternal people are going to be absolute shitters. God, you guys are going to suck. You're missing 10 levels and 100 Paragon points. If I'm understanding this right. Am I understanding this? Is that what it is? Is that what it's saying? I don't know. I'm not even 100% sure if I'm right on that. I mean, I guess I'll just ask. I don't know. Oh, okay. Oh, they're listening. Okay, that's not right. Everyone gets to level 60. Everyone gets to Paragon 300. I'm going to try to say her name. Aislinn? Aislinn? Everyone gets max level 60. Everyone gets Paragon 300, not only expansion owners. Okay. Okay, so I'm just so confused here. Characters above level 50 get Paragon, but I thought you get the Paragon at 60. $60 is the max. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't get it. Do you get Paragon points and skill points above 50? I don't get it. You have to earn the 10 new skill points. Okay. They're just making you earn the 10. Oh, okay. Okay, I think I finally understand. Okay, here's what I think I understand. Tell me if this is how you guys understand it. Wait a minute. Okay, so this is what I think happens. Okay, here you are. Okay, here you are. That's you, chat. Okay, you're level 100. And you have 200 Paragon points. What they're going to do here is they're going to make you... Okay, this is you. They're going to make you level 50. And then I'm going to put this in a different color. They are going to give you your 200 Paragon points, but I don't think Paragon unlocks until 60, I think. So now you have to play the game and get your 10 points. Now you're 60. Okay. So now you're 60, and now you just get 200 Paragon points without leveling. Is that how you understand it? Holy shit, I had to read that like 5 times to figure that out. Holy shit, that confused me. Why don't they just make us 60? They want us to... I guess you've never earned the points before, so they want you to earn it. I mean, it doesn't matter. We can go up 10 levels. It doesn't matter, but whatever. Okay, they talked about the stat squish. They already talked about that. Yeah, then you have to earn 100 more Paragon. Okay, so they're making you... Okay, so they're making you earn everything that you haven't earned yet. You haven't earned these 10 skills, and you haven't earned these 100 Paragon, so they're not going to give them to you for free. Okay. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I guess the reason why I was confused is if you were already max level, I'm surprised that they don't make you max level, because you're going to lose your Paragon for 10 levels. But again, it doesn't really matter. It's fine. It's whatever. Okay. Rax doesn't read YouTube. Ugh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The chats are merged. For the love of God. For the love of God. Somebody slap that guy across the face with a... Oh, wait. Diablo just raided me. Tune in tomorrow for what I would have chat slap that guy across the face with. Let's go with a frying pan today. Okay. Jesus Christ. World tiers have been changed to difficulties, a new way to control your challenge and reward. The first 4 difficulties, known as standard difficulties, are normal, hard, expert, and penitent. The purpose of standard difficulty tiers is to temper your character while you strive to hit character level 60, the new maximum. I wonder if they literally meant temper here or not. Normal is a slower paced mode suited for those looking for a lighter challenge. AKA, you're going to play normal if you are a garbage noob-ass piece of shit. Hard and expert offer an increased challenge for those looking to test their mettle and play at a faster pace. AKA, if you play hard and expert, you are an absolute garbage noob-ass piece of shit. Penitent isn't for the faint of heart. Those looking to pave a path to the new torment difficulties will face off against heightened danger. Play at your own peril. This is where all the Giga Chads will be, and they'll probably die in hardcore for doing it. Okay. Oh, hi, Callie. Callie. Up. Hi. Can you guys see her? Hi, Callie. You're cute. Hold on. I can't see. Did my webcam get messed up? It sure did. Way to go, Callie. All your fault. All right, how's that? That good, guys? All right. She is a border collie. She's going to be 12 in January. Callie, you're a grandma. Did you know that? Do you know what a grandma is? Of course you don't. Because you always go 1,000,000 miles an hour, even at 12 years old. Okay. Okay. So you get more gold and XP. You get normal and hard by default. You have to unlock expert by doing the prologue. Penitent is unlocked upon reaching level 50. So I'm going to make an assumption here. When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. But I'm going to make an assumption here. Okay. So this is my assumption. If you get any character to 50, then you unlock Penitent on your account forever. So you could do it on a level 1 character going forward. Do you think that that's what they mean? Or do you have to be level 50 before you can turn on Penitent? Always. Okay, it seems like the chat does not agree what this means whatsoever. All right. Let me see if they can answer. Question on Penitent. It says it unlocks upon reaching level 50. Once you get any character to 50, does it unlock forever, even on a level 1 character? Or does a character need to reach level 50 to play on Penitent always? Let's see if we get an answer there. Maybe they know and maybe they don't. Why would it be different? I don't know. Penitent is the new hardest difficulty for leveling up. Okay, so then you get to Torment difficulties. And Warrior. This is where the endgame truly begins. In Torment difficulties, your progression is directly linked to the pit. As you strive to higher pit tiers, the Torment difficulty you have access to will also increase. The higher the Torment difficulty, the more likely you are to encounter legendary and ancestral items. Here's the breakdown of how to unlock each Torment difficulty. And we already know this. We covered all of this. 60 gives you the pit and the first 20 tiers. Tier 20 unlocks T1, and then it's 15 levels beyond that. We knew that already. As if the danger wasn't abundant enough, Torment difficulties foster a new hazard, Curses. While playing in Tormented difficulties, your armor and resistances are reduced. And this minus 1,000 armor, oh, I don't remember this. I never heard about this. Did they talk about that? Okay, so Aislinn, I hope I'm saying that right. She's watching. She answered us. Thank you, Aislinn. So on Penitent, it unlocks per character. So you need to reach level 50 before you can switch the difficulty to Penitent. But they said if that's not the way that it should work, they're open to changing it. Now, I will say something about this. There is something that needs to be considered. It sounds very difficult. Torment 2 plus 45 monster levels currently is extremely difficult, unless you have like a twink character. I don't know if anybody can even play on Penitent as it is. I don't even know if you could do it. So the fact that they don't let you do it until 50 might not really matter. It's fine. Chuck Norris could do it, maybe. So they're going to take away 1,000 armor and 1,000 all res. So now your armor cap and your resist cap is dynamic compared to what you're playing on in different torment levels. This actually might be quite significant, because if Maxroll makes a build guide that has your resists and your armor capped at Torment 1, all of the sudden that is not capped at Torment 4. You might have to actually change some gear to play on T4, which means we might just have a shitload of work ahead of us where we have to actually tab through. We might have to tab through every Torment difficulty and slightly redo the gear so you can live. Which honestly might not be a bad thing for the game. Because, oh my God, heaven forbid there's an actual progression system, and heaven forbid if you actually want to turn the difficulty up that you have to actually think about some things. Everything is so face roll and meaningless right now. This might actually be a great change. I'll tell you what's another great change is that Tony just rated us. What's up, Tony? Always lurking. Thanks for the 5 gifted, man. Mirage, thanks for the $5. If you had the opportunity to work for Blizzard on Diablo, would I want to? So that's a hard question to answer. So let me give you the most honest answer I can give you. It's kind of like a wishy-washy answer. What I want, well, my dream job, what I really want to do is I want to be the first astronaut on Mars. That's what I really want to do. I can't do that. I literally can't because of my ear. I've had 11 surgeries on my right ear, including a tympanoplasty. If my ear hadn't been hurt when I was a kid, I would have 1,000% spent my entire life in aerospace. And I would have tried to be the first astronaut on Mars. That's what I really want to do. Since I can't do that, this right here is essentially my dream job. I didn't become a content creator for Diablo because I wanted to be famous. I did not become a content creator for Diablo because I wanted money. That had literally nothing to do with it. In fact, when I started streaming, I was guessing that my streaming career would go nowhere because it's almost impossible to be a streamer, and I'd be back in the corporate world in a year or two, and that would be the end of it. So there's a reason why I'm here. It's because I want to be here. So when you ask me a question, if I had the opportunity to work for Blizzard on Diablo, would I? I'm already kind of doing my dream job thanks to you guys. So I'm not looking to change careers because I knew this is where I wanted to be 5.5 years ago, which is why I said I would stream every single day for 10 years without missing a day. Separately from that, would working for Blizzard on Diablo be fun? Yes, I've been playing Diablo since I was a kid. There's a lot of games out there, guys. I don't have to be a content creator for Diablo. I could go be a content creator for something else. There's a reason why I'm here. I've been playing this game since I was a little kid. So the idea of it interests me, but I'm already doing the job that I want to be doing. So I don't sit here dreaming about, oh, let me leave streaming so I can go work for Blizzard. I don't ever think like that. And you guys are correct, by the way. You guys are correct that you get 300 Paragon points before renown and statues. So it's going to be like 325. So you're right. It is, or 324. Yeah, whatever. Whatever it's going to be. I would probably earn more with streaming. Now, this is not to downplay this at all. Like, our world is so crazy expensive. It is so hard to, I don't know, do literally anything anymore. Buy a house, get a car, have a good job, buy health insurance. Health insurance costs $1 million. So I'm not trying to downplay how important money and finances are. But guys, in 2 days, I'm going to be 38 years old. I'm definitely old enough to the point where I don't make decisions really based upon money anymore. As far as I know, I'm not even going to be on this planet Earth much longer. We're all going to be dead pretty soon. That's not supposed to be a forlorn comment. Our time on this world is limited, is what I'm saying. I don't got time to be making decisions about making more money versus trying to be happy and passionate about what I'm doing. You know what I mean? So, yes, I probably make way more in content creation than I would as an employee of Blizzard. But that wouldn't really that wouldn't factor much into my decision about doing it. That's not how I would go about it. You know what I mean? All right, monsters will no longer have their level displayed and will scale to the difficulty. Oh. Okay. I guess that's fine. That's going to be hard to get used to. But I suppose this makes sense. Okay. So you can't see the monster levels anymore. I'm a very interesting dude. Yes and no. I guess I could understand why I could be interesting, but at the end of the day, man, I'm just a dumbass from Nebraska. I'm just a normal Normal guy, just like you guys. I'm just a normal person, and trust me, I might make some good guides here and there. Even a blind squirrel can find a nut every once in a while, but trust me, I'm just as big of a dumbass as anybody. Okay, glyphs. Developer's note. There were a few issues with Paragon glyphs, the pit, and Nightmare dungeons. We received feedback that pit rewards were feeling lackluster. Yes. We wanted to make the action of upgrading glyphs more satisfying, while simultaneously offering better rewards for pushing deep into the pit. Our desire was to give glyphs more power, but the glyph upgrading experience system did not scale well and was needlessly grindy. To achieve this goal, we moved the Paragon glyphs upgrading out of Nightmare dungeons into the pit, and also redesigned the system to give more control over how quickly glyphs can be upgraded. So, we talked about this earlier. This is actually, at face value, if you read this, it might not seem like it would make that much of a difference. Oh, you moved one reward from one system, and then you moved the other one to the other system. Wow, that's profound. But I actually think it'll have a bigger impact than you would guess. Needlessly grindy, now grind to 100. Yes, I see what you're saying, but consider something though. The pit is your progression. So you do all the activities to get powerful, to try to chew through the 15 levels in the pit to finally hit that next tormented level. Blizzard is actually giving you kind of a roadmap, a connected system that they said is going to be quite challenging to finally reach like the top of Mount Everest. If you reach World Tier 4, you're going to be like, oh my God, finally. Woo! Finally got to World Tier or Torment 4. And now all my armor and my resistances are shit, but I finally got here. Since you're going through that anyway, they're going to give you your Glyph XP while you do it. So it won't feel like a side quest that you're grinding for no reason. It'll be like connected to your progression in like the main story of the game. And then if you really need masterworking materials, instead of having to surgically go through the pit and fight a 10-minute boss, you can just have fun and slaughter all the events and go every wrong way that you want in Nightmare dungeons and still be rewarded for it. I think it will feel better than you might think. Your glyphs will level naturally. It's like a natural thing that happens. Okay. A glyph is no longer driven by experience. You're given attempts by completing pit tiers. 3 attempts to upgrade a glyph's rank are rewarded for successfully completing the Artificer's Mastery, and a bonus attempt for not dying. It's the same as Diablo 3. Each upgrade attempt can be used to increase any glyph that isn't already at max level. The chance to upgrade your glyph is based on the level of the glyph and the tier of the pit that you complete. For example, completing a pit tier that's 10 levels higher than you guarantees an upgrade rank. Completing a pit tier that's significantly higher than your glyph's rank grants bonus upgrade ranks per attempt. Every 20 level difference between the pit tier completed and a glyph rank grants a bonus upgrade per attempt. Here's an example of the system in action. 3 deathless pit 30 runs would take a glyph all the way to rank 19, rapidly unlocking the additional radius increase. 1 to 3, 3 to 5, 5 to 7. And then the bonus is 4 to 9. Okay, it just shows you the, okay. Got it. The maximum level of a glyph has been increased from 21 to 100 at 45. A rare glyph can be upgraded by a legendary glyph using gem fragments with the following bonuses. So this is an example of, for me, something that I think works here. This is, maybe it's not absolutely perfect, but it's something that works. Because now now that they're combining this, what you're essentially signing up for here is you're signing up for all of Diablo 3's problems, and you're signing up for all of Diablo 4's problems. So this system has to solve both of them. Diablo 3's problems were infinite scaling. It was absolute garbage. Infinite scaling was the thing that made a lot of people not even want to play the game. And the Diablo 4 main problem is there's nothing to do. It is so easy to max your character in this game, and there's nothing even to do. So you're moving to this system. How would you do it? Well, you let the glyphs upgrade to 100, but you get most of the power at 46. And as you get stronger, you can jump to 46 pretty quickly. So this is pretty good for casuals. Not going to be that hard. If you're a Giga Chad Blaster, you can level it up to 100, which I guess is probably just going to give you like more additive damage. But it doesn't infinitely scale. And it's not going to be that big of a deal, I'm guessing, especially with all the other power systems in the game. So this system actually does a decent job of checking all the boxes. Now I have something to do. Now it doesn't infinitely scale. It's pretty good for casuals. And now blasters actually have something to work toward. It's really not too bad, actually. It's pretty good. If I was sitting in the boardroom looking at this for the first time, I'd be like, it's decent. It's way better than what D4 currently has, and it looks to be an improvement upon Diablo 3. It's boring. Well, maybe kind of boring, but it's way better than what we have, and it's way better than this, right? This is garbage. This is garbage. And if you make it too hard to get to 46, then you alienate your casuals. They didn't do that. And if leveling to 100 takes 2 seconds, then you lose your blasters. But I don't think they did that either. So if that's the biggest criticism that we can get here, is that it's boring, I mean, I'll take it. Because it's a hell of a lot better than what we had. Is it super innovative? No. But it's better. Okay. Ow. Did you hear that? God, I just like snapped my finger in half. Ow. Okay. Each class gets a new Paragon board. They come with a new legendary node. I'm confused. Did they put the same picture 5 times and just do a slightly different path up? Okay. Okay. That's probably not going to win screenshot of the year, but that's okay. Okay, we know about the increase. Item quality rework. Okay. Start dropping at T1, item power 800, the highest possible. You only get greater affix on ancestral items. They always have at least 1 greater affix. Sacred items are gone. All of them are going to be legacy. Non-ancestral items are power level 750. With the fact that they're dropping with the fact that they're dropping your armor and your resistances, in Torment 4, I don't think it's possible to play with an item level 750 item. Okay. We're not going to read, we already read through all of this. We can look at the little videos. But we won't know, you can't tell anything from this. You can only tell how strong it is after you get all of the legendary aspects and the uniques. Because, okay, he throws one hammer very slowly and it slowly flies back. Okay, but what happens when you have the attack speed cap and you have a full Paragon board and you have full legendaries and you have the uniques? Maybe you're literally like MC Hammer and throwing hammers everywhere at the speed of light, blowing up everything. You just won't know. Like, this could be really, really strong and really devastating. We won't know until next week. I love the animation here. I love the color of those little blue things, or the teal things. Looks a little bit redundant with Bone Storm, but this, I think, is potentially going to be the best thing. This could be crazy, 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 crazy good. Any spin to win build could be really good. Here are the familiars. Again, looking at them spawn here doesn't look that remarkable. But in practice, with a full build, it might be the most insane thing ever. You have no idea. Yeah, do they have a thing of the wolf pack? Oh, I don't see it. 5 new passives, okay. You can just... I guess we can read them. Damaging an enemy with a basic skill increases your damage by 9%. So that's very good for Bash Barb or something. Your ultimates deal 45% more damage. Can we make an Ancients build? Callie, come here. Callie, come here. Sit down. Hey, Callie, be nice, okay? Hey, be nice. Callie. I know how I can distract her. Callie, do you want an almond? Yeah. Yeah, think about the almond. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. If I could get it open. Oh, no almonds for us, Callie, sorry. Ready? Ready? Here. Yeah. Yeah, eat the almond. You want another one? The only thing that can distract Callie from a door opening is food. Okay. See here? If you could get your ultimate cooldown low enough, it's just 15% damage forever. This could be extremely strong. I love that there's... Dude, Blizzard has had a real paradigm shift here, because when Blizzard was in the, I think it was the season 2 Campfire or something, someone asked, are you ever going to make a companion build? And they said, essentially, we have no plans to do that because Necros are the minion class. Well, look at us 1 year later. Now they literally gave us a key passive for companions. Almonds aren't toxic to get dogs. Guys, I don't think you understand Callie. First of all, Sarah, Callie's mom, went to school for veterinary science and she worked at an animal rescue for a nonprofit for many years. That's the first thing. Second of all, I don't think you understand what an absolute dumpster Callie is. Callie will eat anything and everything in massive quantities. Nothing phases her. She's been eating everything her whole life. She's almost 12 and she is in perfect health. We take her to the vet. She gets her blood work done. She has literally A+, nothing wrong with her. Thank you for your veterinary advice. I will politely decline it. She's fine. Callie is in perfect health. Thanks for the help, though. Isn't that right, Callie? Yeah, if it was up to you, you'd eat 100 almonds. But Google said, well, the dog is sitting right next to me, happy as a clam, wagging her tail, and she's been eating shit like this her whole life. We're eating pizza. Here, Callie, have a slice of pizza. She devours it. She loves it. She's blasting. Okay. Back to the patch notes. Necromancer. Okay. Necromancers get barrier. That's not exciting. Who cares about living? We might care about living in the expansion. Might be hard as hell. That's what she said. All right. Isn't this exactly... Did they give the Necromancer the exact same passive that they gave Druids? Okay, Blizzard. I need to see you in my office. Blizzard, I need to see you in my office here. Am I missing something here? Hold on. Oops. Actually, let's just do it like this. No. Okay. Druid, Catastrophe. You deal 15% more. Oh, is this PoE? More damage for 8 seconds after casting an ultimate skill. Finality. You deal 15% increased damage for 8 seconds after casting an ultimate skill. Yeah, it's not PoE, guys. It's an X, so they're literally exactly the same. I mean, it might have been a typo. They might actually do different things. I'm gonna ask him. Is this a typo or is? All right. I asked them if it was a typo or not, but it's the same thing, unless I'm missing something. Okay, nothing too crazy on these passives here. This buffs dodging for rogues, and rogues are pretty good at dodging. Okay. %4 CDR. God, I love that. The X should mean that it's multiplicative, yes. And if it's additive, it'll be additive. So it adds 45% mana regeneration and attack speed, and this gives you multiplicative damage, for example. Okay. Replace your evade with a teleport. Blinking further, dealing damage, and becoming unstoppable. We read about this, the offering system, generated by runes of ritual. Runes of invocation consume the offering to activate their effects. The more demanding of a requirement, the more offering that it requires. Makes sense. If you get additional offering, then it's required to activate your rune. You get overflow, and they apply a bonus to their effect. Okay. Socket them into chest, legs, and two-handed weapon slots, and helms as well. You gain 50 offering when you travel 5 meters. This requires 500 offering. And that gives you your evade with the teleport. So you can get 4 of these, right? Here's all 45 runes. Cast a skill with a cooldown. So this is So ritual is, okay, you do this and then you gain this. So all cooldowns give you 50 offering. This might be good for like basic attacks. You just keep swinging and it keeps generating offering. I don't understand. When you lucky hit an injured enemy, you get 10 offering. What does this mean? When you lucky hit an injured enemy, if you lucky hit, you have a 100% chance. What if you just one-shot them? This one seems very weird. Cast any skill, gain 25. Cast any core skill and gain 25 offering. This seems very, very strong. If you use a power from another class, you gain 150 offering. Wait a minute. Isn't this a little bit crazy? That means if you can find some combination to just keep spamming another class's power, you can just keep generating 150 offering. Cast any ultimate, get 150 offering. God, some of these builds reset their ultimates all the time. Become injured or crowd controlled, gain 1,000 offering. I'm going to be very surprised if this is used. Usually you don't use runes that rely on you unless you want to do some nonsense with like low life stuff, but I hate playing that way. Probably won't ever use that. Inflict a crowd control that isn't a slow or a chill. The problem is the offering here is so low. Evade, gain 50 offering. I think this one's godly. Travel 5 meters, 50 offering. This is just very natural. Gain 10 offering anytime your minions or companions kill something. This could be crazy strong if you're speed farming. Drink a potion. Can't rogues use potions at will now or something? This could be crazy strong for rogues. Spend 5% of your maximum resource for 2 offering. Might be godly for like Axial Conduit, where you're constantly draining all of your mana. Stand still for 0.375 offering per second. Imagine if you're just fighting a boss. Yeah, imagine Bone Spirit with this. Huh. Alright, let's see here. Challenging shout. Yeah, keeps you alive. Okay. The war cry is crazy because it gives you berserking, I'm pretty sure. Three to all skills for 5 seconds. It's essentially like a Shaco. Your next skill cast will be a guaranteed crit and overpower. Oh my god. Callie, again, are you serious right now? Are you serious right now, Callie? I gotta admit, Callie's pretty cute. She just wants more almonds. 800 offering for a barrier? I don't know about that one, Blizzard. That seems pretty pricey. Increasing your critical strike damage, I wonder if that scales, I wonder if that would scale splintering energy. Reduce your active cooldowns by 0.25 seconds on a 1 second cooldown for only 100 offering. And the overflow is more reduced cooldowns. Excuse me. This looks godly. Okay, wait a minute. This looks godly. This seems super godly. It doesn't say how much offering this requires. Restores one primary resource. Is it just one offering? So this could solve your resources potentially infinitely, which might nerf Starless Skies. All of these movement things are such a snooze fest because it's in a lot of builds you can cap your movement speed, or maybe they're changing it. I don't know. Gain 20% life. This might be good for like blood necros. Maybe barbs. Horrid Decrepify, letting you execute enemies. Is this actually an execute? Does it work on bosses? This could be like, depending upon how the execute works, could be a massive damage increase, actually. It might also stagger them a lot. And it might be required to do like Torment 4. This might be very strong. I don't know if I believe in this one. Maybe. I doubt it, though. Your next non-basic skill spends all of your primary resource to deal double damage. Double damage? Oh my god, dude. Reduce your active ultimate by 0.4, or by 4. Ultimate down by 4, and this is active cooldowns down by 0.25 with an overflow of further reduced cooldown. So I think you're going to get your ultimates up all the time. Imagine the Spiritborn. Can you imagine the Spiritborn with infinite centipede? Permapede. Infinipede. Maybe. This might be very strong for staying alive, getting a Rogue's Dark Shroud. I'm not sure I would do this. Maybe for speed farming? I don't know. Imagine this just with your movement speed. You just start frost novaing all the time. You get the Spiritborn's Concussive Stomp. If you could spam this once every second, you might be able to build Massive Stagger. Now this is going to be godly. Using the Spiritborn's Vortex pull. Imagine this with the Rogue with the movement thing combined with pulling in enemies. So it would literally be like the God DH, like, or it'd be like the Brain Dead build or whatever, just pulling everything in and killing it all. I wonder if you could make this do a shitload of damage. Callie. Oh my fucking god, Callie. Jesus Christ. What? I bet you 1,000 times. I already took you out to go potty. My god, dude. I don't think she's ever bothered me this much ever in my life. Okay, I'll pet Callie some more. Oh, you can summon the Sorcerer's Meteors. I wonder if you could use this to your advantage. Oh my god. Wait a minute. You can automatically summon the Spiritborn's Pestilence Swarm. Dude, everything about the Spiritborn is finding a way to consistently get the poison. So you can have, maybe you can get the poison for free from the rune word, and then you don't have to spec into poison. You can go something else. The gameplay footage that they showed worked that way. Yeah, so that's going to be crazy strong. That's going to be your source of auto poisoning. Okay, we know about this. You can use 3 runes to craft 1. It's guaranteed to be different. There's a chance to get the next highest rarity. You can craft mythics. 1 resplendent spark, 10 legendary runes of a specific name, 10 rare runes. So you need 10, 10, and 10. Okay. Oh wait, the party finder is going to be here. Or wait. Oh, the party finder will be there. Okay. All right. Well, this also means druids have now access to Envenom, right? If the Spiritborn Pestilence applies poison, then maybe druids can get auto Envenom, right? That's like their best passive, isn't it? Wow. Party finder will be there in the PTR. Okay. So there are some potential extremely strong combos here. Specifically with cooldowns. Or yeah, with cooldowns. I want to reset my cooldowns. I want to reduce my ultimates. I want the Spiritborn Pestilence. not only could this solve the Spiritborn's problem of having everything poisoned potentially automatically, but it might also poison for druids and venom, and it might also help rogues as well. Summon a spirit wolf. I wonder if this counts as a minion to buff necros or something. Rax, quick and dirty. Would you say yay or nay? Well, I think this is going to make the game a lot better. Certainly going to make the game a lot better. The game's not getting worse. You want to guarantee a crit? Well, they have the guaranteed crit and the overpower. Remember, you get 4 of these combinations. You get 4 of them. You get, well, barbs get, do barbs get, how many do barbs get? Oh, you can only, oh, there's a max of 2? Oh. Where does it say that? Oh, here. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, I guess they had to do that because barbs exist, huh? So you'll pretty much always put them in your armor, right? Because I think you'll always put them in your armor because you're not going to give up your critical strike damage or something on your weapons, are you? Why do barbs got to be ruining it for us all? It's looking pretty good, man. I mean, we'll find out on Wednesday. I guess we won't have some of the expansion stuff, but we can start making new builds already. I have every character at level 100. If they copied my character this season, I don't need any boosts. I'm already 100 on all of my characters. I guess I'll be 50 already. Am I going to read the rest of the patch? I thought I did read it. I thought we got to the bottom. Oh. Oh. Usually the how to install the PTR is the last part. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. Still going? Okay, more accessibility stuff. Okay, we know about this. We already looked at this. The weird thing is the 200% damage to angels and demons. +1 to all passives. This might let you just like completely respec your character. Like sorcerers, for example, like only take 1 point into something. Shattered Vow, mythic unique polearm. Wait a minute. Isn't this new? Wait, mythic unique polearm. Execute enemies afflicted by more damage over time than their remaining life. So this is like a spirit-born. Is this a spirit-born thing? Is this like a poison spirit-born mythic unique or something? Because spirit-borns use glaives and what, polearms? Adam is here. You split it up because it was too big. What's up, Adam? How you feeling? Nice presentation today, man. Okay. Okay, we knew that they're going to fix this, so it's 3. Okay, you can pick your elemental surge, everyone's favorite leveling power. %200 increased damage on the impact. Damn. Okay, thorns. We've actually already looked at a lot of this. Okay. The ugly bastard. All right. Yeah, any class that can wield the pole arm can use it. Okay, makes sense. Steel grasp sends metal shards out. I wonder if we could actually make this do any damage. Okay, it just looks like a duplicate there. That's fine. Okay. I think the four-legged creature, I think she has to go, guys. I've got to take her. Be right back 1 second. Let me take her to go potty. All right, the dog has gotten to relieve herself. All right. Earthquakes spawn a dust devil. Could be very good. Okay. Okay, they're giving us more dust devil damage. It's all additive damage, so not sure how good this is going to be, but maybe we'll go pick up the earthquake damage or the duration. Not sure. We'll have to theory craft it. Okay, we saw all about this skill already. You get 30% attack speed. Or 50% multiplicative damage. Interesting. Gain the... You just gain all of the passive effects. What exactly does that give you? Let's see. If I go to Maxroll here, if I go to the planner for Diablo 4, what exactly would that give me? If I go Druid and I go to the skill tree, if I got all of the passives, what exactly would I gain here? Does that mean that they're always out? Does that mean that instead of getting one raven, I get two? Instead of two wolves, I get four? Instead of one poison creeper, I get two? Is that what it means? Or this is a key passive, right? Does this mean that I just gain an extra one? Grinding Gear Games is so desperate they have to log in on their clones and talk shit about Diablo 4. Somehow I mean, I guess I don't want to say that that never happens, but I really wouldn't bet that any of the companies log onto alt accounts to shit talk their competitors. I doubt it. Maybe, but I doubt it. It's only the passive effect, right, but the passive effect is the wolves themselves. The passive effect is you get two wolf companions. The key passive here says gain the passive effect of wolves. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just one added to the passive. I don't know. We're just gonna have to see. We're just gonna have to log in and try. I don't know. Like with most things in Diablo, you can't tell unless you actually log in and try it. Okay. We're not gonna know until we log in. I'm wondering if these lightning ravens will be good. It'll be easy. Yeah, we'll just have to log in there and see what it does. why do people still play this? I mean, there was just a massive announcement taking us, how long have we been streaming for? We've been going over it for 8 straight hours. It was just a massive update, my friend. Casting a companion skill gives you 4 to all companion skills for 5 seconds. I wonder, can you stack this and use all of them to give it 1,000,000 ranks? Can get some more companion damage here. %30 multiplicative damage for using this. Okay. Okay. We saw all of this. This is not new. We saw it here. Lucky hit, 15% chance. Oh my god, just when you thought it couldn't get worse, we have the double lucky hit 15% chance. You gotta chew through it twice, boys. Well, we're never gonna get that to proc. Just kidding, I'm sure it's just a typo. I'm hard to understand. Should I talk like Borat? Oh, the Unmaker, very nice. Is a big damage, yes. Yes, my name is Borat. This is my wife. She was very nice. When I purchased her, she has very good sexy time, very strong and plow. But 2 years later, when she turned 15, she brought a very deep voice, Borat, and her vagina hang like sleeve of wizard. Alright. This is why Blizzard will never raid me ever again. Alright. Okay, so maybe this power is going to be really good. This Bone Spirit thing could be fun. Okay. Okay, this could be good on bosses, for example. Alright. This is the one I really care about here. Stun grenades, huh? 9% critical strike chance? Jesus. I wonder if this has any synergy with the Mythic Unique. When is the patch? We can play it on Wednesday. Most of these are 3. Okay, here's the familiar. It does apply burn and chill and crowd control. Okay, we already saw about that. Just reading through here, seeing if there's anything new. So this is interesting. Yeah, this is like benefits you for going all one element. 3% multiplicative damage if you just go fire, 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 fire or something. Okay. So this, if the familiars do their job, it might mean you can get rid of the firebolt enchantment entirely. Possibly. Because they apply burning for you. Life generation can now trigger at full life. Okay. Taking damage from a close enemy. Nice. Okay. Starlight might be better now. Oh, wait a minute. They actually have patch notes on the existing things. So Frenzy is going to hit harder and give you more Fury. So they're buffing Frenzy and Ground Stomp. Man, imagine there's going to be low life bar builds. Oh man, I hate those kinds of builds, man. Okay, they're making the tempering changes that they said that they would. Oh man. Okay. They nerfed this. Interesting. I don't know these boards by heart anymore. I used to know them all. But reading them is not really going to help me until I get in there and look at this. 15% multiplicative damage on debilitating roar. That might be very strong. Lightning strikes cannot hit the same target more than once every 0.5 seconds. Yeah, is Storm Slide going to be nerfed now? Hmm. They nerf this too. Okay, I guess that's fair. Overpowering a boss extends Grizzly Rage's duration by 5 seconds. That could be really good for pulverize, right? Okay. Okay. Oh, this is a pretty significant increase. I've just never seen anybody use this. Did they ever fix like the weird stuff with the boulders like hitting walls or doors or something and they don't work? Did they ever fix that? Hmm. This is a very this is actually some pretty significant changes to the druid. Okay, I don't know enough about this to comment on these. I just don't know enough about it. Increased radius for blight. Okay. Okay, it looks like, are they buffing Bloodlance here? Okay. Looks like Necros are getting some love here. Bring back the music. Do you guys want the music on Twitch? I guess we could. I guess there's no reason not to, right? No, no, yes, no, no. No, 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 no. Oh, okay. Yes, 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 yes. Well, I'm glad we settled that, guys. Thank you for that. Aaron Action RPG is here. What's up, buddy? Okay, we're almost to the end anyway. We're almost to the end. So we'll pause it till we get to the end. We're almost at the bottom here anyway. Then we'll turn it back on. So int crit vulnerable ranks of hued flesh. Hued flesh is still there. Int's still here. Corpse explosion do double damage and it's going to give you a barrier. Okay. Should be better. Where's the taco? Where's the taco option to skip the song? People love that song. Uh-oh. Wow. Rip Necros. 4 choices, 4 choices, 4 choices. Oof. Okay, so these, so far these are not super crazy changes. 100% more damage to blade shift. Casting Shadow Step reduces its cooldown by 3 seconds. Isn't this a huge nerf? It used to stun by 2 and reduce it by 3. Now it does more damage. Why would we want Shadow Step to do more damage? Does this do any damage? Has there ever been a Shadow Step build? Don't we want the stun instead? Because it makes you safe and it helps build stagger. So this seems like a nerf. Now this is always a crit. That could be strong. Especially because there's a rune word that gives you concealment, isn't it? Okay. If Death Trap kills an enemy, its cooldown is reduced by 10. Used to be 12. This does more damage. More damage to crowd-controlled enemies. So this should be better. Because we get this for free now, and now you get 40% multiplicative damage. So if you, are there any Rain of Arrows players out there? Okay. See, this is one that I really like. So let's see what they did to victimize. I'm trying to think if this is different. So this says it used to do 60% of the damage to them, 62% of the damage. Now it says it does 80% weapon damage. And it has another damage here for some reason. So is there a difference between the damage that you have done to them and just weapon damage? If I'm understanding this correctly, 62% of all the damage that you would do in a hit should be way higher than just doing 80% weapon damage. Or am I not understanding this correctly? So if I'm understanding this correctly, I read it like 5 times. I think this is potentially a huge nerf, and this is like the most fun thing to use. I think this is like the most fun thing. This is what I was hoping they would buff this. Because didn't they already crucify Victimize? Because you don't play Victimize with Heartseeker anymore, right? Like the new Heartseeker build doesn't even take this anymore. So did they take what it currently has and maybe I'm not understanding this, but I think they're nerfing the shit out of it again. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but it reads like a nerf to me. you can still play it, but it's not like season 4. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to test it. Out of all classes, I'm not worried about the testing of the rogue. We have Ava and we have Dioxide and we have Woody testing rogue. And there's also Lucky as well. I think we'll have rogue covered. I'm sure they will figure out if it's a nerf. It reads like a nerf to me, but I could be wrong. When inner sight is full, you get 30% multiplicative damage. Could be very, very interesting. Could be very strong. Okay, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4. Better. Devious Glyph now works on bosses. Nice. Not going to be able to look at these too closely here. Let's see what they did on Sorcerer. Okay, this should be a buff as I understand it. So Enhanced Fireball gives you the burning for free. That might be very good for leveling, right? Because that'll help you get Devouring Blaze, right? How does it Chain Lightning's enchantment? That's a buff, right? Let's see. Sorcerer. Where's Chain Lightning? What does this say? Chain Lightning enchantment. Does that mean the enchantment slot of Chain Lightning? Chain Lightning automatically forms after spending 100 mana. I don't understand where is the cooldown? It automatically forms after spending 100 mana. Does this mean currently you can only spawn one every 4 seconds and next patch is going to be every 1? So you can just get more Chain Lightnings out? Wait, why doesn't it show the cooldown here? I didn't even know it had a cooldown. They're reducing the internal invisible cooldown. I didn't even know it had one. Yeah, I know the skill enhancement. What? Enhanced. This also doesn't have a cooldown, does it? It says enchantment, not enhancement. Enchantment. So I guess there's an ICD on the... I don't understand. Why would there be an ICD on this? It was added in the previous patch notes. Okay. Well, whatever. I guess this is a buff, but I didn't even know this was a problem. Hydras last twice as long on the enchantment. Okay. Okay. Wait. Is this a super ultimate gigantic buff? Used to be 5% multiplicative burning damage. Now it's 18% instantly, and it can go to 75%? What? That seems like a Colossal buff. Oh, well, goodbye, Fists of Fate. Later, Fists of Fate. Goodbye. I don't use Fists of Fate anyway, so it doesn't matter, but goodbye. It's gonna be fine though. You don't hit 30 conjurations currently without Fists of Fate, and it'll probably help the server stability, so I guess we just don't use Fists of Fate. I guess they're getting, or what, like, this will probably still be strong. They're getting rid of damage on Tuesdays, I guess. Oh, here's another thing about burning. Oh, they just, what? They just moved it. They just, like, moved Engulfing Flame to Endless Pyre. They moved, they made the aspect a passive, and they put the passive here. Is it the same numbers? Oh, uh-oh, Tal Rasha's got updated. Oh god, I'm scared to read it. Okay, looks like this is a little bit better. All right. Okay, this is nice. That was a problem. Okay, let's read this. This is not what Tal Rasha's does. I'm 100% sure this is not what Tal Rasha's does. I'm 100% sure. I have an 18.5 right now. It's definitely 20. Why does it say 15? So this is definitely not what it currently does. So I understand why they're doing this. This is actually, hilariously enough, I think this is actually a nerf, believe it or not. I think this is actually a nerf, and I'll tell you why. I'll show you something cutie patootie. I think it's actually a nerf. It looks like a buff, but it really isn't. And I'll show you. So, what this used to do is, for every elemental damage type that you would do, you would get 20% multiplicative damage, right? So right now, if you're playing Lightning Spear, you can get 60, right? Okay, now let's read what it says. Now when you cast a Pyromancy, Shock, or Frost skill, now you get 25% damage. Okay. So Pyro would be Flame Shield. Okay, so we got that. Shock would be Lightning Spear. Frost would be Frozen Orb. Okay, so 3 times 25 is 75. Right? And I'm concluding that this is a nerf. And the reason why it's a nerf, I think you'll be able to maintain this, no problem. We're spamming our skills all the time. It says it refreshes all the bonuses. I assume you're going to be able to keep up the bonuses. And 75 is bigger than 60. There's no doubt about that. But in the expansion, one of the rune words is Spirit-born what's it called? Locust Swarm or Pestilence, which would have given you auto poison. And they're trying to get away from letting you get to 80 for free or with any other damage types to try to get it to 100 or whatever. You can never go above 75 now. But I actually still think it's probably a good change because now it's based upon your sorcerer and not based upon these other Looney Tunes like Andariel's mechanics. Yeah, and then you would have to find physical. The Barbarian Earthquake. Yeah. So you take the Spirit-born Poison, and then you take like the Barb Earthquake. If that counts as elemental, I'm not sure if it counts. You could potentially get it to 100. It's capped at 60 before anyways. It's capped at 80, not 60. This is not what Tal Rasha's currently does. It's 20 and 80. It's not that big of a deal. I like the change, but I would have been able... No, it says up to 60. Okay. Does it actually say that? I mean, we can open Diablo. Oh, this guy's telling me I'm wrong, so let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. No problem. I'll log in. Okay. Up to 80. It's not 60. It's 80. Okay? It's 80. What do I win for being right? I'll give you guys tell you guys a secret about being a content creator. There is no winning. When you're right, the person will get mad and hate you forever and talk shit about you on the forums about what a piece of shit you are. And if you're wrong, then the guy will talk shit to you and say how much of a dumbass you were that you were wrong. There's no such thing as winning. Let's go to the next item. The chance for Chain Lightning to cast twice has been changed for the chance to Chain Lightning to hit twice. So before it was casting 2 Chain Lightnings, which was draining your mana very fast because it's got more Chain Lightnings going. But I'm guessing Chain Lightning hitting twice means that it's just 1 and it's just hitting for double the damage, which means it's easier to maintain your mana, but it overall has less explosions? Is that what's happening? Because in an ideal world, you would have your mana solved. So having more Chain Lightnings out for a perfect Chain Lightning sorcerer should in theory be better because it's more explosions faster, right? So I think if I'm understanding this right, it makes the build easier to play, but it actually overall lowers your damage, right? Oh, yeah, okay, right. And they might also be doing it, yeah, for less server strain. Effect rewarded, but the functionality unchanged. That's fine. Okay, 3, 3, 3, 3. 4, don't like that. 3, 3. Okay, that's better. Okay. Okay, nice. The following shrines now scale off of weapon damage similar to skills. Hmm. Well, let's think about this. Currently, with the way that these shrines work, they pretty much one-shot everything for you, no matter what you're doing, which is why they took them out of the pit, right? Conduit doesn't appear in the pit. Do Blast Wave and Artillery appear in the pit? Yeah, so they took them out because they're always crushing. So they always did like a fixed amount of damage relative to the level that you were doing, and it pretty much just killed everything. So now what I'm guessing is if you have a very strong weapon and you're in not very hard content, it will continue to obliterate everything. And maybe in like the really high levels of the pit, the weapon damage on the shrine is going to be, I don't know, borderline useless. Unless what they could be meaning, I doubt, but what they could be meaning here is on top of the base damage that they were already doing, now it will continue to scale further off of weapon damage, but I doubt it. I think they're just changing it from the fixed output to the scaling off of weapon damage. So I think in early content, it'll be unchanged. In mid-tier content, it'll be borderline unchanged. And in endgame content, it'll be worse. Is what I'm thinking here. Could be wrong, but that's my guess. Okay, now, okay, so there's no double dipping. There's no double dipping anymore. This is everything they're taking away from all of the bosses. So any double dipping is gone. So there's going to be one boss to farm your uniques from now. So which one lost? I want to know which one lost Esus. Because they Esus drop off of 2 characters, right? Here. So Beast in Ice no longer drops Esus. That's really too bad, because I like killing Beast in Ice, because he dies in 2 seconds. Yeah, I like this. Thank God. Oh, thank God. Thank you. Okay, this is an accessibility thing, right? Number of character slots increased from 12 to 13. Boy, that would have been nice to know before I just deleted my 12 100s. Just kidding, I would have deleted them anyway. You can never reach 100% dodge chance. Okay, so suck at rogues. The gauntlet will be disabled for season 6. I don't get it. Why? Like, even if Spiritborn is totally busted, so let people have fun with their busted thing, you know, whatever. Who cares? I mean, no, I don't care about the gauntlet, but what about the 2 people in the world who do? Why? Like, it's no one's expecting it to be perfectly balanced. Just let them have fun, man. Who cares? I don't know. I would never have disabled it. Maybe there's another reason, I don't know, but I would have never disabled that. Who cares? Barbs have ruled the world the whole time. We never disabled it for them. Okay. You can cast Leap again before fully completing its animation? Hell yeah. Okay. Okay, let me read here. Okay. Oh, rip. Well, goodbye, Andariel Rogue. I'm crying. Goodbye, Andariel Rogue. Everybody wave goodbye. Goodbye. I mean, it was actually busted. They needed to fix it, but still, goodbye. Okay. Let's see what happens down here. Hey, we got screwed. Wah. We got screwed, boys, on our fireballs. No wonder fireballs sucked. Wait, crackling energy worked inversely? 100% chance for crackling energy to chain was actually 0? Boy, Blizzard is lucky that crackling energy sucks so bad this whole time. Because if it would have been good and it would have worked like that, holy shit, people would have had a hissy fit. They're lucky crackling energy sucked. Not at all. That one node did not remotely define the build. It's a pretty important node, man. It's a lot of damage. I mean, Andariel's Rogue will still be good, sure, but Deadly Ambush applying to Andariel's is huge. Deadly Ambush is mucho el goodo. Rogue, Paragon, Deadly Ambush. 22% multiplicative damage? You just lost 22% multiplicative damage. You don't think losing 22% of your damage is going to hurt? I think that's going to hurt. If you're okay losing 22% of your damage, that's okay. But if you take 22% damage away from me, I'm going to throw a hissy fit. Am I done with this season? Absolutely not. I still got to help you guys. A second here. I'm reading what other people are saying here in the Blizzard forums thing. Okay. All right. You want to know what has kind of helped me? Well, I mean, I did this last season. I mean, I leveled 20, 25 100s last season, but also this season, I made I made 5 builds. I have a Blood Surge Necro, I have the Andariel Rogue, I have the Lightning Spear Sorcerer, I made a Chain Lightning Sorcerer, I made a Fireball Sorcerer, I made the Landslide Druid. It's actually helping me understand, like, the moment that I read this, I know why Deadly Ambush was important for Andariel. So it helps when you're a loser and you make all the builds. Wait, what? Wow, no wonder we weren't getting jack shit, guys. All right, who wants to riot with me? No wonder we were getting screwed. All the people that I brought to the tormented boss runs that were low level couldn't even get a mythic unique? God damn it, Blizzard. I demand 3 mythic uniques in everybody's mailbox. Who's with me? Otherwise, we're going to go play PoE. Yeah, I'm with Ghost Runner. Here you go. Here's your 22% damage back. Andariel's Visage doesn't trigger if an affected monster is too far away. Well, I guess you got your 22% damage back. Yeah, this one really pissed me off, actually. Okay. Well, we just read 17,000 words. Okay. Of course it's 17. It's always 17. Well, how many of you are excited for Wednesday to get in there and try the new progression system and try out the new skills and see how the new items feel? I'm actually pretty excited, man. Me. Well, of course you're happy, Happy Clouds. You have happy in your name. Got a solid maybe out of toys. I mean, that's better than what we usually get. We'll take it. You try it and you're going to watch and laugh? Okay. How many of you are betting that I'm going to level up to 50, switch to Penitent, go fight the first monster, and get instantly one-shotted? You're not going to watch me because you don't want to spoil anything? Well, that's totally fine, Remedy. But remember, the only thing that we're testing is what is in this blog. So that means it's just the patch notes that you read to the changes and the new like progression systems, but there's no expansion stuff. I'm not going to the Dark Citadel. I'm not logging into a Spiritborn. We're not going to Nahantu. If you're worried about spoiling the expansion, that there's no spoiling here. It's only a restructure of the game. There's no expansion content here. So if you're worried about, there's no campaign, there's no, yeah. I mean, it's not gonna, there's not much to spoil, is what I'm saying. I guess if you want to see the progression system, the structure for yourself, or you want to theory craft completely on your own, a new build, sure, but I don't think you're going to feel too cheated out of that. All right. Well, I think I'm going to hang it up here. That was a good 8-hour stream. So many people subbed and donated, and we're just here all day. Tomorrow, if you're still playing the season, I'll play with you guys all day. We can do T8s, we can do goblins, we can do tormented bosses. I have mats, I can summon them for you. I can kill Lilith for you, anything. I'll play with you guys all week until Wednesday. And then we'll go try the new structure. Why don't we raid mods? I haven't raided mods in a while. So why don't we raid him?